Welcome back to Gaming United. I'm your host, Johnny Murray here, and today we have a nice segment planned for you guys. This is the podcast all about gaming reviews, previews, whatever, thoughts, opinion, controversy, whatever you want to call it. I don't really know. I don't have my script up that I normally read off of the intro, so we're kind of just going. Normally I read a script, yeah. Like I have just the opening here. You know what? I'll pull it up just to.
I was wondering why you stopped messing up your intros. You used to mess them up all the time.
Hey,
you did, bro.
yo.
We had to restart every single time. We always had to do another take.
They're not supposed to know this information, cuz. They only see what I put out, cuz.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway,
stop trying to hide the fact that we make mistakes. We're not perfect.
We're gonna run it back. Welcome to Play Away, your weekly video game podcast covering news, reviews, and all things gaming. I'm your host, Johnny Murray here, and we have an exciting show planned for you today. Multiple segments planned, including this week's hot topic. I don't know. This week I am joined. This week's special guest is Austin.
What's up?
Mob Axu underscore Big Psycho Massey underscore.
Okay, that you're going a little off the rails, buddy. Just Axu. All right. What's up, guys?
Axu. There he is. All right.
Or Big Nasty. Either one you're feeling. I'm about to be Big Nasty tonight because I got some stuff I want to talk about.
Big Nasty Psycho.
No, stop saying the psycho part.
Bro's got so many aliases. Anyway,
I do, bro.
Yeah, that's right. We like the grind out here. Anyway, welcome to Play Away. Like I said, we have multiple things. We just added a whole big segment like 10 minutes ago because Austin was telling me he wants to talk about something. So I'm like, all right, well, we'll put it in. But we're gonna be covering, of course, the big game that released this week, Star Wars Outlaws. We're gonna be talking about next week's big game, Astrobot. And then we're gonna be covering up some of the news. And then we are going to have a little sit-down conversation with y'all, if that's what you want to call it. And then we're going to do a little... I don't really know if I'd consider this final segment. I mean, it'll be fun for me and Austin to talk about, but I don't know if it's like... It's not like a game or like... I don't know. It's more or less us just having a discussion about something interesting. But yeah, we're gonna do that. But before we do all that, time for some housekeeping as always. On the channel we have multiple videos that have been up this week. 3 about a game, Indiana Jones, Expedition 33, Metal Gear Solid Delta. Make sure you go check all that out. We cover a bunch of details and in-depth looks at the game. I did my Black Myth Wukong review. So if you guys haven't seen that, make sure you go check that out. And I did my Star Wars Outlaws Final Expectations. I do still plan on doing a gameplay video for that. Me just kind of having fun exploring, doing all cool Star Wars stuff. I don't expect to do much more content on that, except for the review when I finish that. We'll just kind of have to see how things go out. But then I also do plan on doing another Black Myth Wukong gameplay video because I have reached the secret final boss of Black Myth Wukong. Meaning that I'm going to be getting the special bosses that you get after completing, or right before the true ending, and I've heard it's insane, so I'm going to capture my I give reaction? What do you call that? Reaction? Impression? I don't know what you call that. Just gameplay? I don't know. What do you...
I mean...
I guess reaction, right? I mean...
Well, yeah. Like you're still playing, but like you're still giving your live reaction, like you're, you know.
Yeah. And then, sorry by the way if I sound like stuffier. I don't know what's going on. Like I'm not sick. My nose is like, clogged up. Maybe
might be getting some allergies, brother.
Yeah. What's going on here? Yeah. All right. Yeah. So that's housekeeping. I have a lot of videos that I've already recorded. I recorded like 6 videos last night. I kind of went crazy. We have some fun ones too. I have like trivias and some tier lists and some fun rankings that I did. So be on the lookout for those this week. But without further ado, Austin, what have you been playing this week?
Oh man, help me. Like I really need help.
Dark Souls 2.
Too much.
Okay.
Um, I have almost beaten 3 games within the last like week. One of them I'm really close. I was gonna try to play a little bit more BioShock before we got on here, but I had to do things and my mom needed help. So I didn't really get to continue for a couple hours before this.
As moms do.
At the start of this week, I continued playing Doom 2016. I played it Monday and Tuesday, and then I started playing Horizon. Since I traded in
Which
my
one?
Forbidden West.
You started Forbidden West?
Well, you know when I traded in my PlayStation, I lost all my progress. So what I did is I did what any normal soul would do. I looked up a speed run and got back through halfway through the game in 3 hours. It's pretty godlike.
Wow.
What?
No, wow.
Why you give me that?
I'm just saying, wow.
Oh. I was like, why you give me that face? I'm like, I'm just trying to get back as quickly as possible because I know everything that happens. So I was doing that.
I can't wait to that final boss when you're so under leveled you just get clapped over and over.
Oh, well, dude, it was free.
Why not? What? The final boss?
Yeah.
So you beat Horizon?
Yeah. Yeah, I beat Doom and Horizon yesterday.
Oh, I see. Oh,
yes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I beat Doom, and then I was like,
okay, you
I
did
guess
not state that. You said,
well, no, I
I
was getting there because earlier I said I've almost beaten 3 games.
I see.
I
see.
So yeah, I beat Doom 2016 first yesterday, and then I was like, I'll try to beat Horizon. Like I'll try to see what I can do.
So you beat the game in 3 hours?
No, you're not listening. No. Okay. So basically, what I did is it took me 3 hours to get back to where my progress was, which was pretty much a little over halfway.
Okay.
Okay, I was a little bit over halfway in the game. So I looked up a speed run to get there quicker, okay? Which took me about 3 hours, which means I skipped like 4 to 5 hours probably. And then after that, I just played normally. I just kind of went through and kept going. So I spent about 3 days in total kind of just grinding it out.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I beat it yesterday after Doom. And then Tuesday I played Pizza Tower. Still need to continue playing it. It's so funny. I love it. And then I decided I was just gonna play a smaller game. I'm just doing it to finish it. I really am not a big fan of this game. Like I'm really not enjoying it that much, but I just don't think I like this certain genre. But I've been playing Sonic Mania, and I'm just trying to finish it to say I finished it, because I really don't like it. It's not like it's bad. I just don't like 2D Sonic. It's so boring. It's literally just the same exact thing. You hold forward and backwards and do a spin dash. Fantastic. There's so much stuff to do.
I know.
Like I don't like 2D. I don't like 2D. Superstars is fine because it has different graphics. There's more things to do. But I'm sorry, in 2024 specifically, I want to do more than just hold forward and then press down.
Hold on. Whoa. There's one exception, and that's Sonic Rush.
See that? Yeah, I mean, I love Sonic Rush.
Sonic Rush was crazy.
Yeah, I know. I played that a lot as a kid.
I love that.
I like some 2D Sonics, but I think OG 2D Sonic is just boring. I think they're all
I completely
so boring. Like I know that's a hot take because I had a lot of friends that would make fun of me for that because they're like they're like 2D Sonic is superior. I'm like, okay, just because one of them actually functions doesn't mean I should want to play the other one. Like I'm gonna keep it straight up. I'm a huge Sonic fan. I love Sonic the Hedgehog. I'm a glazer for Sonic. I may get on that dude's back, but I'll always come back. I mean, I like that dude has some games I cannot defend. Even if I had a gun to the back of my head, you might as well shoot me. I can't defend it. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
On the
But
topic
I stand on
of Sonic,
on the topic of having a gun to the back of your head and getting shot.
No. On the topic Sonic, I think I've come to the decision this last week. I think I'm gonna be playing Sonic X Shadow Generations.
W.
Pretty much strictly because of Shadow. Low key didn't realize how much I actually really love Shadow until this Sonic movie trailer dropped, and he has the most dope looking scenes of all time. Like, this dude is so cool. Dude is the definition of cold aura. Like, oh my gosh, dude gives me chills. So I literally text you because I'm like, bro, if I could just play Shadow stuff, ooh, well, I'm ready. But we'll see. But even if I have to play the Sonic stuff, I'll still play it because, I mean, I do like 3D Sonic. So I don't love it quite like you, but like I do like them. So
I don't care. I don't care how bad 3D Sonic is. I will play 3D. I would rather play 3D Sonic over 2D Sonic any day of the week, and I stand on that.
That's a fact.
Like, I literally kid you not. I'd rather play some of the worst 3D Sonic games over the 2D. Like, it's so boring. It's literally just go forward, go backwards, spin dash. There's nothing else to it.
You said the physical copy of Sonic X Shadow will have a reversible cover for the Japanese, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, see, okay, so I'm getting it physically then. Because...
Yeah, but as long as you pre-order it, you get it.
Okay.
That's why I'm getting 2 copies.
Okay. Cool.
So,
but yeah,
my friend
I
really
think I am
to
gonna be playing that. I don't know.
I don't know if you can just do Shadow instantly.
I've
looked it up. I can't find a thing.
I really hope.
I literally can't find anything.
Because personally, if I can, I'm not even gonna play Sonic stuff. Like I hate to say it, but
that's
well,
crazy.
because also there's a big issue because in like 6 days afterwards, Dragon Age comes out.
Bro, it literally
also
is
Call
gonna
of Duty
take
comes out the same day, so that's also a problem.
My guy, 3 days early.
What?
Get
Sonic?
Just get the digital edition. Yeah, I'm getting digital 3-day early access.
We'll see.
Hey man, I'll game share with you.
On what?
I have 2 PS5s.
That's not how that works,
Bro, what do you mean? You have a different account?
Yeah, but I'm game sharing with you. That means you would need a different.
I have another account. I have 2 PS5s.
With 2 separate accounts?
Yes. How do you think I'm game shared with
what a weirdo.
you and then my Sean, how do you think I game share with you and then I game share with my other friend? You don't game
share with me, Tut. What are you talking about?
We did game share
on Xbox.
You don't game share on PlayStation. We did too.
No, we are not game shared.
We did at some point.
You game share with me. I never game share with you though.
Then how did we get Baldur's Gate 3? You bought it through yours. I was able to play it. Yes.
Yeah.
So we game shared.
You okay? Listen. I bought Baldur's Gate 3 on my account. You are game shared with my account. I'm not game shared with your account.
Yes.
Meaning that's why we bought Baldur's Gate 3 on my account.
Okay. All right. So what is changing this when I could just
because since you were game shared with my account, we had to buy everything on my account. Meaning if you buy Sonic X Shadows I don't get it because I'm not game share with your account.
I have 2 PS5s with 2 separate accounts.
All right,
I
and
can
that's what I'm saying. Weirdo, but like here we are.
How is that weird? All of a sudden, you're gonna call me weird
just
when
joking.
I've literally been telling you I
I'm not
game.
joking.
Okay, dude. You know what? Maybe I won't share it with you. You know what? Who cares? You don't get 3 days early access. Not my problem. Pay the extra $10. No, but I can just not tell my friend. I can just make him forget there's 3-day early access, and if you want, I'll just share with you, and then you
could
can
just make
just
him
play it.
forget.
Yeah, and then you can just play 3 days early,
Sounds
and then
like a threat.
he'll play it on the 25th. So
Well,
does
we'll
that
figure
sound good?
We'll figure that out some other time.
Okay. God.
Um.
Oh my
But anyway,
lord, my
all
head
right.
hurts.
So anyway, what do you think of Doom and Horizon then? I guess since you beat it, and I guess what do you think about Bioshock so far, I guess
Doom 2016 is worse than Eternal.
facts.
I think Eternal is way better.
Yes, agreed.
And
Well, hang on. Wait, like how much better? I just said
Like-
agreed off of like no context. Hold on.
Okay. If I had to rank like the Dooms for me, they're both A, but Eternal's like a middle of A for me. 2016's like a bottom of A for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then yeah, I agree.
Like you're lucky because I thought about putting it in top of B, but then I was like, oh, that's a little like questionable. Like I can't even bring myself to do that.
Yeah.
Like
Well, see,
Like,
I don't know.
that's a little crazy.
I don't know the way you were saying. I like it almost sounded like you were gonna give it like a 7 out of 10. I'm like, oh, I don't know about that one. But like,
no,
okay.
I give it like a
I give it like a 8.5 low key.
I give it like an 8, and I give Eternal an 8.5.
Wow. Fair enough.
What? Dude, it's cool, man. It's just not like I don't know. I just don't love it. Like I love it for certain reasons, but I'm just not in love with it. That's just me.
All right.
Like
and
I've
then-
realized my S tier is just like love. Like it's literally like I praise it. That's basically what my S tier is.
All right.
And then Forbidden West, it's like a middle A.
Yeah.
I think middle A. I like. I think it's really good. I do think like I can't speak because I haven't finished it, but I've only played like the first hour or two with you of Zero Dawn, but I know a lot of people had talked about how the story wasn't as like interesting as the first one, and I feel like the first one honestly feels more liked than Forbidden West, to be honest. Which I could be wrong about, but I've heard a lot of people, at least story-wise, talk about that. But I'm not 100%.
I think the way you're getting, because Isaiah also likes the first one better, but it's just because they focused more on humans this time around rather than like robots.
Yeah.
And so everyone's like, I kind of just like the robot side of things rather than the human side of things, which I actually do kind of agree with, actually.
Yeah.
But I think the overall consensus is still Forbidden West is better. I think. I don't know.
See, I don't know either. That's why I was just saying, because every time I feel like I hear it, they talk about how Dawn has a better story, and that's what I mean. It goes back to our whole conversation on our last podcast about like gameplay versus story. It's like PlayStation's kind of known for having some really good story games, so it's like some people will take that over like anything.
I don't know. For me, I think Forbidden West clears Zero Dawn.
Yeah,
but I don't know. That's just me. Cause like here's my thing, is I wouldn't say either of the Horizon games have had a standout story to me.
Yeah.
Right? And so it's not like the story is going to be a huge deciding factor on which game I like better, because I just think they're both fine in terms of story. But then every other department, Forbidden West wipes. So it's like
Yeah.
To me, I just like for Forbidden West much better. But
Yeah.
what did you think of the
that's
ending of Forbidden West?
It was an ending. I don't know. Like it was cool. Like I don't really think it was anything crazy. Like I thought it was a good ending, but I I don't really know what what did you love it? Like were you like
Okay, so two conclusions here. Number one, he didn't watch me and Jordan's podcast where we talked about it.
I
Oh,
probably
and his
like
camera's gone.
fell asleep at the
And his camera's
Are
gone.
you why does it Okay, dude. Why has this been happening? Like oh my gosh. All right, go ahead and talk about what you were because I fell asleep halfway through pretty much.
Yeah. So we had our little fun segment at the end of the podcast was we talked about upcoming third installments in a trilogy, right? And basically we were talking about how we're kind of at the point in the game industry or just gaming where so many new series that have started within the last generation or two are finally reaching the point where they're going to be getting that end of trilogy entry, right?
Yeah.
And so we were basically saying how there are a lot of series that we could easily see the third installment being the absolute best and finally reaching like basically the series' full potential in a way. Like it's gonna have that epic conclusion. It's going to up the stakes because of what the stories from the past games have kind of set up, or what just the gameplay and stuff has set up from the past entries. And so we were basically talking about that. I used Jedi Survivor as an example because I was like, Jedi Fallen Order was kind of the origin story. Jedi Survivor, or wait, did I say? No, yeah. Jedi Fallen Order was like the origin story.
Yes.
Jedi Survivor was the fleshing out everything. And now whatever this next installment is, that's going to be like that's it. Because also the way Jedi Survivor end, he just tapped into the dark side for the first time. He basically is starting his own resistance. And he's basically going to try and somewhat rebuild the Jedi Order. And they left it at that. And like that is like the pinnacle. Like that is like, okay, so the next game is when stuff is gonna go down, is pretty much what they're saying, right? And then same thing with Horizon is what we said. Me and Jordan actually said Horizon is the definition of like what we are talking about, because Horizon Zero Dawn was kind of like the origin story again. Forbidden West was just fleshing things out. But the way Forbidden West ended was like, oh crap. So now, whatever this next game is, it's going down. Like, it's about to like reach all out war now. Which is what we were basically talking about, is like the ending of Forbidden West completely set up the third game to be like the epic, like all out war like of Horizon. And so that's basically what we were saying in terms of Horizon, because I forget exactly like what character said what, but it was along the lines of like instead of them trying to survive or whatnot, they're gonna take the fight to them instead, is basically what they're saying. And so that's like what me and Jordan were pretty much trying to get across, is like these third installments in a lot of series could very easily be the best entry in the whole trilogy or just series, because of what the past two games have kind of set up. And yeah, our two prime examples were Jedi and Forbidden West, because we were saying that I don't think any of those games, Fallen Order, Survivor, Zero Dawn, and Forbidden West, we don't think any of those games are like masterpiece material. They're not S tier or whatnot. But if done right, these third entries could be that series' like peak, pretty much, if done correctly. And yeah, that's what we were saying with Horizon. But I guess you didn't really get that from the story, so. But
I mean, it's alright. Like, I don't. I mean, okay, I like the story of Forbidden West, but like the ending did not. See, I'm spoiled. I want every trilogy to be like the Spider-Verse trilogy. I want everything to be a masterpiece. Like, I get building stuff up, but like, I don't know. Like, I thought the Forbidden West ending was fine. It was fine. Like, it was good, but it wasn't anything special in my opinion. Like, yeah, it built up a lot for the next thing, but
well, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
I'm not saying the ending itself was like amazing. I'm just saying like it set up the third one in a really good way.
Yeah.
But
no, I definitely like get that, but I still want to be more like excited about it. Like, I'm definitely excited for it, but it didn't like get me ecstatic for like the next thing. Like, oh, I can't wait for the next plot of, you know, the third one, you know? Like, it was good. I don't know. It was a good ending. I didn't really think it was anything crazy.
Fair enough.
You beat the boss, and bro's like, Aloy's like, so, are you leaving? He's like, I'm leaving. And then he's like about to leave, and he's like, you know what? You're gonna need my help. I'm gonna stay here. So, I'm gonna help you in any way that I can, because you're gonna need it. So, that's the best way to put it.
All right.
Big spoiler, but sorry. Actually, you can't really retain much from that. I didn't even say names.
The game is like 2 years old now, by the way. So,
that's still kind of early. Still somewhat relevant. It is like, I say if a game's over 5 years, I think it's
if you can
okay.
buy a game for $20, then it's enough.
Huh?
If you can buy a game for $20, then I think it's old enough.
Sure. All right.
Anyway, well, anyway, all right. Well, what I have been playing, ladies and gentlemen, is I've been playing more. I've been playing.
That was everything I've been playing. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just gonna say that's literally pretty much everything I've been playing. I'm gonna continue the rest of this weekend though, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully, finish BioShock.
What was I saying? Oh yeah,
I've been
not playing Pizza Tower. I've been playing more Black Myth Wukong, obviously. And then I have been playing Star Wars Outlaws, of course, because that released this year. I actually started playing it in early access. I don't feel like I used the early access very well. I only put I put like 6 hours in early access. I actually haven't played it since it actually came out. Like, I haven't played it since. I do plan on playing it tomorrow. So I'll just go ahead and give my.
Did you You're playing it on PlayStation, right?
Star Wars?
Yeah.
No, it's on it. Ubisoft Plus is not on PlayStation.
It should be.
Ubisoft,
I think you just have to...
Ubisoft Plus Classics is on PlayStation, but not actual Ubisoft Plus Premium.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I thought like it was. Yeah. Okay, so basically, I found out today I have been paying for Ubisoft Plus still.
Yep. Sounds about right.
So, but yeah, you just downloaded it and played it. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel bad for Moist Critical because he could have paid $18 for the subscription. He paid $110.
Sheesh.
But he's rich. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He literally has more money than me and you could probably ever make.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
Well, I disagree.
bro, he's got to at least have 10 mil, bro.
So
He does so
why can't
much
I?
stuff. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying, like, good luck. Like, good luck, man.
Appreciate it.
Like, you could, but that's a lot. That's, ooh.
I don't compare myself to anybody else. Just saying. All right. Well, anyway, Star Wars Outlaws.
I'm just saying that's hard to make that amount of money.
Oh, for sure.
You know,
for sure.
But I'm just saying it doesn't hurt him. Like his wallet's stacked. Like he could spend like 10K and he'd be perfectly fine.
But anyway, my thoughts on Star Wars Outlaws so far. I'm not gonna spend too long on this. I really don't have too much to say. I'm only like I said, I think I'm only like 6 hours in. I think I'm only like 1/3 through the game. I just left the first planet in the game. I don't know how many planets are in the main story, but I just went to the second planet.
Like 5.
There's 6 planets in total. I don't know.
Oh.
I think 5 of them are used in the main story. I think the six one's like a bonus planet or something. I don't know. But anyway, so far, I enjoy it. I do not love it. I enjoy it for the simple fact that it is Star Wars, because the game does a lot of things that are very generic and very simple. In a lot of those areas, Star Wars Outlaws does things very good and very bad. And one of those things that they do very, very good is they really make it feel like Star Wars. Like, it is Star Wars completely brought to life. Like, when you're walking in just some of the cities or locations in the game, like, there's just so much, like, happening. Like, all the NPCs are, like, cooking food. They're, like, selling, like, stuff at shops. There's so many, like, interactions between NPCs. Like, it just feels very alive. Like it just feels really brought to life. And match that with what I do think this game is visually really good. There are moments where some of the characters look a little weird. But that's a Ubisoft game for you, I ain't gonna lie. But the game, like, environmentally and some of the pre-rendered cutscenes they look so good. My biggest issue with the game is I really do not like the whole stealth component of this game. To the point where it's low-key ruining the whole game for me. Like, that's the only reason I haven't played more, is because I know as soon as I get back, I'm going to have to spend at least an hour of my 2 hours playing the game doing stealth. And it's just really annoying because, number one, the stealth isn't all that fleshed out. Hold on, I got to sneeze.
Bless you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the stealth is not very fleshed out. My favorite part about the stealth is the fact that you can use your little pet friend. I think Nix. I don't even know what the name. Lynx. I don't even know. I think the pet is a really good addition, and not even just for stealth, just the entire game. Like, I like playing Nix more than I like playing K-Vess. Because K-Vess is just your generic trying to make it in the world, has a gun type character. However, I will say, outside of gameplay, I actually really do love K-Vess as a character and Nix. I think they actually do really well with K-Vess. She has a really cool like characteristics about her personality. Like, she's very quirky. She's very like she reminds me of Han Solo in a lot of ways. Which Han Solo is beloved for a reason. So I really like that. But for me, honestly, like, if I'm really thinking about this, which, but by the way, I have to bring up, I think I said it in a podcast. If I didn't, I know I definitely tweeted about it. When it comes to my reviews, I'm going to try to start being more, like, critical or, like, strict or whatnot. which I find it just hilarious. The fact that as soon as I say that, the first game that comes out, I think is an absolute masterpiece. So it's like, but like that's not even like, I don't know. That is me being just in love with the game. But I do think for this game right now, I'm at a decent like 6.5, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the stealth really is ruining it. If the stealth was not in the game, I think the game would be perfectly fine, in my opinion.
You know, it's funny. I have only watched a couple people play.
Yeah.
And I watch my boy Moist Critical just because I like he keeps it real, he keeps it honest.
Yeah.
Every single complaint you have about the game, I think you guys literally down to a T have the same opinion of this game.
Yeah.
Like he says he doesn't think the game is bad, he just thinks it's really boring.
Yeah, it's just super undercooked. Like that.
Yeah,
that's like the easiest word I could use. Undercooked.
And I keep seeing the same thing from everyone. Ubisoft once again excels at the open world, but everything else is lacking.
Yes.
And from watching like Moist Critical play, I cannot believe this game went gold 2 months early. This game is not finished.
Yeah.
Like animations are broken. I think the takedowns are really stupid. She like baby hits them. Like you are not gonna tell me those hands she got knocks them out. Like I'm sorry. Like
I know she's over here punching helmets and stuff. Like she got fists made out of steel, bro. Like
like and I'm gonna be real. The punches she are throwing they look so weak. Like they don't even look like they'd knock you out. Like I'm sorry.
I will say my favorite part of the game is actually I don't know if me and Moist Critical agree with this, but I actually really like the combat, like the shooting in the game. Like I think the shooting is very nice.
I think he said it was somewhat good. I think he said that. I want to say he complimented the shooting, but maybe
like
he didn't.
It feels just very like. Just I don't know. It just feels effective. Like it doesn't feel like. It feels punchy. It feels like you have a lot of like control over like your gun. There's a lot of different like things you can do with your gun. I really like that aspect. The problem is, you only do that like 10% of every quest because the rest of it you're either doing parkouring, which is fine. The parkouring is fine, or for 50% of it you're doing dang stealth, and the stealth is it's so frustrating because.
Yeah.
If the stealth was just underdeveloped, which it is, then I can maybe get by with it. The problem is they force it on you to where if you get caught or anything, you have to completely like restart pretty much from like the last checkpoint. And those checkpoints go back quite a bit. The problem is the AI sometimes either have the worst eyesight or they have the greatest eyesight of all time. Like there will be some guy who you like walk right by and he don't see you and you're like, oh yeah, I'm cooking. And then next thing you know, 5 seconds later, some dude from like 20 blocks down sees you like raise the alarm. I'm like, what? Like, and then you have to restart the whole thing. It's so annoying because it's just so it's just it's just kind of boring. Like it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Now the thing is. I said this in my final expectations for this game. I said that because it's a Star Wars game, there's automatically certain expectations set for it. There's already like certain benchmarks you have to meet. And one of those benchmarks is you have to capture Star Wars. Like if you can't do that, you should not even be a game about Star Wars because that's like the whole point of Star Wars. And I said that if they just nail the feeling of Star Wars, there's almost like a certain level that like me personally, it being my favorite franchise of all time, can't go below. And so I don't think this game could ever go below like a 6 for me because it really does. Like it's a very good Star Wars project. It's just
Yeah.
a bad game.
The problem is it's a Ubisoft game.
Yeah. I mean,
That's what a lot of people are saying. It's
it
like a
definitely,
good
yeah.
concept, but it's another generic.
Yeah, there
Moist
are a
Critical says
lot.
it is another generic Ubisoft open world game.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Like, there are a lot of really good ideas. They just don't flesh any of it out to the point that
Yeah.
it should be. Like, this does feel like a game that should have came out on the PS4.
Yeah.
Like, and it shouldn't feel like that. But there are really good qualities about it. It's just there's
Yeah.
some really bad qualities about it too.
There's like I agree with everything like Moist Critical said from like watching him play. And it's funny cuz you guys literally almost 90% have the same views on the game. Like
Yeah.
both of you hate the stealth. And I'll be honest with you. I think the stealth is not even do I think it like it functions weird, but it just sometimes doesn't work. Like there are like challenges you have to do with like stealth takedowns. They can't see
Yeah.
you. There are literally times where like, you know, like Moist Critical's like doing a stealth takedown and they don't even see you and he still doesn't get rewarded like the stealth takedown for it. It doesn't register because of just the certain way like if they're in the middle of dialogue, it feels like sometimes it doesn't give you the like stealth takedown. It doesn't make any sense. Like
Yeah.
a lot of it just feels broken. Like and that's what I mean is like this game, I didn't think the technical issues were that bad, but there are a lot of
Yeah.
bugs in this game, and I cannot believe this game went gold 2 months early, confirming. Usually that means a game is good. It's doing so good that we can confirm that release date. There's going to be no delays. I can't believe it. Like.
Yeah.
I really feel like they pushed it out because they had Assassin's Creed Shadows.
You
And
know
they
what's
were just
funny
like,
is there were like
gotta
rumors
get it out.
early on the year that Star Wars got pushed to 2025. Remember that? It almost feels
There
like
was,
it should have. It almost feels like it should have.
Definitely should
yeah.
have.
One final thing I will say is the game just feels really. What's the word I'm looking for? I mean, again, I'm gonna sound like a broken record. It just feels super undercooked because even with the combat that I said I really liked, there have been moments where as soon as one enemy sees you, they all kind of just like conga line over to you. And so there's been a couple moments where I just hide in a corner, and as they're coming, I'm just like shooting them down a line, and which to the point where I'm not dodging, I'm not like hiding behind cover, I'm not using ability, I'm just pew, 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 as they keep coming. Yeah. I'm just like, this is so unengaging. Like this is so like this is just not really all that great. But what I will say, if you like Star Wars, or no, because if you like Star Wars, like if you just think it's cool, but you don't like actually like really care for like a lot of the characters or the world or anything, if you love Star Wars and if you love open world games, I think you'll find a lot of enjoyment with this game. If you like Star Wars and are not a big open world fan, this game is not for you. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
If you absolutely hate stealth, absolutely this game is not for you. If you that's really it. That's all I got. There's no other pop positives. Like,
Dang.
If you, I don't know, yeah. But bottom line, if you love Star Wars, this game, you should at least try it. And if you love open worlds, this game is solid in that department. But if you're looking for a super good story, you're not gonna get it. If you're looking for really deep and engaging gameplay, you're not gonna get it. If you're looking for that's really it. I don't know.
If you're looking for mid, it sounds like you're gonna get it.
Yeah, kind of like I would say it's kind of mid in a way.
It
I don't know.
sucks,
I don't
but
know if
like
I'd say it's mid because, in my opinion, I think mid means like everything about the game is just whatever.
I
Whereas
think it's
I
just
don't think.
middle of the
Well,
like. I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good or bad. I just think it's like
well, see, but that's
okay,
the thing is like there are some really good qualities about it,
but there's a lot of bad
but there is
things.
a lot of bad. So it's like
That's why I think it's like a
I
lot of
I,
people are,
I think it's
you know,
genuinely because to be quite frank with you, Austin, I don't really care what everyone else has to think. I'm just talking
oh
about
yeah,
my opinion. To me, depending on what you are looking for in a game, this game is either for you or not. And for me, it's not because personally, I'm not the biggest open world fan. I much prefer linear, or just like open area type games. Open world sometimes don't grab me as much. Granted, a
hmm
lot of some of my favorite games of all time are open world. Literally, my favorite game of all time is open world. But like more often than not, open world isn't like a big draw for me. And stealth, while I like stealth, I do not like how big of a focus it is in this game. So for me, it's not for me. Uh,
yeah,
but if that was exactly what somebody's looking for, a good open world, maybe some stealth mechanics, a fun Star Wars game, then yeah, this game is absolutely going to be for them because when I'm on Twitter, I see people saying exactly everything that we've been talking about. But then I also see people who have said that they've actually been really enjoying it and
yeah,
love it. So to me, I wouldn't say it's mid. I just think it's just your average game. Like it's either for you or
yeah.
not. Um,
Uh, just from what I've seen, I just think it's okay. Like
yeah,
I that's just what I formed. Like I haven't played it, but I've genuinely tried to understand and look into like, you know, what it has to offer, and it has a lot of things I think are good, but it also just has a lot of problems.
yes,
Um, and honestly, uh, most people that I've seen, about 80%, but that's because they're Ubisoft haters, are saying it's like terrible, which I disagree with. I don't think it's terrible. Like, come
no,
on.
no, it's not.
Like, they're way worse. Like, we get it. You're a Ubisoft hater. We understand. Like, it's not the worst thing ever. Like, come on. Like, games can have flaws.
Now I'm
Um,
actually gonna make the argument, and this is gonna be a crazy argument, and we might have to expand on this conversation here. I
mhm.
personally think we need games like this. Maybe not in the terms of like 6 out of 10s or
Well,
whatnot,
yeah.
but I personally think we need prominent games that can really be geared towards certain people.
hmm
Because when you look at a lot of the conversation and a lot of probably what you're gonna rant about later, it's people complaining, people just hating for no reason, people wishing for the downfall stuff, right?
hmm
Whereas it all is because people have this weird mental thing of I gotta either be completely objective or I gotta be completely personal, you know,
Yeah.
with like the way I feel with certain things. And I think this is a game that completely brings out, except for the Ubisoft haters, this brings out the personal bias in a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if this is what you are looking for, this game hits it spot on. But for people who that's not what they're looking for, it's gonna be whatever. It's gonna
Yeah.
be fine. And I personally think you need games like that. Maybe not, Ubisoft's like highest marketing game ever or like,
Yeah.
massive multi-million-dollar project, but like
Yeah, I mean, another example is like Hellblade. Like Hellblade is
Right.
not for everyone.
Exactly.
It's a very and it has a very mixed reception. You have a lot of people, as specifically PlayStation fans, saying that game is trash when it's not trash at all. It's just not your thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I completely agree. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I think this is a game that's in my other video, or when was it? It was in my Black Myth Wukong review. At the end of it, I kind of said something like just off the top of my head, because I was just, bro, I was passionate during that review, bro. I was I was feeling it. I said something at the end. I just kind of like spoke from the heart and my mind. And low key, what I said, like low key, is like a whole new mindset that I'm like playing games by now, and that is all my reviews on my channel are completely biased. I'm not
yeah.
I'm not even gonna mention what I think the game is objectively in my reviews, because I don't feel like that's why you should. At least that's why I don't want you clicking on my reviews to try and get an objective point of view. I'll definitely give criticisms, things that I could see why people don't like, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, I think this game's a 10 out of 10. But if I was being honest, I think it's like a 8.5. Because here,
see, I do that though.
well,
I do that.
I mean, that's
Like
fine if you want to do
with
it.
Final Fantasy 16, like that game is not to me.
See, I disagree. I think it's a 10 out of 10 for you, no matter what.
It is.
I think
but,
no.
but
I think
objectively,
biased
it's
or,
not.
No, Cap.
Objectively, it's not.
Because listen, this is what I said in the Black Myth Wukong review, and I absolutely think it's a fact. A personal bias is your opinion. If you were being objective, it's just another one of your opinions trying to fit in. That is literally all it is. It is just a secondary version of your opinion trying to fit in.
I don't really see it as that. You're just trying to take all bias out and view it as a product for how good it is.
But even
like,
then,
as a whole.
we are all unique and different. No matter how you see a product, no matter how you put it, it's still your personal, like, it's your opinion.
Well, yeah.
So,
I completely understand what you're saying. It's just, I just can't agree because, like, yes, to me, like, Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10 for me. But I can't sit here because I feel like I'm lying at that point if I'm saying it's a 10 out of 10 because it's not, like, objectively. But yes, personal bias wise, yeah, I love it. I have barely any complaints with it, and I still love it to death. It's almost in my top 5 favorite games. I just, like, I understand why people do that. I'm not, like, mad at anyone for thinking of it objectively because
I think, okay, hang on. I think there was a difference between being looking at a product objectively and rating it / ranking it objectively.
Yeah.
There was a difference. Like I said, in the Black Myth Wukong review, I brought up criticisms that I had about the game. It wasn't all just glowing. Like, there were criticisms I had, but at the end of the day, I'm still giving it 10 out of 10. That is that is me looking at some of the objective things about the game and informing people. But when it comes to my opinion, no matter how I look at it, even if I say it's objective or not, it's still the way I perceive it.
Well, yeah.
So I think there is a difference between rating and ranking something objectively rather than just looking at something objectively. Like, I can look at The Witcher and say objectively it's a great game. But no matter how I look at it, I don't like it. No matter how I look at it. You know what I mean?
But just because you rate it good objectively doesn't mean you like it. It's just
right.
That's
what I'm saying. But, like, saying for me, Ghost of Tsushima is like an 82 on Metacritic, right? Yeah. I don't care what anyone says. Objectively or personally, that game is a 10 on 10 for me. Like, even if I say it's objective, because no matter what, the way I experience that game, the way I feel about that game is a 10 out of 10, and nobody else can change my mind. But then if we're going with other games, it's like, okay, well, because of the masses, I would say objectively, it's like it's an 8 out of 10. Okay, then why don't you feel that way about Ghost of Tsushima? That's because that is how I feel. that game is very special to me, and my experience with that game makes me think of that game in a certain way. And just because it's Ghost of Tsushima doesn't mean I should treat that game any differently than anything else.
Well, yeah.
So to me, it's like no matter which way I put it, at the end of the day, it's still like my own opinion. It's just, is it me trying to
Yeah.
please the mass audience, or is it me just speaking my
I
heart?
don't think it's really trying to please the audience. I think it's just like it's taking a product and comparing it to other. Now listen, I know you don't like comparing. That's the whole thing, is you hate comparing. Is you hate the idea of it in general. I
don't like, no, I don't like compare. I don't like competition when it comes
well,
that's
that's just how the world works. Like it just is. Like that's just what that's literally just how everything works. I agree with you, but like I don't know, it's like, to me, I don't know, I do it because I'm not gonna sit here and be like, yeah, I love Sonic and the Black Knight, it's like an 8 out of 10 for me. I'm not gonna sit there and lie, that game sucks. Like, I'm gonna be completely real, that game is bad, but I enjoy it. But like, I can't, I don't know, like, I'm not like, I get what I get what you mean. I'm just maybe not agreeing with some of the wording, I guess. Like, I completely understand your point of view. Like, I think you're valid for it. I wouldn't really consider it's like trying to fit in, though. Like, I can somewhat see it,
but
but it's just
it,
kind of more people. It seems like they push it more for competition than, like, yeah, compare, like, it's rating. It's more likely to get rated.
Okay, question. Why do you give Final Fantasy 16 an 8 out of 10? Objectively. Why?
I think it has some flaws that kind of drag it down. I think the combat could be a little bit more fleshed out. I think the second half of the story takes kind of a drop. It loses its footing a little bit, and I will admit the like exploring aspect is it's okay. Like, it's aight.
Okay. And then why do you think it's a 10 out of 10?
Because all those problems are not enough for me to like bother me. Like, everything else within the game just trumps over all of those like flaws for me. Personally,
Okay,
like,
so
characters are goated. I still really love the story, despite I think the second half takes a dip. I really enjoy the gameplay, which, I enjoy the Titan bosses. I enjoy a lot of the combat, even though it is a little tiny bit repetitive. But it doesn't matter to me. I still love it, despite its flaws. I know it has. I don't think it's wrong to point that out.
okay.
But I can,
So if I came to Austin, if I texted Austin, I'm like, "Yo, I'm thinking about Final Fantasy buying and playing Final Fantasy 16. What do you think?" What would you tell me?
well, I'm gonna tell you like how I personally feel about it.
Okay, good. So then what's the point of the objective point of view?
If I feel like putting it out there.
So fitting in.
That's really about it. Like, if somebody asked me, okay, it depends on how you ask me. If you ask me how I personally feel about it, my own personal bias, I'm going to tell you. But if you ask me how I feel about it, objectively as a game without personal bias, I'm going to tell you how I feel objectively.
It's kind of funny because I'm like low-key sitting here right now. I'm kind of realizing I don't ever see anybody on Twitter or anybody anywhere going up to somebody and asking, "What is your objective point of view on this?" I don't ever see anybody doing that.
I have some people that ask me that.
Well, that's weird.
Well, because it just, That's just also just how I work, bro. I like to do things personal bias and objective because I like to provide both point of views. It's just something I personally like to do. Um, I don't know.
I mean, fair enough. I mean,
I don't know. It's just I don't want to sit there and be like a game. Like, let's say if listen, okay, I understand. Like, it's just how I operate. Like Outlaws. If I thought it was a 10 out of 10, I don't want to say that and then be like, yes, I 100% recommend this game. Like, I rather would just.
But you like, hold on. Okay, this is where like technically it's just flawed because you said I think it's a 10 out of 10, but I wouldn't recommend it. You just used the word "I" in two different sentences. So are we objective or is it personal? Because you're talking about you. You're talking about how you feel, no matter what.
I mean,
so
like
that's basically contradicting yourself in a way.
I get it. I think it's okay. Like, I understand your idea of like fitting in, but I just don't think there's.
Now let me be.
I don't think it's
now
big of a deal.
let me be clear in case this whole debate, a nice civil debate, has gone completely like crazy. Let me clear the air here. I think absolutely it is 100% okay to give fair criticism and to give precaution and to state some of the flaws about games. But I think for now on, for me, I think having two separate scores is kind of weird. Like,
see, that's just what I do. I even with tier list, I've thought about doing it. Like DD2. I think DD2 is better than what I think. Like, I think that game is objectively better than how I personally feel about it. And I don't want to sit there and be like, I don't think you should play this because I don't like it. I'd rather tell you that I think it's more for you with this objective way that I feel about it rather than my personal view. I don't want to be like, yeah, I'd put Dragon's Dogma 2 at a D tier, which means you shouldn't play it. Whereas objectively, I actually think it's a pretty good game that I just didn't enjoy that much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to come off as like,
no,
my personal view is a reason you should or shouldn't.
What you exactly just said is perfect. I'm not even gonna lie. You said it's objectively a better game than what you think. That is correct. I'm completely down for that. What I'm talking about is when you attach two different scores to something. That is like, that's weird. Because I've even said it in Black Myth Kong. I objectively, like, it is objectively worse than what I feel it is.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to call it an 8.5 because that's not how I feel.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. I'm going to say objectively there are flaws about it, but I don't care because at the end of the day, how I feel is what I care about. And I think it's a 10 out of 10. But I'm still going to point out its flaws and criticisms. It's kind of like you with Final Fantasy, except the difference is you say it's a 10 out of 10, but then in another point of view, opinion, you say it's an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
So at that point, you're contradicting your own opinion.
Like, if I were to recommend the game and they asked me what I thought the average person would feel about that game, I would say most people would say 8 out of 10.
See, this is going to come off a little harsh, but realistically, and I could care less about the world of Twitter. Realistically, who is gonna go? And I'm not just talking about you specifically.
I get what you mean.
Who is gonna come up to me or you and be like, "Yo, what would people around the world think of this game? What would everybody give this game?"
Well, yeah, like
no one's gonna walk up to us and ask that. You know, they're gonna ask, "What do you think of the game?"
Mm-hmm.
So why would you downplay something you love so much just because of what other people's takes on it are?
Well, it's not.
That is
All
a
it's all my
sin.
it's all my personal opinion. I'm gonna glaze 16 like I do, but I'm gonna point out its flaws like it
That's
has.
fine.
But
But again,
you know,
it's just the idea of putting like a score or saying something is objectively worse when you could just point out its flaws but still state how you feel. Saying something is objectively worse
yeah.
rather than just pointing out its flaws. Nothing's perfect. 10 out of 10 does not mean it's
yeah.
perfect. It just means you love it to the absolute max. But there are still flaws.
Yeah, but see, but that's how we just operate different. Because to me, like, my perfect is 10 out of 10, and I can tell you, like, to me, 16 is perfect, even though it's not.
Right.
And I just don't want to lie. Like, I don't want to sit there and just be like, yeah, I think this is perfect when it's not. Like, to me, it feels like I'm lying, which is why I'd rather have an objective view where I point out all of its flaws, whereas my personal bias is literally I'm not coming up with flaws to just kind of like ignore them whenever they're not even a big deal for me in the first place. It's like, why mention the flaws if they're not even that big of a problem for me in the first place? Like, if I'm doing a personal review of Final Fantasy 16, I mention all those things I do. What's the point in mentioning it in my personal opinions, personal bias, if it's still a 10 out of 10? I'd rather just make another thing that is an objective thing where those flaws actually play a role in that. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like I'm lying. Like, it just feels like I'm saying it, but it just doesn't matter. Like, there was no point in saying the flaws of the game anyway. You get what I'm putting down?
Gosh, this conversation could go so much deeper if we really wanted to.
Like,
so
yeah, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to say a game is 10 out of 10 and then point out how I think the second half of the story could have been better. It takes a drop. The combat, like, it's stupid. I think it's a little dumb.
What is a number for you? Like, what? Like,
see, I like letters. I like letters. I don't like numbers anymore.
Okay.
I really just want to ditch the idea of numbers. I just want to do letter grades now.
Okay, because to me, I guess the way I look at it, whatever number I give it, whatever letter I get it, this could go for letters as well. That is my personal enjoyment off of it. Because realistically, if our numbers was strictly about the quality of a game, the technical aspects about a game, then there could technically only be like one 10 out of 10 game in the entire world. Because like everything is completely different. Yeah. Meaning somebody would have to choose the absolute best of the best to say it's a 10 out of 10. Whereas I'll just give a number based off of my personal enjoyment. That number is my enjoyment. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that I can't mention the technical aspects of it, the quality aspects of it. To me, this was a 10 out of 10 experience. But there are some technical flaws. There are some things that I could see people not liking. But no matter what I say, I still think it's a 10 out of 10 experience.
Well, yeah, I understand that.
So,
but to me, it's just like, I feel like then I'm lying and it's a waste of time. Like, I shouldn't have mentioned it.
How are you
still
lying?
Gonna be a 10 out of 10. Like, I feel like I'm saying it to just say it, even though it's going to be a 10 out of 10. It's like, okay, was there really a point in mentioning it? You know, like, okay, I guess objectively, it's like, it's just more of a view
to try and fit in. That's literally it. That's what it is.
I don't do it to fit in, though. I do it because want to
appeal to more people.
I want to appeal to more people. I want to give an honest review where I don't ignore flaws that are flaws.
But that doesn't mean you have to give it a lower score. You can still be honest and give it Being honest means give it the score you think.
Yeah, and I think it's a 10 out of 10, but it's not a 10 out of
Perfect.
10. Realistically, it's not. It's not, though. I can't look at that game and say it's a 10 out of 10. For me, though, it is. It is. I love it. But it's not.
I give up.
Like,
I give up.
like, you get what I mean? You understand exactly what I mean, bro. I get it's frustrating, but I'm sorry. Like,
my 2021 self understands what you mean, yes.
like, bro, I'm sorry. If I loved Concord, gave it a 10 out of 10, I'm not objectively, no. Like, I can't. Like, I'm going to tell you how realistically.
See, you're over here saying you'd feel like you're lying, but, like, then you doing that is the definition of lying, though.
It's not.
Because you're not actually stating how you feel.
I'm sorry. I like a prime example. I like Sonic and the Black Knight. That game is garbage. It sucks, but I love it. I think it's really fun.
Perfect.
But I can tell you the controls are terrible. But I want to say that. I don't want to lie and say there's
you
no
can say that. You can say that. But then having 2 scores is different than just saying it.
I just like having two view. I like having my own view, and I like having a view that isn't.
You like having a view for the masses, and you like having a view for yourself.
Okay, fine. Yes, I like having another view where other people don't have to listen to me ignore the flaws, because I have an issue with ignoring flaws in video games, because I can get over things that aren't as big as others if it has bigger positives than negatives. That is why I do that.
I completely agree. That's why I think Black Myth Wukong's a 10 out of 10. I can ignore some of the flaws, and for my personal enjoyment, I can't. But I can still mention those flaws, but that's not going to change my fact that it's a 10 out of 10.
I understand that, but then I don't get the point in pointing out flaws. There's no point in pointing them out.
That's the point of a review.
10 out of 10. I get that, but I don't see the point. I don't see the point in, like, if a game's 10 out of 10, there should be no flaws. Like, I don't get the point of pointing out flaws if you're just going to give it a 10 out of 10.
Okay, well, in that case, then no game is a 10 out of 10 because there's no perfect game.
Okay, yeah, I get that, but, like, okay, come on now. Like,
that as you said, if something's 10 out of 10, that means it has no flaws.
But, okay,
then that means there are no games that are 10 out of 10.
There are games that are perfect, bro.
Absolutely not. I could probably find one bug in there.
Oh my God. Okay, we're not going to be this super. We're not going to be this superstitious. We're not going to be this superstitious.
No, but that's the definition of perfect, though.
Oh my God. Okay, yes, nothing is perfect, but to us, there is a line of perfect.
I could find a couple scenes in Ghost of Tsushima that I wish were a little bit longer or shorter. I'm just keeping it real.
Okay, there is nothing that is perfect, but there are things we consider masterpieces, things that push the line, that are as far as we can go.
And that's what 10 out of 10 means.
Yes.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 16 is not that, but I love it regardless. But you're not going to make me sit here and lie and say it's not a 10 out of 10 game, but for me it is.
You keep saying sitting here and lying. So, let me ask you a question. And I just want a yes or no answer. That's all I want.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think Final Fantasy is a 10 out of 10?
16?
Yes. Did I say 7? Did I say 7 on accident?
No, you just said Final Fantasy.
Oh, do you think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10? Yes or no question.
As a game?
Do you think Final Fantasy is a 10 out of 10?
I mean, from how much I glaze it in my personal experience, yes, but it's not objectively a 10 out of 10.
See. Okay. Well,
I'm sorry, bro. Like,
I want a yes or no answer. Yes or no only. Do you think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10?
Personal bias or objectively?
See, you don't know your own opinion now at this point. A yes or no answer. It's a simple question. If you ask me, do I think Ghost of Tsushima is 10 out of 10? I'm not thinking about it twice. Yes, I love that game. That is a 10 out of 10. Do you think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10? I'm not asking,
yes.
does Twitter think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10? Do you think Final Fantasy 16?
I'm not going off Twitter. I am okay. Okay, you know what? I'll just accept it. It is of objective view that I think most people, if they played it, most people would have that general view. I think okay, at this point, objectively, it's literally just like, I think if I recommended it to someone and most people enjoyed that piece of media, that is what I think objectively they would have the score of it. But for me, it is a 10 out of 10. My personal bias. But
okay,
I think
so I'm not arguing at the fact that you think people would score it lower than what you do. I'm not arguing at the fact that you think there are criticism. What I'm arguing with is you keep on saying that I'm not going to sit here and lie. That's what I'm arguing with. Because you doing the opposite is lying. So the question is, and we still haven't gotten there.
Yes, John. Yes, it's a 10 out of 10, but it's not. As a game, as a whole, it is not a 10 out of 10. But to me, I can ignore all of its flaws, and that's not what
that's not what I'm arguing anymore, Austin. That's not what I'm arguing.
I can't do it. I can't. Like, I'm sorry.
Just okay. Can you just? I'm trying to help you here. Can you just give me a yes or no answer? Do you think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10? I don't care what anyone else has to think. Do you think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of
10?
Just answer it. Trust me. Just answer it.
I don't know. There's two different ways I see it. I can rate it off my experience or how good I think the actual product is.
Do you think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10
yes,
out of 10?
John.
Okay.
Yes, me personally.
Stop. Oh my gosh.
Yes. Yes, I love the game. Okay?
That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Do you think Final Fantasy 16 is a 10 out of 10?
Yes.
Do you think there are flaws about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think people agree with your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, so when in that did you lie at all? That's the only point I'm trying to get at.
I did. Okay, but here's my thing when I'm saying, when I mean lie. What is the point of giving a game a 10 out of 10 and pointing out multiple flaws when that just defeats the purpose of a 10 out of 10?
Because that's your experience.
You are basically...
That is your experience.
Then I don't understand the point of saying the flaws then.
Because...
Like, to me, it's just making your argument, like your view, less like valid. It's basically like, oh yeah, I think it's 10 out of 10, but I can point out 3 to 4 massive flaws of the game. Then why is it 10 out of 10? Like, just because you're personal, even though
you don't care.
I don't know. Maybe I got brain rot.
Well, because what you just said pretty much means that there's no way I could give Black Myth Wukong a 10 out of 10. From what you just said.
No, from your personal experience, you could.
Right. That's the point of a review and mentioning the criticism.
But if you, yeah.
Because that's my personal opinion. They're all flaws, but I can ignore them because I love it so much. I love the other parts better. Like you said, there are some positives that can overtake negative. And that's why you watch my review. Yeah. That's what I'm going to tell you. But I'm not going to tell you I think it's an 8.5. I'm going to tell you how I feel, and I'm going to tell you some of the criticism. I'm going to tell you some of the things it does wrong. But at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you how I feel.
I get that. I have two different ways I do it. I do it off my experience and then just as the product as a whole.
And by the way, for everybody watching right now, I just want to clear the air right now. number one, this was a fantastic debate. It's a very we had a very good discussion. Number two, both of the ways me and him do it are completely fine. I'm just arguing the way I do it, and he's arguing the way he does it. I used to be where I also gave two scores. Up until last week, I'd no longer do that. And so I don't think either of these ways are wrong. We're just having a nice civil discussion. And just to clear the air, I think Black Myth Wukong's a 10 out of 10. Austin has two different takes on Final Fantasy 16. He thinks it's a 10 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10. So, yeah. All right. You look exhausted. Oh boy.
All right, it's fine, bro.
We'll
like, yes, it's just viewing to a different audience. That is what I think most people would consider it. I think if you literally played it, most people would walk out with an 8 out of 10 experience. But I would rather talk about that and explain that because I like having those two different views. I think it's nice to, yes, you can glaze what you love, but I also think it's nice when people can take the personal bias out and judge something off of the product alone, of the quality, and not, you know.
So you're a critic.
Like, you give. In some ways,
Okay.
kinda.
All right.
But I don't judge things for lack of inclusivity. When there's literal monkeys and reptiles in a game.
Yep.
But because there's not enough women, it's got to get a point down.
There's a lot of women.
It's just dude, it's just something I do. I don't know.
No, I get it. I'm not arguing the fact that you do it. I'm just
I can't sit there because to me, I know I keep saying to me, but I'm sorry, I can't on my personal list do a tier list. And I was gonna do this. I was gonna play a lot of games that came out this year. I was gonna do a tier list. I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable making a tier list where I put DD2 at possibly C tier when I think objectively it's better than that. But I'd rather make the other one so then it's like, okay, you know, if you had to recommend games that you genuinely think most people would enjoy just for anyone, then it would be this. But my personal stuff for me is I start to feel is very niche that I would still recommend. But I think Black Myth Wukong, okay? What's a good example? What's a really good, Prince of Persia, okay? I think Prince of Persia, to me, let's say I think it's an A. I think Black Myth Wukong is a B. I think Black Myth Wukong objectively probably might be a better game. And I would honestly recommend it objectively to someone else over a Prince of Persia because I think someone would be more likely to enjoy Black Myth Wukong over a Prince of Persia. But based off how I personally feel, and my very specific niches, I feel, I would also recommend, Prince of Persia, but I feel like they're less likely to play it over a Black Myth Wukong.
See,
I'm probably wasting my time with this audio.
I feel like we have a disconnect from what we're trying to, because I completely agree with everything you just said. Except you're putting tiers and numbers behind it. You can say everything you just said, but then you're putting I think it's a B, but then it's an A, and then that's an A, and that has to be or a C. It's like you literally just informed everybody exactly how you feel while stating your opinion. Boom. You just encapsulated it all. Period. Done. Now you know how you feel about a game. But when you start saying, well, I think it's a B and a C, but then I think it's an A and B, then it's like, okay, so how do you actually feel about it then? When you could just say how you feel, and then plus everything else that you just said.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. I get what you mean. It just, I can't exactly get it to you how I feel. It just, it doesn't feel right. Like, I know it's not lying, but it does to me in some way. In some way, it doesn't feel like anything is right. It's
so
like
what you're saying is your opinion just doesn't feel right. Is what you're saying.
I mean, I guess so at this point.
The way I feel is just not right.
like if I genuinely thought like a Black Myth Wukong was a D, I'm sorry, I can't let it slide. Like
God,
the game is
I gave Black Myth Wukong a 10
fantastic.
10, but I'm so wrong. Golly, dude.
Okay, let's get on to the next topic. God,
oh Lord. All right.
So
well,
honestly, that might as well have been the middle topic I was really wanting to go off about.
Yeah. We're not even gonna do any news anymore. We're just gonna jump straight.
We're not.
Into
No, we can. No, bro. We can speed run it. We can speed run it.
Oh Lord, we can never speed run anything.
Dude. All right, 2 minutes max. I got a timer. Every news.
Okay. What even news? Hang on.
I just unplugged my phone and ripped it out the wall on accident. Wow, that was. See, I'm gonna look back at this.
Jordan disagreed with me. That's crazy. Oh,
wait, really?
He's probably a Witcher fan. Damn. He's probably a Witcher. Wait, I'm talking about the red versus blue pill thing that I tweeted earlier.
Oh, I thought
he disagreed.
I thought he was watching. I thought he was watching, and he was like, I was like, did he really? I'm like, I don't see him disagreeing with you.
No, no, he disagreed with the red versus blue pill.
What? Oh yeah, what was that again?
So it's which set of games are you most hyped for? Red pill is GTA 6, The Witcher 4, and Silent Hill 2. And then blue pill is Death Stranding 2, Pragmata, and Wolverine.
Oh, blue pill. Easy.
I know, that's what I said. I literally tweeted blue absolutely wipes. Yeah, I said blue absolutely wipes. And then Jordan said I might have to disagree, lol. He did also then comment again saying DS2 is a close call for me though.
Bro, he probably is a Witcher fan. I mean,
out of all the ones on the red side, I don't see him being like obsessing over any other ones except Witcher. That's why I said that. He's probably a Witcher. I didn't mean that to categorize. I was just saying like he probably likes Witcher. That's why he chose red.
Yeah. I'm not. You know, like if you're watching this, you know, I'm not trying to like crap on you for like liking Witcher. I have no idea anything The Witcher has to offer. I have literally no idea what that game consists of. But I think blue pill wipes.
Yeah.
Like I feel like red is too niche. That's why. Blue has
red
more
is too
variety.
niche.
You've got Witcher, a big RPG. You've got GTA.
You have the most non-niche game of all time, GTA 6.
That's like, a big RPG.
That's not niche.
It's an RPG.
If that's niche, we have the wrong definition of niche because that's the highest selling game.
Okay, but it's still a big RPG. And then what's the other game in it?
What are you getting at?
Is GTA not an RPG?
I mean,
I'm talking genre-wise.
RPG is not niche. Just so you know. In case that's what you're arguing right now.
John, I'm talking genre-wise. Give me the red versus blue again. You've got
GTA 6, The Witcher, and Silent Hill 2.
An open world RPG, and then a horror game.
Yeah.
And then you've got
What
Blue
about that's
Pill, which
niche?
was. It's just what I mean by okay. What I mean by niche is the genre. There's two of the same games that are both open
Variety.
world
Okay, so
RPGs.
you are using the completely wrong words. You're talking variety
Okay,
here.
yes,
Okay,
yes, variety.
niche is saying Planet Coaster 2.
My
Because
bad.
that's
My
that's
bad.
niche.
My bad. I don't know why I said niche.
Yeah,
I'm all lost,
I'm like,
bro.
what are you talking about?
I'm lost in the sauce. Okay.
Oh man, I'm gonna say Death Stranding
bad.
2. That's niche. That's like walking simulator. That's
It
niche. Oh man.
Yeah.
All right, we got there eventually. All right. Anyway.
Okay. Let's
right.
get to the news.
Oh Lord Jesus. Oh, by the way, I'm just gonna throw out there, Walt. Right now, I don't even want any discuss. I don't even want you to comment on it, sir. Anyway, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I'm convinced Astrobot might be the greatest game of all time. Yeah, moving on. All right.
I 100% agree.
Yeah. All right. Concord only sold 25,000 units. Flop. Yeah.
Honestly, I'm gonna just say
They're about to go from the biggest flop to one of the biggest success stories of all time. Anyway.
I'm gonna just keep it real. I know why that game failed. There's three really good reasons.
There's a lot of reasons, but yes.
I think there's three major reasons.
Mm-hmm. Spit.
It's $40 when other games are free to play. That is the main problem I've heard. That's actually why most people won't get it. Second, nobody asked for it from PlayStation. I think that is something that is going under the radar that a lot of people aren't clocking. I'm sorry, but when you literally don't ask for anything, and if it's just generic, then I don't see it going well. Like, if it at least was interesting, then yeah, but nobody asked PlayStation, a company known for single-player narrative-driven games, for a 6v6 hero shooter. Like, nobody asked for it. And not only that, I think the game is just kind of generic. It's not bad, nor is it good. It's just like, it's eh. And like, they haven't done a good job of like flushing out a lot of the stuff. Like, and it just feels like a lot of it, like 8 years to not really have enough content to like make it worth it is kind of crazy. But I'm just not surprised. I mean, $40 for a game like that is insane. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there's so many free to play games now. It's just that's a losing formula.
I genuinely think Firewalk is probably going to be closed.
Well, you know, I thought about it. I thought about if there's any way you could save this game. I really have.
You have to make it immediately free to play. Refund everybody the 25,000 people that bought it. Refund all them. Make it free to play, and I don't even know.
I think there is a
shut it down until next year. Bring it back next year.
I think there's a way. I think there's a way you could save it, but it would be rare. But I just don't think
can't save it. Definitely not.
No. They don't need to save anything. They got Sea of Thieves. They cooking.
I know.
But I just don't see like there's a slight chance they could, but I just don't see PlayStation fans even giving it an attempt because the game
if Sony Ponies ain't doing it, no one's doing it. So
yeah, I think the game as a whole is just too generic, and the characters aren't even that interesting. Yeah. Some of them are literally just generic robots. Yeah. I'm not surprised though, but hopefully they learn. I mean, I hope that studio doesn't get shut down because I don't think they should be shut down. I think they should just get sold off or something, but more than likely how things operate, they probably will get shut down within the next couple months.
Yeah. Well, we spent more than 2 minutes on it.
That's okay.
Hey, bro, I'm going off of what you say. You're the one who literally said that. What are you talking about? I don't know. What other new... Hang on. So we got Castlevania Collection was announced. That's cool.
Got the
There's
Nintendo
like
events.
three. There's like three alternate arts for all the Castlevania boxes too, which are like really cool.
Hmm.
Square Enix is teasing pretty much going completely multi-platform. They've been doing that for a while though, so there's a little bit
Yeah.
of that.
Talk about
Konami teased Metal Gear Solid 4 coming in the next Metal Gear collection, which I'm excited for that one. Metal Gear 4 was one of the ones I actually played on the PS3.
we could also talk about the other August game that came out that now has controversy on it.
Visions? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, so fellas, what if I told you that game came out and apparently the studio's getting shut down?
Oh, that's what you're talking. Yeah, yeah.
And that was gonna be a point I was gonna talk about in my like the rant later, and how like the gaming industry I think is cooked right
Yep.
now. But I think that's really scummy because I think, in my personal opinion, I think the fact that they didn't like do this or cancel the project says so much more about them, because they wanted this game to get out so they could make money off of it and then get rid of them. I think that's super scummy. Like from
I've been convinced at this point that Square Enix is probably my least favorite. Like, man,
well, it's weird. I don't even
know.
think I thought it was a first party game, but it don't
It
even sound
is.
like it is. It just sounds like it's published.
Well, I mean, Square Enix owns the IP.
It's I thought it was a
Yeah.
first party game, but apparently NetEase is the one that's shutting down the studio. But NetEase is not. Dude, I have no idea. I'll let you
Yeah.
research that. I gotta go get something.
Hang on. Is a high fantasy. Hang on. Whoa. What is. Hang on. Visions. Man. Let's see. Who made this game? Oka? Oka Studios? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Let's see. Oka Studios, also known as Sakura Studios, is a video game and subsidiary of NetEase Games. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, so it is Visions of Mana a Square. So it is published, but it's not technically developed by an in-house studio. So
Yeah. That's what I mean. I was like so lost about that.
okay, so yeah, you're right. They are owned by NetEase, and NetEase is the one closing them down.
Yeah.
I still don't take back what I said though. Like I generally like
What?
very, 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 very little excites me about Square Enix right now. Like literally, the only thing is Final Fantasy. That's and
Well, yeah, they just need to get their stuff. I mean, you're excited for Kingdom Hearts, right?
I mean,
No,
the CG
Life is
looks
Strange?
good. Yeah, the CG looks
Life
good.
is Strange.
That looks fine. Yeah. Doesn't really excite
Like-
me, but like that looks fine.
Like
That's what I'm
I
saying.
get what you mean.
I'm not.
Like,
I'm not saying like. Again, here we are back to personal and objective. No, just me. I just don't really get all that excited.
I get
for
no,
Square Enix.
I get it. I agree with you. I understand your view. Like I think Square Enix is slacking like
Yes.
hard.
Yeah.
If you compare them to the rest, they have one thing going for them, and
even that is commercially not doing great.
I still can't get over that.
Yeah.
I cannot believe I live in a world where Black Myth Wukong is literally quadrupling Final Fantasy VII. That's sad. Like, okay, I'm not, okay. It's not sad at the fact that it's a new. It's just
It's shocking.
when
Shocking.
you have one of the biggest IPs in video game history,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion, and you can't even hit 10 mil. That's what are you doing?
So I was actually
what?
listening to a podcast, and while this is not a problem necessarily of Final Fantasy, in the current age of gaming, this is kind of a problem. And it depends on how you look at it. If you want a game to be successful, there are three things that could be a huge problem for it. Number one, in today's day of gaming, by the way, number one, exclusivity. Exclusivity impacts something a lot.
Yeah.
Number two, how like approachable it is. So like, if it's a difficult game, or if it's like a entry in a long running series, or if it's something like that you have no idea what's going on, right? Like something like that. So how approachable is it? Like you'll see in a bunch of games, it's like, it'd be like, do you have to play the first one to understand what's going on? Or like, this game will be welcoming to new players, but also feel good for returning players. Whereas there are some games that are like, if you don't know what's going on, you're gonna be struggling a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that is also that, and the fact that Rebirth is a sequel, that does have a little bit of effect. But the third one, and I actually think this is the biggest one right now, because of just the current day of gaming. And even though I don't have an issue with it, which I definitely see where it's coming from, the length of games. It is super hard for mainstream audiences to get sold behind a 70-hour experience, because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, us hardcore gamers like it or not, there are very few people who can just set aside 70 hours of their everyday life to actually just beat a game. Mix that with exclusivity and the fact that it is a sequel, and the fact that, unfortunately, back on the topic of niche, JRPGs are more niche than other genres. I don't think JRPGs are like super niche, but like compared to other genres, they are like nicher. So I think that is definitely a reason. But I still agree with you. It still seems really low. But
I think there's so many reasons. I think I agree with a good chunk of that, but I also, like I said, I
don't think anything is about quality though. That's what I'll say. I don't think any of it has to do with quality. It's
I think it's also they've mixed up their audience. They've literally mixed them around because Final Fantasy what's the 14? Is that the
14
the MMO?
Yep.
That 10 mil copies, 10 mil.
Oh yeah.
Why is that outselling 7 in any capacity? That makes literally no sense. But it's because they've mixed around their audience. They've now put them in divisions where this division's going to be here, this division's going to be here. Like, you've got 16 here.
Well, actually, you know what's funny is those 3 bullet points I just brought up, FF14 is the opposite of all those.
Yeah.
It's a live service game.
Everything.
It's a live service game. It's approachable, and it's not exclusive to anything. Like, that literally just solved all 3 of the issues. And kind of look how successful it is. But, yeah.
Square
blows my mind.
Square just needs to actually be third party. They haven't been.
I know.
They've been low-key second party to Sony.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which it's got to stop. Which they are. They literally have been talking about it. But yeah,
they kind of just went through a whole revamp. So but we won't start seeing the effects for a little while. So
yeah,
unfortunately,
that Vengeance of Mana thing is kind of sad though.
It is very
like
sad.
I've heard it's like not a bad game. It's actually a lot of people sound like they're enjoying it, but the fact that like people are like the studio's potentially getting shut down the day it comes out, that's so scummy. Like that's awful.
I know it's terrible. Imagine,
but that's
imagine. Like you walk into the office. Yeah, our game is finally out. We did, guys, 5 years of like super hard work.
You're fired.
By the way, yeah, you guys are done. What? That's
like,
crazy. That's like, oof.
That's what I mean. That's why I can't wait to get to my rant because we're cooked.
All right. Well, honestly, I can't think of like any other. I mean, we got the
Nintendo
Nintendo
showcases.
events.
Yep.
I was gonna let you go ahead and you say what you want.
I mean, partner showcase was. I didn't really care for it. I thought the indie
was
showcase was godlike. We got a release date for Neva. Really hype. October 15th or 17th. I can't remember. No, it's not 17th. It's the 15th, I think. Or 14th.
What? Sorry, I just read the most stupidest tweet I've ever.
It's okay. Yeah, it's in the middle somewhere. I can't remember when Neva's release date is. It's October 14th.
See, this is why we can't have nice things, bro. I just went. I look on Twitter and I found this tweet interesting for a hot second until I got to the last part. It says, "How do you rank these aspects of a character in gaming in terms of how they matter to you? Looks, design, and appeal. Story, narrative, or motive. Personality or traits, or the final one, representation."
Okay, well, okay. Actually, I get that. That might be a troll one because critics apparently care about representation.
Yeah.
So you already know most people are gonna put it at last. So
yeah, but I just thought it's so funny. I'm like, of course they. It's funny.
But yeah, the indie showcase kind of cooked. Never release date. Pizza Tower.
Sorry, the first comment. I'm sorry, I just scrolled down. The first comment is everything but representation. Yep,
there it is. Yep, I knew it.
That's funny.
My goat, whoever that was. What is it? Pizza Tower. The goat. Got release date on the Switch. So hype. I bought it instantly. Instant cop. I gotta play more of it. Maybe if I don't want to sleep, I'm gonna play a bit. Sea of Stars got DLC.
Wow.
What else was?
I feel. That's how it is. Wow.
What?
I literally screamed, never.
That's the first thing I literally said. You didn't
sorry.
listen
I was listening. I was reading the.
Yeah, I know.
I was talking about
I know. You literally
said
that.
I mean, come on.
Like, well, you gotta listen, man.
Never. All right. Anyway, never looks so good. I'm excited.
Pico Park 2. I know you're probably not gonna care about that, but it's a fun little like. It's a fun little like game. I mean, it's like it's pretty fun. Yeah, there's some other ones, but Balatro. It's like really apparently. Yeah, apparently a very good like indie card game.
Kind of funny says that's like the best indie game of the generation or something like that. I don't know. They're
over Hades and like bro, it's a card game.
Well, Hades is not this generation, but I don't even know what this generation's best indie game is, low key. Because like Hollow Knight, Hades is like last generation.
Hold on, are we talking like 2020 to like
November 2020 is when the new consoles came out. So anything after November 2020. Hades was like early 2020.
Hold on. I'm sorry, but hold on. I just that is a statement and a half.
Or well, actually, I don't know if they said the best, but they said like one of the best. So I don't know.
It don't even. Oh, okay, I was about to say if they're gonna say the best, I'm like, I'm sorry. Like we could count the early access of Hades too. Then that clears. I can't say that, but it's a card game, bro. Like I don't know.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I can't when there's there's neon white. Like neon white goes hard. Oh my gosh, this dog. All right. What was I on about? Yeah, but it was pretty good overall. And then we got a Sonic movie. I'm just gonna mention that. Ooh. I'm not even gonna go into it. I think it looks very good. I'm glad it's going PG-13. I'm glad it's not going to be as kiddish because I think that's the main issues that I had with the second one specifically felt like filler in my opinion. Whereas this one feels like it's gonna have more to it. It's actually gonna be more serious, and I think it looks the best out of all of them so far. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
And then around almost the same time, RGG Summit got announced. Super excited. Can't wait. That's probably where they're going to show the next Yakuza game. So I'm excited. Maybe they'll show something else as well. Rumored PlayStation event. State of play at the end of September. Already expected. Low key. Kind of makes sense. PS5 Pro rumors are going crazy.
It was straight up leaked. It was straight up leaked. That's not rumors.
Okay. I just want to ask you, after these leaks, how do you feel? I'm not feeling that confident anymore.
About
$600 with no disk drive. That's a $700 console. Like,
I mean,
that's a little. I don't know.
I mean, if I'm being real, technically my current PlayStation is $620 because I got the extended storage. If it actually comes with 2 terabytes of storage, and it is a better performing hardware, it makes kind of sense. It's just it's just the fact that it is 600 in like one down payment, like just like one purchase. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know, the price doesn't it doesn't. Do I like the price? No, but does it shock me? No.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't really shock me.
I just personally, like, if they were gonna go higher, I'm just hoping it stay at a 600. Like, I mean, $100.
I do think not having a disc is really annoying. That is
that. Yeah,
I really don't
really
like that. Yeah,
really stupid. I'm hoping that's not true though. I really hope not, but I wouldn't be surprised with Sony anymore.
See, I would put I would do a physical version at 600 and then a digital version at 500.
They ain't gonna do that.
No, they're not. But that's what I would do. But
if you really want to be greedy, I'd do 550 digital and then 600. But you know, like $50 extra if you want. But they just I don't know.
It's a tough
like
one.
I could only imagine if someone didn't have a PlayStation and they wanted the Pro, but they have to spend 700 buckaroos on that. Like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I could trade in one of my PS5s for like $400 and like that covers like half of it, but still that's kind of ridiculous.
I will say, even though it's not really much different, I kind of do like the look of it, like the metallic like 3 lines in the middle of the covers. That's kind of cool.
My only issue is I still think it's a little too thin.
Too thin?
That's how I feel about the Slim. It kind of looks like the Slim. It's like in the middle of like the normal and the Slim.
Are you talking about like size?
I like it.
Are you talking about the size of
like you know how like the Slim, we don't like the Slim because it's just like it's like this it's like so
who don't like the
skinny.
Slim? Who don't like the Slim?
I thought me and you said we don't like
I've never seen the Slim in
PlayStation
my life.
Slim.
I've never seen the Slim in my life, Cut.
You've never seen the Slim?
No.
That's the new PlayStations.
Yeah, I don't have a Slim.
Like,
I had the OG
but but you've seen what it looks
not
like.
in person.
Is what I'm saying.
Not in person.
You've seen it on the box.
Doesn't mean nothing. I can't judge it off a picture, a box.
So then, how do you?
Like,
okay,
like, are you telling me the box is the exact size of the PlayStation?
No, but like,
like I haven't seen it in person. I don't know.
I've seen videos of people pulling it out and they show it. It's just a little too skinny.
Everybody's got different size hands.
I wish it was a little bit. I like the original PS5. It's bigger. Also, I don't like the Slim because none of the PlayStation covers that I have are gonna fit on it, and they don't have any specific covers. That's another reason I don't like the Slim.
That's funny.
I also want to mention, I'm sorry if I keep looking up and to the left. My parents don't know how to close the door, and they let flies into our house, and we have had a fly infestation. And
oh yeah, you are
the number
crazy
one
with flies.
Yeah, dude, I can't stand the zzz. I can't do it. I can't. Like, it's so frustrating. Oh, it bothers me.
Funny.
Okay. I think that's about it on news. I think
Yeah.
that's about most
Not
things I
like
wanted to
there's
cover.
not like too many. There's like a lot of news, but I wouldn't say that any of them's like massive, like
Yeah, it's just
news
a
of the
lot. A
week
lot of
type thing. You know, like
yeah, like a lot of. We got a lot of trailers. Expedition 33 got a trailer review on or reaction.
oh,
Sorry,
that game looks
on
awesome as well.
John's channel. Yeah.
No, no,
You
not a
did.
reaction. I did a like a deep, like a breakdown, deep
Oh
dive,
yeah, sorry.
whatever.
No,
Yeah,
a deep dive. My bad.
there you go.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
It's a 16-minute video.
Um.
It's one of the longer detail things. I just had a lot to talk
Mhm.
about. There's a lot. Oof,
Yeah.
that game looks
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah, it makes sense. Astrobot getting a new trailer.
Okay,
looking
yo, okay,
phenomenal
real
as-
quick. Let's have a little fun segment. Here's our fun segment for the day. Because they've now confirmed there are going to be multiple characters, PlayStation characters that you get to become and use their abilities. Which, by the way, that sounds like the greatest thing of all time. I'm just saying, like this. If it's not going to be the
Double
greatest,
S.
if it's not going to be the greatest game of all time, it's going to be the greatest PlayStation game of all time. Like I'm just saying, like it is. Oh my gosh, this game it just seems perfect. Like, but anyway, little fun predictions. Number one, what character? What? Oh, facts. Yeah, bro. Like, there's not even gonna be a high enough score to give it. But anyway, what characters would you love to be able to do abilities as? And then what
Aloy.
levels? And then what levels would you love to like have themed around a specific game?
Instantly coming to my mind is Aloy. I'd rather
For
play
what?
as her.
For a level? Oh, play as her. Oh, I see.
Like play as her. A level would be cool.
That's interesting.
But,
See, I'd prefer a level of Horizon. That's interesting. Because
but
I
can only
mean, all you're
imagine,
gonna do is
playing as
Aloy is just
Astrobot and
shoot a
shooting.
bow, right? I mean, yeah, I get, yeah.
Yeah, but like, bro, as Kratos, you're just swinging an axe. It's basically
And
like swinging
light
your hand
and
with
like
an axe.
frost powers and stuff, and
Yeah, but like then you get a long range weapon, and then you get her spear. Like
you might be able to
kinda
throw
cooks.
the axe. Who knows?
It showed him doing it. I would hope
Oh,
you
see,
can.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, he's here. He's flying around me. What is it? No, but Aloy, you got her spear. You got that long range like bow you could use. Who would I think would?
I think personally, even though this is a really weird one, I would love if Astro just got in this really cool suit of armor and then just got this gun and started returnaling it, just running, gunning, just running and gunning,
that's
dashing like in and out of like light and it's like, oh man, that'd be cool, that'd be sweet.
I was gonna say something, but I don't think Nathan Drake does that. I'm really starting to think Nathan Drake is more like Indiana Jones. I'm like, give him a whip, cause like he like.
No, he is not.
I don't
Indiana
because
Jones.
like he does.
He's like,
But he does some crazy. He does some crazy stuff like Indiana Jones, though. Right? Don't he do some wacky, crazy stuff? Or am I?
I mean,
tripping?
he's like Mission Impossible if you've ever seen that. Like he does.
Yeah.
He's like
Like, I don't
Tom
know, like,
Cruise
for some
IRL,
reason-
low key. He's like,
Yeah. Like for some reason, I imagine him like with a whip, like for 1 second.
I mean, he
just
has a
gets
grappling
whip,
hook.
and yeah, like a grappling hook, you know?
Yeah, but he just used that to swing, and only in 4.
Oh
Only
no,
in
Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
I don't think Spider-Man's gonna be in this game. I don't think the licensing is gonna allow it.
L.
Maybe he is though. Maybe he is. Who knows? We'll see.
Dude, but imagine.
I know it'd be awesome. swinging around Spider-Man.
Astrobot swinging through their
Astro
version
Spider.
of New York.
Astro Spider. Oh, that's a fire name.
Oh.
Astro Spider. Oof.
Oh, dude, and then swinging through their version of New York.
And then in
Oh,
Spider-Man
gosh.
3, we're gonna get an Astrobot suit. Let's go.
Dude, I actually think, genuinely, I think it's gonna be one of the best platformers ever made.
Oh,
There's
I'm right
no
there
doubt
with
in-
you. Like,
there's no doubt in my mind. There's
I will
I don't
genuinely
see a world.
I will genuinely be shocked if it's not 10 out of 10 masterpiece. Like I'm just there at this point. Like
Yeah.
I'm almost 100% confident it's a masterpiece already, and it's not even out
Yeah.
yet. Which I don't ever do that with games. Like I think I usually predict sometimes that, oh yeah, I'll definitely love this game. I don't know if I've ever like said this is just gonna straight up be a masterpiece. Like there's just no reality where it's not. I feel like. It just
Yeah.
oh man. Levels wise, I said a Days Gone level because that'd be cool, like a bunch of zombies and stuff like that, and Astro kind of like taking them all out. That'd be kind of cool.
I would love.
See, I
I
think
personally would
a
love
Horizon level would be cool because then you get like giant dinos.
Yeah. I'd love a Gravity Rush level a lot.
Oh,
like
that
the
would be
very,
cool. That would be cool.
like the very colorful like space aspect, like because I love the environment of Gravity Rush. It's in like space kind of, but it's also it's so different. It's so colorful and it's very very different.
I could see them doing a Shadow of the Colossus level where you have to like platform on like a Colossus or something like that. I could see that.
I'm gonna be completely. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm hoping we are wrong, and almost all of those characters that you see, they all have a level designed that you can play as them. If they do that, I'm actually gonna go insane.
Or even just
I'd
if
like
you
to
could
think-
just eventually customize Astro to wear anybody's outfit. So you could literally just be any PlayStation character, like forever, like do like a new, like a new game plus,
so bad now.
do like a new game plus
that
as Kratos
so
the whole
bad.
time. Like, oh, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
I want that so bad now.
I know.
Oh, I really hope. If not, it's okay. Well,
because like the reason
already-
I say that is because the PSN avatars, like you can
Yeah.
do that. So it's like, okay, maybe you can't just put on a little costume, but
maybe. And you know what I love? They've already promised us DLC too.
and they teased another game already.
What?
Yeah. Okay. So okay. Yeah. So this is awesome. They pretty much already confirmed another game. So the platinum trophy for the game is called Astronomical, and the tagline is "Thank you for playing. We'll see you in the next adventure." So pretty much, I mean, it's pretty. I mean, you wouldn't just say it, but
Now here's
look,
the thing.
here's what I said. Hang on, I came up with the greatest idea of all time. All right, this is why I get paid the big bucks. All right, it's 'cause I. But anyway,
right.
so
Guy still lives in his parents'
I brought
house,
up.
but sure.
Boy, have you looked in the mirror? All right. Anyway, you live in your parents' basement.
It's not a basement. It's a downstairs.
Of ground level. It's a downstairs of ground level. Oh my goodness. All right.
Go ahead. I gotta.
Compose yourself. Oh, okay.
I gotta use the restroom real quick.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, I came up with this awesome. I posed the question, what would a sequel look like? And then I also posed the question, I wonder if there will be any third-party characters in this game. Like, I wonder if there will be any kind of third-party references. But then I said, what if this game was just completely first-party PlayStation, but then in the sequel, it's like Astrobot goes third-party or something like that. And it's like traveling multiple third-party universes in the sequel. That would be crazy. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, Astrobot has the biggest potential of all time, maybe. Like, I don't know if there's ever been a game that I genuinely just think could easily, just as soon as it drops, boom, one of the greatest games of all time. I'm so convinced. I'm so convinced because 150 cameos in this game. That is more than Smash Brothers, Like that, like, what are we talking? Now, granted, yeah, you're not gonna be able to play as all of them, but like, if we're talking Mario level of platforming, PlayStation level of what?
I'm sorry. I just came back. That's cap.
What?
Okay. What do you mean by in cameos? In Smash Brothers, you gotta think trophies, spirits. No, not even close.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Like, I'm sorry.
I didn't think about all that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I had to literally
You're
like.
right.
I just heard Cap, and I was like, "Listen, I love you, dog, but I gotta call you out."
You're right. That's my bad.
It's okay.
But anyway, like I was saying, this game it is like literally at this point, it's like the ultimate PlayStation crossover. Who knows if there's third party involved? It looks like it's got like Mario levels of platforming. It's got awesome like we're talking like Ratchet and Clank style visuals to a certain degree. We got music that is an absolute bop. Like I already love some of the music. And oh man, I just love the premise. You're just going around saving all these PlayStation characters. Like that is
I'll be honest, man. It not only the fact that Playroom is just really great. This is literally just a 20-hour supposed to 15 to 20-hour longer game. That is literally the only issue I had with the other one. I think it just needed to be longer.
Literally.
And I'll be honest, every time I see the game, I have never in my life seen a game and they keep showing it. I'm sorry, Homelander is the first guy that pops up to me. Just
it's perfect.
It was perfect.
Perfect.
There's nothing wrong. There's
literally
like I'm sorry, man.
I genuinely don't
perfect.
see how it's not a 10 out of 10. Like I just can't.
If it's below a 90 on Metacritic, critics are screwed. I genuinely can't.
Oh,
unless because
unless there really is
88.
just some issue that you would have never thought it would have. But like, I just don't see it. Like
not enough not enough women robots.
Not enough humans.
Yeah. Honestly, not enough humans. Yeah, where's the black robots at?
Oh my gosh. Like I'm personally, and I'm going to say it, I really think do I think it's going to get it? No. But I could easily see a 96. Like
Dang.
I really do
I
think
almost said it. Almost said it.
I really do think
Okay.
it's gonna be one of the greatest games of all time.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
I know we're glazing it. Like,
Good.
listen,
I don't care.
It's not even the fact that it's Sony. It's just look at it.
I know.
Literally look at it.
But then
like-
put on top of that fact that it is Sony.
Yeah.
It's like
it is something.
What's magical about the game is not that it is Sony, it's the game plus Sony. This is not Sony plus the game, this is the game plus Sony, cuh. You feel me?
Yeah. But yeah.
But anyway, Astrobot.
Well, I think we got our good glazing in, you know?
Not enough.
Yeah, I mean, but unfortunately, we gotta close this donut shop, or we're gonna be open way too long.
Do you think
And we're still continuing. The icing continues to get
no,
put down.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think there's gonna be any third party stuff, or do you think it's only gonna be PlayStation first party? See, I love my idea. The sequel is Astrobot goes third party or some crap like that. It'd be awesome.
I get that, but it depends on the licensing.
Oh yeah, I know. It's very unlikely, but it'd be
I would love for it to kind of pull an Ultimate where they get a lot of third party, but I think for now it's just gonna be focusing on first party.
I could see third parties that are like very related to PlayStation, so like Final Fantasy. I could see like Cloud or Sephiroth being there maybe, or
we'll see. I'm not 100% certain. I could see it, but I'm not confident in it. But they have shown a lot. They said 150.
Because in Astro's Playroom, there's third party. You know what I mean? So it's like
which ones are they?
I mean, Cloud is in there. There's literally a whole Buster Sword. Like
then 100%. I think he'd be in there.
Resident Evil's there. Metal Gear is there.
Oh, then there's definitely
See, but we haven't seen any third party though. That's the problem in the trailers.
Yeah, but how many did
this is a much bigger game that's costing $60 instead of a free experience automatic.
Yeah.
So it's like companies might be a little more like, I want to cut out of that, you feel me?
Yeah, but there's 150 cameo.
I know, that's what I'm thinking is like, are there even enough PlayStation characters for that? Now, granted, there are multiple characters from each game, so like there's Thor, Kratos, and Atreus.
Yeah, they went
like,
crazy.
Both Gravity Rush characters are in there too.
Yeah, and you were right. That black cat, that is the cat.
Is that also the cat from?
Yeah, and also the main protagonist, the blonde hair girl, her name is Cat.
That's right. You're so right.
Yeah,
I know. I couldn't think of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think she did name her Black Cat, but I can't remember exactly what the name of the cat is. And I don't fully remember the red black hair girl. I don't remember. But yeah, there seems to be 3 reps of everyone. I did see
Yeah.
Ratchet and Rivet. I would assume
Yeah.
Clank is
Yeah, if
probably in
Clank's
there.
not there, that'd be crazy.
Yeah.
I wonder if
I
villains are
don't.
gonna be in it because, like, is Doctor Nefarious maybe? You know what I
Ooh, that'd be
mean?
kind of hype.
I know,
Ooh,
right? Just like you're in the Ratchet and
I'm,
Clank level, you find Rivet, you find Ratchet, you get to the final
yeah.
boss, Nefarious. Like, oh my god.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I like Clank, but I think if they chose Doctor, like,
Nefarious.
sorry, yeah, Doctor. I wanted to say Cortex, but that's Crash. Yeah, Doctor Nefarious. If they put him over like Clank, I wouldn't be mad. I think it makes sense. You know, like I love Clank, but I do think having the villain is very like. I think that's really important,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I do think
Sly
it's also
Cooper's in
weird
there.
you didn't
Sly
put both.
Cooper was in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the goat. But I don't know who else you would put in from Sly Cooper. I don't really
I mean,
know anybody else.
his crew,
I guess so, yeah.
like the turtle in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Could do him.
I remember you going over that, and some of them I was just like, how do you not know who these are? Like, there was literally a knight. I'm like, bro, that is literally so obviously Demon Souls. There is nobody else.
That's what I
can
said.
think
That's
of.
what I said. I literally said Demon Souls.
Yeah, but you were like, but you were like, is it Demon Soul? I'm like,
Well,
who else looks like that in a knight? Like,
it's a knight, bro. It's a knight in armor. Like, there's multiple characters.
that's Demon Souls. No,
like-
that's literally only Demon Souls. No PlayStation franchise that I can think of, it looks like that. Also, that skeleton, I don't think. Who did you think that was? I thought that was the medieval skeleton.
Skeleton.
Yeah, there was a skeleton-looking one that you were questioning, and I'm like, is that not the skeleton from medieval? Is that not what they're going for?
I'd have to relook at that. But his name is
Yeah,
Sir Daniel.
I don't know his name.
Sorry.
Is that actually Sir Daniel?
Yep.
Oh, dude, imagine, bro, a Concord rep.
Oh dear. Yeah, it's probably gonna be Joel, Abby, or no, Joel, Ellie. Oh yeah, and Abby. Yeah, it'll probably be Joel, Ellie, and Abby. Or no, it'll be Joel, Ellie, and like a monster. It'll be like one of the monsters from the game, because they had like mushrooms on their head and stuff.
Yeah,
I saw one of them in there.
Dude, I'm so excited.
I know.
You gotta stop.
I know.
I took half off next Friday. So
I
when
wish
get off
I
work-
wish you like have played as many PlayStation games as I have, because I'm probably gonna be like freaking out
dude,
24/7.
Listen,
Like,
listen. I've been doing better. Okay, you know I've been going down the list. I'm getting there. Okay, I'm trying.
for example, like I'm gonna see like, I don't know, like siphon filter guy, and you're gonna be like, who that? I'm gonna be like, yo, siphon filter.
Low-key, part of me really wants to like hang out with you and play this. Like, but I was like, maybe you just want to do your own thing.
You know, normally I would say no, but that actually doesn't sound like that bad of an idea. This is like a game where that actually like works.
Well, yeah, because you play it the way you want, and it's gonna be completely different. You can't play it exactly the same, and it's not even.
Or wait, are we
It's 'cause
talking?
it's
Wait, both of us play the same game, or each of us are playing our own save?
No, like
okay,
our own separate
Okay.
saves. Like,
okay,
no.
okay. Because I was about to say like I'm trying to play.
You think
every
I'm about to
level.
let? You think I'm? Yeah,
Yeah,
you think I'm
that's
about to take turns?
Yeah, I
playing
know.
this
That's what I was
masterpiece?
gonna
Like,
say.
no.
That's what I was thinking.
No, what I'm
maybe.
saying
We'll
is,
see.
I get off work Friday,
Uh-huh.
and then I go to GameStop. I pick up my copy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, see, I ain't waiting for you though. I'm sorry.
Bro, the mall opens at 10. I get off at 10:45. I'll be there at 11.
What time does my GameStop open? Hold on.
Is it not 10?
That's the real. I don't know. Oh. Oh, blasphemy.
What do you mean blasphemy?
Oh, okay. On Fridays they open at 10. I bet. I think. Yeah.
What was it gonna open on any other time?
Well, every other day they open at 12. It's because they're not. It's because they're not the mall. The mall opens at 10, so they also have to open at 10.
Well, we'll see. I also forgot you don't go to the mall anymore.
Yeah, I also don't have work on Fridays.
Okay, well, it's fine. Basically,
I'll wait an hour. Ugh.
What my thing was is I was like, well, what I'll do, I'll go to the mall. I get off at 10:45. I'll go to the mall. I'll hopefully get there by 11. Get my copy, and then I'll head over to your place, and we can just both go crazy and experience the game. You know.
I might be down.
I think it'd be really fun.
Yeah. I think it would benefit you because you're probably gonna miss a lot of references.
Maybe.
Probably.
But also,
maybe.
I just want to. I want to experience a game with someone live.
I want to experience.
I want to. Like, I also just want to experience a game with somebody live. Like when you, Christian, and Isaiah did that Starfield thing, I low key, you already know, I was kind of annoyed, but I got it.
Bro,
like,
still hasn't played it.
Yeah. But
that's why.
But like I kind of want to experience it. I just think it'd be fun, and I think it makes sense. It's not a story-driven game. I think no matter how we play it, if we're both playing our different saves, you can't really.
I'll see. I'm not rushing the game at all. Like I'm gonna be.
I'm not either.
Levels.
I'm not either.
I'm like, ooh.
I'm gonna be looking around, but I'll still be playing. Yeah. Like that's what I mean. Is like I'd like to do it. Plus, I don't know. It gets a little boring staying at my house and being quiet and just, you know.
All right. Well, anyway, let's.
We'll talk about it more.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is just gonna be like a 3-hour pop podcast at this point, which is fine.
Hey man, it's all good.
All right.
We have plenty of things to talk about.
I don't know exactly the kind of deep talks you want to have right now, so I'll just kind of let you go off.
All right, I gotta ask you a question.
Yup. Yes, Black Myth is a 10 out of 10.
No,
oh, sorry. That's
no.
My bad.
That's just not true because there's no women.
There is.
I know, but unfortunately the critics didn't get far enough apparently to see that. Okay. I have a genuine question for you.
Yeah.
The last time we did something like this, we did a podcast where we talked about the problems of like the gaming industry as a whole, when we had massive layoffs and a ton of other problems. Do you think at this current moment we are in a worse position for the gaming industry than we did before?
Yes.
Okay, so you think worse.
It gets worse every year.
Okay. I want to talk about this because of the Gamescom week. Because it had me thinking about everything. Not just because of Gamescom as the event. It was because of the internet, because of just the gaming industry as a whole, and all of the drama we've had to deal with has honestly driven me away for that specific week and the week after of just not wanting to play video games. I got so tired of all of it. I literally avoided video games. I didn't play anything. And I want to talk about it because I guess it's something I'm very, of course, passionate about. But I just can't stand that no matter if something good happens, it's just not good enough. And there's going to be negativity. There's going to be more negativity around it than there is positivity. Black Myth Wukong should be one of the most positive things ever. I think there was honestly almost just as much negative as there was positive. And that's kind of sad. Like, yes, like you have people praising the game. You have talking about its sales numbers and how good it's doing. But then at the same time, you have a lot of people talking about critic reviews, lack of inclusivity, critics being out of control, trying to push agendas that shouldn't be pushed into video games. Politics do not belong in video games unless it's used towards a story narrative driven perspective. Outside of that, politics should not be involved. I don't mind if politics are involved in video games. Helldivers 2 is a prime example. That is okay. That is an idea of politics that is used correctly. But when we're trying to push agendas that don't belong in video games, that's when we're going down the wrong hill. Just because Chinese mythology wants to put a main character as a monkey and not a woman does not mean that you have the right to dictate and deduct a game an entire point because of that lack of inclusivity, which I think is ridiculous. And no matter what happens nowadays, it's just all negative. No matter any good news that can come out of something, there is just negative every second. We continue to have more layoffs. Even when a game explodes, it still has so much negativity. Twitter users and players are, in my opinion, praying for the downfall of companies, which hurts me the most because if you're a real gamer and a real fan and a consumer of something that you love, why do you want so badly for something to fail to where other people lose that? I'm sorry, if I don't like Xbox, I'm not praying for their downfall. I don't want people to lose Halo. I don't want people to lose Gears. I don't want people to lose Forza. I don't want a world where those things do not exist. I want a world where the consumers and we are all eating good and we all are getting what these companies want to give us. We want good products, good games to remember. We just want good games. But unfortunately, it's hard to come by and be happy about anything when at the end of the day, there's just going to be negativity no matter what. It doesn't matter what game you are, it doesn't matter what you do, there will be negativity. I think the only game I have seen from this year that has not had negativity, in my personal opinion, and I know we've been glazing it, I don't think I've seen a single issue with Astrobot. I don't think I've seen anyone complain about it. Literally anybody. But there probably will be. There'll be a complaint at some point. We'll see something that's crazy. I already know it, and it's going to be talked about because negativity is just what gains views and popularity. But the reason I want to talk about this is because I think it's becoming so insane that it's driving people, it's really killing people's vibes, and it's kind of a reason why I took a week break off of playing video games. Because when I watch an event like Gamescom, and I think Xbox had a great show. I think Xbox showed a lot of good things. The only things that they could talk about is how Indiana Jones is coming to PlayStation. And while, yes, I do think that was a stupid decision from Xbox, it just shows that people want Xbox to fail. And to me, you're a fake gamer. You're fake. You don't want success in the industry. You don't want good games. You don't want people to be happy. You want the failure of another company, and you want people to lose something that is important to them. And I think that's sad. I think that's really sad, and it shows your character, and it just shows that you don't care about the industry and the amount of work and time gets put in. And yes, a product may not be good. A product may not live up to its potential. A company may be behind another one, may have less exclusives, may be going more multi-platform. But why are you praying for the downfall when we could be fighting for a better outcome? The consumers get better products. We benefit more. That's the whole point. I just can't stand to be quiet anymore and see all of these problems from not just consumers but also companies. Rushed games, forcing politics and DEI in games that shouldn't have it. Games are not we make games for our own personal values, and we shouldn't try to push values into things that we didn't ask for. Like, I'm sorry. A prime example, there's a game that came out. I remember this game. I remember it. Apparently, it's very DEI filled. Dustborn. I remember they showed this game. That has had so much controversy because it is a game that is forced DEI, which, if you don't know what DEI is, it's basically forcing political views, whether you like it or not, in the game. There are literal, like, and I'm just saying this. I'm ranting about this because I just want to talk about how I think this is such a big issue. There is literally that game. There are moments in that game where you literally have to make fun of people that are not minorities, that are not literally not minorities. Like, you have to make fun of people and be kind of racist, and a lot of crazy things you have to do. And the fact that companies try to push that and try to push an agenda like that for their own benefit rather than telling a good story out of it or so, I think it's just crazy to think about how we're at a point where it doesn't feel anymore like it doesn't. A lot of companies, they don't even feel like they're doing it for the consumers anymore. They're doing it because they want what they want. And I can't I just can't really get past it. But there's so many negatives right now. And I just want there to be more positives, but I feel like every year, like you said, it keeps getting worse and worse. We're still not seeing the ends of layoffs. I do think we've had less than last year, but we've still had a lot. Still probably yet to come. Uh, I can't. I just don't know how we keep doing it. Like, Mighty Keith's videos, like, always, I love him because he explains it so perfectly. His Black Myth Wukong video is so perfect. Like, I love every time the way he talks about it. Same with Assassin's Creed Shadows. A prime example. We are arguing over a black man in a video game. We should be talking about the quality of the game and whether you like it or not. Not over the fact of whether or not you don't like that there is a black man in the game. If you want to be racist, just come out and say you're racist. It's okay. We'll cancel you and you're done. Like, it's not that hard. I don't care about that. Like, it's not that big of a deal, because you know what I care about? The quality of the game and if I like it. I don't care about the idea of, like, oh, there's a different race in a different game. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, and who knows? They haven't explained if it was for no reason or not, because Yasuke is an actual historical samurai figure, and they could make that work. It's not like they, for no reason, pulled a Disney and made The Little Mermaid, and I'm just using this as an example. The Little Mermaid, they made her black. There was no reason for that, though. They had no reason. They just said they wanted to do it. That is when I have an issue with stuff like that. You have to give a reason why you're doing this, because then you're just pushing an agenda. I am just saying all this because these are just general flaws, and I feel like we're losing the idea of what gaming is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a free creative space to show off your ideas and to make a game that you want to show the world. Not to push your agenda onto other people and force those beliefs on people. And I think gamers need to understand, if you don't like something, don't talk about it. It doesn't matter about views. Like, yes, to you it probably does, because that's all your life is probably set to do. Because if you don't have attention, you have nothing else going on. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to go on Twitter or a social media site, and I'm not going to sit there and pray for the downfall of a studio, a company, or hope a game does horrible. unless I think the studio or company is bad and deserves it over doing something terrible, or I just don't support it, and I think it's wrong, and I'm really tired of it. We should be hoping things are good. We should be looking forward, stop looking backwards, and just be more open-minded about everything instead of being closed-minded about almost every single game that's about to come out. All right. That's been locked in the chamber for a minute.
I mean, pretty much everything you said is, I mean, it's a fact. I guess for first, let me go ahead and say, you're actually wrong about the layoffs part.
Really? Has there been more this year?
Numbers wise, like statistically speaking, like factually speaking, there have been like double the amount already this year.
Dang.
It may
I thought
like
last
it may
year was...
seem. I think the reason being is because if we're talking like individual moments when layoff have happened, there is less,
Xbox,
but
yeah,
the amount
Xbox
of
had
layoffs,
2,000.
right?
Yeah, Xbox
because
had 2,000 last year, right?
Mhm.
That's why I was thinking. I was like, "That's." I
well,
don't
no,
remember
that was this
anything
year.
like that.
No, that was this year.
Oh,
Yeah.
then it was this year. Then.
Yeah, but then even then, Bungie just lay off like 300. You know, whereas last year we were seeing a lot of smaller layoffs scattered throughout the whole year, whereas this year we're seeing massive layoffs in like not as spread out. Like it's like so there in terms of like actual news in terms of layoffs, there has been less, but in terms of like actually people that have lost their jobs, it has been way more. But I completely agree with you in terms of like just negativity has just like it's killed so much, like it's taken over like a large part of what gets people excited about games. I will say I can't really. I have to do this conversation looking through the perspective of you. Because fortunately, and I'm very what do I have to say? Loki, it's gonna sound weird. I'm low-key proud of myself. Because I'm
proud of myself because I'm not you.
No, but I have managed to kind of break the habit of caring what other people think. Like, because I'm not gonna lie, you even annoyed me during our Gamescom reaction, because immediately afterwards I'm over here talking about the games that were announced, and all you were doing was scrolling through Twitter, just commenting on all the negativity, where I'm like, that's kind of part of the issue though, is people.
Well, the reason I went on there was to see how people felt about the event, and the only thing I could find was literally that.
Well, see, but that also is my point is.
Yeah,
and this kind of honestly, well, no, not that's not what I'm getting at. Is this kind of goes back to the conversation we were having earlier? Is having your own personal opinion and being objective. People care way too much about what others think, whereas I've genuinely just reached the point I am strictly playing games for my personal enjoyment. You know what I mean? And so it is fun to see what others look at. I'm not going to down that at all. Like, I still do it. But I just don't I've just reached the point where I don't let that necessarily get to me. But the reason I got here is because there was a point where you are currently at, where there was just so much, and I was so tired of it that I didn't even want to play games.
Yeah.
For like a good chunk of time. And I think you even know, like there was a period where I like did not play for like a good month or two.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, I just wasn't feeling it. Like nothing was
Yeah.
exciting. There was so much negativity
I think it's, for me, it's the idea of like, I could be excited for something, but it's fun to share your excitement.
for sure.
But when it feels like you can't share your excitement and everything gets downgraded, it's just hard to stay as excited because you're just having to constantly hear nothing good.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I know it's like you shouldn't care, but it's like on a video on YouTube. If you upload a video and all you see is negative comments and you have some that are good, but you have mostly negative, it's like, it's hard to really look at that and be as enjoyed to watch it when you know you have a bunch of people constantly downgrading something that you're proud of or something you're excited for. It's hard to keep staying excited when it just feels like everyone else just wants it to fail or not be important.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure.
And
like I definitely agree with that. Like it does
it's
suck.
like you can't share your passion or hobby. Like, you can't.
Yeah.
And I don't need that to be excited, but it does build my excitement. I want to talk
For
about
sure.
things I want to talk about. But
For
if
sure.
I can't, it's hard to really be excited. And that's why I thought it'd be really fun. And I wanted to personally play Astrobot with you, like on different screens at your place, because we could share that moment. And I think it's genuinely fun. I like to share moments like that. Because I will admit, sometimes it gets a little not as fun, like staying at your house alone, keeping your opinions to yourself, and then kind of like, if you need to, go on the internet, because the internet is just a really toxic place and it just gets worse and worse.
Yeah. Like I said, I completely agree with you. Like it does suck when there's just a lot of people hating on the things that you're excited about. I mean, even me and you had like
Even when it's
a
undeserved.
little, right? Like even me and you had the little squander that one time, because sometimes we have a tendency to get like a little bit stubborn or petty and like diss things that we like because we're trying to put it in the favor of something we like. You know what I mean? Kind of like the whole Metroid thing that one day.
I'm never doing it again.
Yeah.
To this day, I promise you, if you say you love Prime, that all power to you. I'm glad
I do love Prime.
you love that game.
I do love Prime.
I'm not gonna sit there and instantly say Dread is better. It's your opinion. You didn't ask for my opinion or my objective opinion of what I think is the better game.
I mean, yeah.
So unless you ask me, I'm not gonna tell you. You will. From this day on, you are no longer gonna hear me say objectively I think a game is better unless you literally ask me for it. Unless you ask me for what I personally think is better.
That's what I'm saying is like, I think a lot of this and that's why I said I'm having this conversation through your perspective, because like I said, fortunately I'm not really affected by it. Like I still get annoyed by it, but I don't really let it like take over my emotions or like make me feel a certain way about something. I kind of just hop off Twitter and that's it. Like, that's the end of it. But
I think it's also just because I'm trying to get into gaming more.
It is.
I'm literally
You are literally like, and I've thought about that. You're like literally, and do not take this wrong way.
Yeah.
You like the way we've gotten in. Me and you have gotten into gaming. You're like 2 years behind me, kind of.
Yeah.
Like
no, I don't take that the wrong way. Like we literally did videos together where you sat me down, I had a piece of paper, and I learned every studio, like detail by detail, and I know almost all of them now, which is funny.
The exact process, like all the same processes and just events that have transpired through my career in gaming, whatever. You are going through all those same processes, just like 2 years delayed. And that's just because you got into it a little bit later than I did. And so I do think like this happening is because of you are getting way more into games, which is kind of exactly what I did. And so, but the reason I said I'm looking at this through to your perspective is because I don't really get affected, and that goes back to what I've pretty much been trying to portray throughout this whole podcast is the only way for people to genuinely enjoy games is to push what they love about video games.
Yeah.
That is the only way to do it. And the only way to do that is to not really care what others think. You can be curious what others think.
Yeah.
That's fine. But when you start taking it to heart, taking it to mind, that's when you start losing sight of what you actually feel. And that's why I was talking about the whole being objective is kind of just another one of your opinions. So at that point, to me, I would rather just push the way I feel. Because that's the only way people are going to find the love for game. Because you literally said it perfectly. I'm sure I've said it in plenty of other videos as well. Video games are specifically designed for people to experience them in their own ways. And to feel certain ways about it. That's also why I said Star Wars Outlaws, we need games like that, where it will hit for specific people and it will not for specific people.
Yeah.
Because the people who love it are going to push it. The people who don't are going to say that. Unfortunately, and that's where the problem comes in. Unfortunately, there are people who don't want to do either. They just want to hate and point out its criticism, point out complaints and all that. And that's where we start losing sight. Because people care about those middle section people don't care about the people that love it or hate it. We just get mixed up in this huge conversation that ends up turning into negativity. And I think it really is just going to come down to eventually, and I don't know what the timetable looks like for you, but eventually there will be a point where you genuinely just start playing games for yourself.
Yeah.
And look, even I, to this day, I still go on Twitter. I still look at what other people say. But again, there's a difference between being curious and caring.
Yeah. Well, you also want to, like I said, you want to share that excitement, and you'd hope people have the same opinions as you. Like they're also excited. Sure. They also get good. Like my game of the year. I'm sorry, I don't think anything's beating it. It's just something I'm too passionate about. I think about it so much. Astrobot. I can't stop thinking about it. Like, I have not seen a lot of negative on that, and I'm glad. It's fun to see the positive, but I have seen negative on that game, and it's not even like really bad. It's just people like saying how they think the story isn't as good as 7. That's literally it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have a game that someone could enjoy, and you'll get made fun of for liking it or just anything. Like, I'm at a point, I'm not serious to a point where I will straight up make fun of you for liking something that I might consider bad. Like, I'll definitely question you. And if I'm friends with you, I may troll you a little bit. Like, just a little bit. But I really don't care at the end of the day. You like what you like. Yeah. Like, I like some stuff that I don't think many people... I like Sonic the Hedgehog. Probably one of the most inconsistent... I'd say one of the most inconsistent video game franchises of all time. And I still love him.
I have a question because I want to make an example, but I need to make sure that I'm correct in this. Have I ever made you feel bad about thinking FF16 is like one of your favorite games of all time, even though that is not how I feel?
You couldn't convince me even if you tried.
Well, no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like because like what you just said is like I may not agree with you, but I'm never gonna try to like crap on you for thinking about a game a certain way. You know what I mean? Like, if I think a game is bad and you think it's good, I'm not gonna like call you out for it.
No, I have to you, but that's because I'm petty. You haven't. You always do the really. you always do that.
Yeah.
You always do that. You do really. Really. I'm just like, okay. No, you always do that though. You're more like questioning. You're just like, okay, like you're not really like, you don't really like make fun of me for it. You're just like,
Well,
you either disagree or you're just kind of confused, like you're kind of baffled, you know?
right. So it's funny because I think, and this is kind of funny because it's all coming full circle now. When I say I don't like competing, what you're kind of having an issue with is somewhat to do with games competing against other things. Because when we have conversation about Final Fantasy 16, anytime like a hack and slash game comes into perspective and I say I love this hack and slash game, you don't say you don't like that hack and slash game. You say but it's not better than Final Fantasy 16.
Dude, okay.
So it's like that's
Okay,
when the
listen.
competition starts, and it's like,
Could I give you a counter argument?
yeah.
What if I'm not doing that to crap on the other game? What if I just love 16 so much I'm trying to glaze it every second, but I don't actually realize it?
I think you realize it. No, but like,
I'm done, dude. I'm done with. I gotta stop. I'm gonna stop giving my opinion when it wasn't asked for. That's all I gotta do.
I think
just gotta stop.
I don't remember when I said it, but I love what I said. It's if you want to make an argument, which arguments are fine depending on how you do them.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to make an argument, your argument should be promoting your side, not demoting someone else's side.
Yeah.
And that's where I think a lot of people lose sight. Like, for me, I enjoy Devil May Cry combat personally a lot more than I did Final Fantasy 16.
Yeah.
But I'm not just gonna straight out say Devil May Cry has better combat than Final Fantasy 16, because there's really no way to judge that. Like, in my opinion, like it really just comes down to.
I mean,
how you
objectively.
feel. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, objectively, the Devil May Cry is better. No, anyway, yeah.
I was a critic.
Yeah, but it's like,
I'll be honest, man. Sometimes I like to be a critic. I'll just keep it real, but I like to be a good critic. I'm sorry.
but like another good example is, like I said the other day, is when you beat Miles Morales, the first thing you told me is how much you liked Spider-Man 2's story less, instead of how much you actually love Miles Morales. And so it's like,
listen, from here on out, I'm telling you, I will not tell you my opinion of any game unless you literally ask me for it. I will not compare any
I don't know about
any of the other. I won't compare any of the. I'm literally just not going to talk about games or say anything's better. Unless you literally ask me for it.
I think,
because I shouldn't tell you.
I mean,
you didn't ask me.
That is true.
Like if we're talking about Metroid Dread,
competing, yes.
Yeah, if we're talking about Metroid Dread and then you're talking about Metroid Prime, why all of a sudden should I just tell you, oh yeah, Metroid Dread's better?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Literally.
You didn't ask.
Yeah. I know.
It stops today.
God, bro, that happened like 10 times with Metroid with you. It was so funny.
Yeah.
But you know what's even funnier, which even makes it even more ironic, is I agree with you. Like, I never once said you were wrong. I was just saying I love Prime and Dread, but you were always like, but Dread's better.
It's because it's the difference in just me and you, because you do it in a like baffled, like, really, and then I'm just like what? Like you really,
you're like L take
cool,
mid, like
yeah, L take mid.
You like make like a really
even
disgusted face and like
But like, but low key, I'm like okay with it. I just don't agree with it. But like, I like to troll a little bit and be like, yeah, I'll take mid.
But yeah, it's just like, yeah,
I hate
don't know.
politics.
Agreed.
Politics are the worst thing
Agreed.
ever.
Um,
Like actually, I think it has to be the worst thing ever.
I
See,
will
the best
say,
thing ever
I will say
is music.
now. Hey,
I do
you know
believe
what?
that.
Actually,
That's the
there
greatest
really
thing
isn't.
ever
There
exist.
really isn't much like. I never really hear much like too many negative things about music, like
Dude,
overall.
hear me out. It's the best thing to ever be invented.
Whoa, you can't say that on a
All
video
right.
game podcast. Hold on.
Dude, I don't care. Video games
You're
would
fired.
be nothing
Go.
without video games would be nothing without music. Life itself would be nothing without
Ooh, I
music.
disagree.
What is the significance of a okay? There is a significance, but the beauty of a wedding, where would that beauty come without music? There'd be no dances. There'd be no music to walk down the aisle. Weddings would lose a lot of significance just from that little detail. Yes, you still get married and it's important, but those little details like music means a lot to something like that.
I agree with like music means a lot, and it definitely
I
heightens
think
things
music
a
is
lot.
literally.
I don't
music
agree
is the
with
number
things
one thing
would
in
be
the world.
nothing without music. I don't agree with that. But
I think if you took away music, I think the world would be cooked.
that I agree with. Yeah, that I agree with.
I think if you took away music,
Music's a universal
yeah,
language.
I think would be cooked.
Yeah.
I literally think
And funny thing is,
I
we're
hate
still
to-
cooked. Anyway,
I hate to say it, fellas. I do. If we had no music, just take me. Just let me die. I'll go. I'll leave.
Okay.
Because there's no point. I can't live without music. That is the literal greatest thing on the planet. Music serves more of a benefit than humans.
I do not condone anything Austin is saying, ladies and gentlemen. This is. I wish you all very happy lives and
Listen.
prosperous
Okay.
futures. I'm listening.
The weekend has given me
is the
more
weekend.
satisfaction than my own parent. No, no, I'm kidding. No, okay, let me not do that.
All right,
I just
moving
think
on.
no.
How about
no,
Astrobot?
I just,
huh?
no,
Looks great.
No, we're done glazing Astrobot.
no.
I'm sorry. That was my own tangent. I just think music. I think it's the literal greatest thing to ever exist, and I stand on that. I really do. I think music is number one. I think a world without it is awful. I think so many things lose its significance. It's still there, but it's not as special anymore. Like I said, a prime example for me, a wedding. I think where's your dance? There's no music.
Not
You'll
important.
walk down the aisle.
Not important.
There's no.
A wedding ain't important. Just joking.
Yeah, from my point of view, yeah. Honestly,
Yeah.
no.
Uh,
That's not. Okay, that was a weird tangent. But yes, I'm glad you agree with all my stuff. I guess really quickly, very fast. How do you feel about pushing politics into video games and onto people? A forced agenda.
I care about pushing politics away from me.
W. I
don't-
like that response.
People can spend however many hours they want wasting their life talking about politics. I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
like,
if they make them. Yeah, if they make them, don't buy them. Call them out.
it's like
and
it's like okay, bro. I gotta call him out here. I'm sorry. It's like Kai, dude. Like, bro is never gonna touch Assassin's Creed Shadows or Star Wars Outlaws in his life, but he's gonna spend a couple hours watching YouTube videos about all the politics about the game.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. I really don't. Like, and then he says he hates politics. Like, what? Like, I don't get it. I really don't get it. Like, yeah, I just
Bro,
don't. I just like I literally could care less. You know, like
Yeah.
I
I
don't know.
only care because it's really getting to a point where they're trying to take over. Like they're literally trying to push
Literally,
this
the
agenda
only
on.
thing about politics I like is the memes that come from presidential debates. Those are funny, dude.
Literally.
That is funny stuff.
Yeah. But it's just like the fact that we're getting to a point where companies are ruining character designs as well to fit an agenda. Just I can't do it anymore. Like it's getting so annoying. Like stop trying to change things for no reason. If you're gonna change
I
it, give it
will.
a
Okay.
reason, and I'll be okay
Ooh,
with it.
this is an interesting topic. Okay, I will say, I agree with you. I hate when companies change something because of some agenda or something. But what I will say is, if there are some games that positives can overtake some negatives, then that could still be the same thing for some games that do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's a good example? I don't know.
Of like what?
Like, okay, well, you know what? I'll just say Silent Hill 2. Why not?
Yeah.
Even though
From
everything
I already
I've
knew you were gonna say it.
from,
yeah.
from everything I've said, I don't really, from what I've seen, I don't think the game looks that good.
I think it looks it looks
I-
okay.
we'll
I
see.
have one complaint that I genuinely don't like, and it's that they destroyed the way that one
Right.
girl looks.
Right. Well,
They destroyed her.
So I'm taking that example. If Silent Hill 2
Mhm.
comes out and it's just as good a story, the visuals
Yeah.
are really, really good, the music's still really good, but unfortunately, you hate the game because of a character design, okay, that's fine, but like, but then there will be games where you're like, well, I don't like this certain thing, but these other positives make up for it. So I
Yeah.
absolutely love it. So it's like, again, that's kind of feeding into the paying too much attention to politics. Like, it sucks, but like, you know, something my mom told me one time when I was really young. Don't let others
Good
others,
old mommy.
What? Whoa! What?
Good. I was gonna say good old mommy Murr.
Oh, yo, Mama Mur. No, it's Yo Yo
Yeah, Mama
Ma's her
Murr,
name.
bro.
Yo Yo Ma's her name. That's her tag. She
Yo,
goes
Mama
by
Mama Murr goes
Yo-Yo
kind of
Ma.
hard.
Yo Yo Mama.
I don't like that.
Yo Yo Mama Mur.
No,
Yo-Yo.
I don't like
Yo Yo
that.
Mur.
I don't like the yo. No,
Okay. you
I don't like
You
that.
don't like the yo yo?
No, the yo it just I don't like it.
All right.
It
Well, anyway,
it-
what I was
it's
saying is, my mom told me one time when I was young, don't let others steal your joy.
Let
I'm
them
not.
steal your depression.
I'm not going to let one thing or a couple things distract from some amazing things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm using Silent Hill 2 as an example because I do think, like, you know, the argument can be made that, yeah, there are some character designs that look bad. There were some things that I'm questioning the decisions. But, you know, all the other stuff, I genuinely just don't think looks good. I don't think nothing's a political issue with it. I just think, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely think, again, it just comes back to the thing. People care too much about the negatives rather than the positives.
Yeah.
But that goes back to your whole argument, is that's why you are annoyed, because that's what people do.
Yeah. And maybe that's why I feel so inclined to have my two perspectives, because I feel like nowadays you can't even say all your personal opinions without
Yeah, but see, that's my
being
exact
hacked,
problem
you know?
of it. That's why I argued about it, because of issues like this. Because I would rather just have the way I feel rather than caring about others. Like, again, I can be curious, but I should not change how I feel whatsoever based on other people, because, like you said, it is an art form for everybody to experience differently.
Yeah.
And
And I
if
guess,
that
like,
is the case,
yeah.
if you are supposed to experience it yourself in your own way, then that is what your review, like, that is how you should feel then.
Yeah.
But
I guess, like, the other way for me then is it's like, it's just, in my eyes, it's like a different way to have an excuse to be like, if this wasn't, I guess, me, I guess.
if
Like,
you
if
were
it
trying to
wasn't
fit
me,
into others,
like,
the
it more
masses.
seems like, the more I think about it, it's like I want to think I'm a different person. Like, I want to take my opinion how I feel and just negate it and be like, yeah, I'm a different person entirely, and this is how I would feel objectively without any personal bias to how I feel, you know?
Like it's almost like sometimes people try to force the perspective that we're a bigger fan of something when we're actually not, or something like that. Like, what's a good example? For me, I'm trying to think of an example for me. Like a game that, like, I'll say, like, oh, I'm a huge fan or I love, but in reality, like, I don't, like, really love the game. I would say,
You literally just said one recently that I can't remember.
honestly, I would say Bayonetta. I've said I like Bayonetta, but, like, the only game I've played I didn't like, so it's kind of like me being fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the reason I say that is because so many people do like Bayonetta, and I've heard they're so good. But from everything I've experienced, I don't like it. So
You gotta play 1 and 2.
I do have to play 1 too.
I think those I've heard are fantastic. So.
But I do sometimes think, it's kind of like you with we had this conversation recently, the mythology games. Like, it sometimes it does kind of seem like you're trying to force yourself to like something, even though you just don't vibe with it, no matter what.
I'm gonna find one mythology game that I'm gonna like without trying to like it. I promise you, there'll be one. I mean, I wouldn't
you
say
like Immortals,
like I said,
didn't you? I don't know.
like, I like it. I don't love it. I just like it. It's good. Like, that's my thing, is I don't dislike it. it just doesn't, I don't love a mythology game yet. Like, I really like God of War Ragnarok. I think it's great. I don't love it. I like Immortals Phoenix Rising. I don't love it. Black Myth Wukong doesn't fully interest me.
Actually, apparently Black Myth Wukong is not mythology, I
Really?
Yeah. So
Chinese mythology?
I took a trivia for Black Myth Wukong, and the first question is this game based off of Chinese mythology? I answered yes, and that was wrong. So I guess it's just a Chinese folk tale. Like, it's just like a Chinese, like, tale, like lore or whatever. I don't know, like, because it's inspired by Journey to the West, which is like a Chinese story. It's not directly tied to mythology, I guess.
The novel is a fictionalized account of the pilgrimage of the Chinese Buddhist monk.
Yeah, so it's not mythology.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know that at all.
Are you? Wow. Okay. Wait. So then I kind of beat the allegations. Yes.
Oh,
yeah. What are you gonna do now, John? It's not mythology.
I didn't like it. I didn't love it because of mythology. I love it because I love it. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you were like, you're not as interested because it's mythology.
What is it you don't like about mythology? Can I ask? Because to me, it's just like a story. Like, I don't get, like,
Bro,
what it is.
I literally don't even think about that. I just don't love a game that has mythology yet. That's literally it. I can't explain it. It's just how it is.
But there's got to be something that doesn't intrigue you about it.
Sometimes you just can't explain it. It's just the look of the game.
I feel that.
It just doesn't. It's not doing it for me. I remember, because I did the same thing. I tried to give you reasons why I didn't put Doom Eternal at S.
Dude,
At the
this
end
guy, this guy cracks me up. Let me tell you, he's over in the same night, guys. I kid you not. In the same Snapchat conversation, he sends me like this essay. He's like, "Bro, I think I cracked the code of why I don't love Doom Eternal, like you and Christian, and why I'm not interested in Black Myth Wukong. It's because I just don't know what's going on. There's not enough of a story." And then literally like 2 minutes later, he's like, "God, I feel like replaying Stellar Blade, guys. But there's like no story in that game. That's like the only complaint I have." I'm like, "Are you kidding me right now? Like, what are you talking about?" Like, it's literally the funniest thing. This guy cracks me up. Like, because I literally knew exactly where it's going. As soon as he sent the essay, I'm like, I even wanted to respond. I'm like, I mean, what about Stellar Blade? But I was like, you know what? I'll just let him.
Is this dude serious?
Yeah, is this guy serious? But yeah, it's just funny because, and at the end of the day, and that's because, back to our conversation, it's unfortunately as bad as and mean it kind of sounds. It's sometimes we just try to fit into places that we don't necessarily belong. Like,
Yep.
like if you just
I
don't
can
like
barely-
something, you don't like something. Like that's just how it is.
Yeah. I can barely fit into things physically. Why would I try to fit in there mentally?
Or emotionally.
That's mentally.
Now, granted, I've luckily trained myself, and I'm just a person who likes exploring as much as possible. And so, you know, I don't necessarily try to fit in. I more or less, I don't know. I just like, if I don't like something, then I don't like something. But like, I'm never like gonna shy away from something because I've just haven't been interested in the past, if that makes sense. But that's just how I work. Like, I don't know. I just like I've literally said, if a Bayonetta 4 is announced, for some reason I have absolutely no reason to do it, but I'm gonna be hyped because it's just a new game that I get to experience. So it's like,
Yeah, and you know what makes me sad is I think that Gamescom, I think that was another reason I got really upset. Because I lost the purpose of what I stood for, which was I get happy when other people are excited. And that entire time, I feel like I was just thinking about everything negative that everyone had to say.
mm-hmm.
And I thought more about myself in that moment, where my general views is like, if someone gets what they want, I'm happy. Like, yes, I sometimes troll you a little bit, and I'm like, how can this guy be so excited for Planet Coaster 2 over all these other games? But low key,
I'll tell you
I'm
a list
really
of reasons.
yeah, but low key, I'm really like happy for you. Like, I'm glad you get that excitement and that happiness and that passion.
You think Planet Coaster 2 is bad? Just wait till Ghost of Tsushima 2 is. Oh, it's over for everybody.
Like,
oh, it's over.
Yeah, you're getting the quadruple
Low-key,
Krabby Patty
bro, I'm
Deluxe.
kind of worried. I'm kind of worried because as soon as Ghost of Tsushima 2 is out, I don't know if I'm gonna be hyped for anything else. That's gonna be like the only game I'm hyped for.
Bro,
Low-key, bro.
No, you'll be
That's
fine.
fine.
If I can be hyped for other things when my most anticipated game of all time comes out, then you're fine, bro. You got my Infinite Wealth.
Oh.
Bro, I literally nothing could have. Oh, dude.
See, I didn't feel you were as, what's the word? Outgoing.
I took a week off.
Outgoing. No. Not that, like, leading up to, like, you weren't like inserting it into every conversation as I do with Planet Coaster.
Well, because it was my thing. No one else. You weren't gonna play it, I'm pretty certain. And then Christian wasn't, so I was like, it's just a me thing. So I just didn't want to push it. But I was like, I don't need to talk about it. It's coming.
Man, it's a shame I don't.
I'm ready.
Man, it's a shame. I don't know why I don't connect with.
Just like it.
The Like a Dragon Infinite Well. I'm just such a classic Yakuza player. I don't know. I can't.
I get it. And it's okay. It's fine. I understand. I do wish you could, because you can. I mean, even you can admit
This
the
is the same
turn-based
conversation
is
as like Spider-Man, low
yeah.
key, because I started with the classic ones, and so the newer
Mhm.
one kind of seems, I don't know, it's just off to me, right?
Yeah.
And then to you,
I
you
just
started with Miles Morales, so Peter Parker's kind of just like whatever to you. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So it's kind
But
of like
I
that.
also I guess I just find it crazy in my mind how you say like the turn base is really good, but it's not good enough to where you just won't play it. I guess that's what I guess I don't know. Like I just wish you would, but it's okay if you don't. It's your decision, but I do think you're missing out. But it's your decision, you
Yeah,
know?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's just, again, it's just because early,
You have a preference?
yeah, just early impressions mean a lot. Like early impressions are low key everything. I've said it
Yeah.
multiple times. The opening is the most important thing in a game to me personally. Like, or that's the things I like the most. I like the openings the best in games. Um,
Mhm.
and it's because your early impressions mean so much. And so, me playing Kiwami 1, 2, 0, and all that, I basically grew a perspective and perception of like what Yakuza is, and
Mhm.
that is the beat 'em up action or RPG with its storytelling, and the newer Yakuza's is just different. It's not bad. It's just different. And it's not. When I hear Yakuza, my mind instantly goes to those first 3 games that I played,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah,
want
but let
something
me
like
counter
that.
argument.
Yep.
Counter argument. It's not Yakuza. It's Like a Dragon.
You can. You can.
That's what they did. That's what they changed the title to. That's why. Think of it like that. Those are the Like a Dragon games. They're not Yakuza games. They're
Actually,
Like a
7
Dragon
is called
games.
Yakuza Like a Dragon. Thank you.
Last time I checked, I'm blind, so I don't see
I believe it.
that.
I believe it. But
That is
yeah,
true.
I don't
Yeah.
know. It's
I
just
mean, it's cool. It's fine. Like I just wish I could share it with you because I love it, and even you admit it's great. It's just not
I mean,
something
yeah,
that you
I
want to.
can't say negative things about it. Like
Yeah,
there's just nothing negative about it. I just don't personally
it's just
vibe
not
with
your
it.
preference.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. Like I'm not gonna genuinely like make fun of you for it, call you stupid. It's just how you feel. I'm just gonna say I think you're missing out, and I'd love to talk to you more about it. But that's literally it. Like if you don't want to play it, you don't have to play it. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. That goes
I'm
for any
glad we,
game, guys.
dude.
That goes for any
I,
game.
I'm glad we brought up all this because I just like talking about this stuff. This is what makes me like video
I agree.
games. This is
I
what
agree.
makes me want to play, makes me want to do this stuff. Not all this stupid
Like,
stuff.
and it's things like this that, like, you you have like a massive backlog of games that you want to play, right?
Oh yeah.
And because of all when you take into account this entire conversation we've had today,
Hmm.
people, no matter how fair or open-minded people try to be, they are going to have a bias no matter how fair or open-minded they try to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it just goes back to just vibing with something. Um so it's almost like I could go through your entire backlog, and I may be like slightly off on a lot of them, but like I can pretty much guarantee where you would score almost all these games just because I know how you vibe with things. I know like you're biased. Like there are games that I just know no matter even if I try to convince you or not, you're just not gonna agree with me because of your vibe. Like I've had this
Hmm.
in my head for a while. I think there's a 0% possibility you like Ghost of Tsushima to the way I do, because
Hmm.
I just don't think you're gonna vibe with it the same way I did. And that's also why I think the whole I don't know. It's hard because in one side of the argument, I could be like, I could point out that a couple months ago you said you're gonna try and play as many games as possible and you're gonna try and broaden your horizons, but all the games you've played in the last 2 months have kind of still been in your alley for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be like, you haven't really explored. You've played newer games in your alley, but you haven't like really gone too far outside of your alley. But then at the same time,
here's the real issue.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the real issue. I've purchased a lot of games that are not down my alley.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is like, no matter what you say or do, everybody's gonna have their bias and their own vibes when it comes to things. Yeah. But then on the other side of the argument, it's like a lot, maybe some reason why you don't vibe with certain things is because you haven't experienced something yet that can help you get that vibe. Like, it happens with music all the time. I have this a lot. I listened to some artists when I first started listening to hip-hop, and I was like, I don't like it. But then I find an artist that's similar that I really love. I get so attached to his music, I'll then, like, a couple months later go back to that first artist I listened to that I didn't like and be like, actually, you know what? I do kind of like it now. And that's because it's just like an attachment thing. It's just bias. It's just personal opinion. Like, that's all it is.
See, my issue with music is I'm more of like a critic with music, but my personal bias, it's harder to please me with music. That's like, my only thing.
I remember you said whenever you were telling me you were doing this backlog, you like one of the games is like, I got Titanfall 2 on this list because I need to understand why you and Christian love it. We love it because that is our stuff. That is our crap. That game is our crap.
But I'd also like to try it because maybe I would also, fall into that. Maybe I would find something. Another example, Life is Strange remastered collection is literally on the PlayStation deals right now. I thought about getting it because I genuinely want to know what's so special about it, and maybe I'd enjoy it that much. Even though I don't think I'm a big fan of those games, only because I hate decision making. And I hate decisions where I get a character killed or something bad happens. I genuinely hate it because because it literally it just makes me sad. I will say, let me tell you something. I loved and hated our playthrough of The Quarry. I loved every second of it, but every second I had to play, I literally just didn't want to because I just did not want to get a character killed. And fortunately, I didn't. But I also had the easiest characters in my opinion.
God, The Quarry was
most of the way
what a good game.
Most of the ways that they died, literally my characters basically died from other people's decisions. And no, that was not my fault. Jacob had to get stuck in that cage no matter what. And you tried to tell me that I could have avoided that. I couldn't. It was up to you to save Jacob's life and you failed.
Yeah. Sorry. But that was nah, it really is like I could tell you right now, you're gonna think Just Cause is like a whatever game.
We'll see.
You're gonna not like any Assassin's Creed, or no, not Assassin's Creed. Ubisoft game. You are not gonna love any Ubisoft game. I can almost guarantee that.
John,
outside of Rayman. Outside of Rayman.
You don't know that.
You're right.
You never know
because you don't try it. Ever since this backlog, I don't care what you say. I've been observing this. You've been avoiding Ubisoft. You've been avoiding Ubisoft at all costs, bro. That's like life or death situation with Ubisoft. For some reason, I don't understand why, but I don't know.
It's okay. You want to know why?
And they're not American.
No, because then you made fun of me for purchasing games and not playing them. So now I'm like, I gotta focus on the games that I purchased because I bought them, and why am I not playing them? but also
But you have Ubisoft
there's
Plus. You've spent
but there's
$130 on Ubisoft Plus. Haven't played a single Ubisoft game.
That's not true. Not 130. It's probably less than that, but it's whatever. Also, you are correct. I'm also just more interested in a lot of stuff that Ubisoft puts out. All right, my next game after.
If you see, and that oh, this is such a perfect example. You have been glazing.
I have an order.
You have been glazing Metal Gear Delta, and for good reason. The game looks amazing, right?
Yeah,
I kid you not, bro.
Look,
I'm not about to say Splinter Cell's on the level of Metal Gear, but if you glaze that, there is absolutely no reason you wouldn't love Splinter Cell. It is pretty much second in command with Metal Gear. But for some reason, you're like just completely avoiding it. And it's because it's just Ubisoft. Like, that's really the reason.
It's not that it's Ubisoft. It just, Ubisoft, I guess it just don't, they just.
I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why. It's because you have a personal attachment to Smash, and Snake is in Smash.
No, not really. Snake, I mean, he's cool. I think that game looks phenomenal. Like, I don't know what else to say. I just don't. When I look at Ubisoft games, I just don't think, yes, I need to play this. This is something I want to play really, really bad. Like, it just don't hit me, you know?
But then you look. See, that's just so interesting.
What?
Is it because, I don't know, because you see that with Metal Gear, but then you don't see that with Splinter Cell? It's like the only difference is Snake and Sam Fisher.
It's just the vibe. I don't know what it is, like just the vibe of it. It just feels different. Like I don't know. It just I can't explain it to you. But no, you're literally saying it, the vibe, and I'm just saying you don't vibe with Ubisoft. You just don't. You just for whatever reason there's no crystal clear reason why you don't vibe with Ubisoft. You just don't. But I think I just gotta play and just see where I stand. I gotta try stuff if I'm interested, and maybe I will start to vibe with them. You know?
Well, yeah, and that is what I was gonna say. Is it's always gonna take is for you to find that one thing that you love, and it'll just give you a whole different perception on a bunch of other things. Because I realized this yesterday because I did a ranking of my top 15 studios currently.
Yeah.
And at number 2, spoiler alert, I have Remedy. And that's because of Alan Wake 2. Ever since I played Alan Wake 2, for some reason, I love Control and Quantum Break and all those games much more than I did beforehand. And those games had nothing to do with Alan Wake.
Wait. Quantum Break is Remedy?
Absolutely.
What?
Yep. They made an Xbox exclusive, Quantum Break.
All right. Okay, I did not know that. I literally camera. Come on now. Like,
yeah.
What are we doing?
Break. But like,
wow.
Even though Control and Quantum Break and all those and Max, I've never played Max Payne in my life, but for some reason I'm super hyped for those remakes now. I know nothing about Max Payne, but because of Alan Wake, my whole vibe of just Remedy entirely has shot up completely.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I feel about Ubisoft, like, in a way. There are, like, 2 things in Ubisoft that I absolutely love. And because of those two things, it just gives me a whole different vibe about Ubisoft entirely.
Yeah.
Even though, like, a lot of those things aren't, like, my favorite of all time. I'm super hyped. But because I fell in love with Alan Wake 2, even though they had nothing to do with it, Remedy entirely has shut up, and because I love Control way more now, I love Quantum Break way more now, I'm excited for the Max Paynes way more now, and they have nothing to do with Alan Wake, but just because I loved Alan Wake 2, it just gave me a whole different vibe with it. I don't know, like,
yeah. So
it really just comes down to that, and it's not a thing that you can just force. Like, it just happens. Like it genuinely just happens. Like,
and I'm not trying to force it. I want to try. I just want to see if I even, like, can get to that point.
Yeah.
But I'm glad I'm doing this because it's opening my eyes to stuff that I may like more. Like, I'm glad I'm playing Titanfall 2. Like, I haven't loved it, but I really enjoy it, and I can see why you guys really enjoy the game. Like, it's super fun. I'm definitely not in the same like realm as you guys, but I'm glad I get to experience it and understand a little bit more like what makes it special to you guys.
Hmm.
That alone like makes me happy. Um, and it's like sometimes I'd like to understand,
I
why do
do
some
also,
people like
sorry, I also do think timing is a thing
hmm
when it comes to a lot of games because all these games you are playing late.
Yeah.
Whereas me and Christian played Titanfall 2 when it dropped, and when it dropped, that was like,
Yeah.
that was the thing. Like that was like
I
the
will
holy crap
say
moment. Whereas now it's
yeah.
like, oh yeah, Titanfall 2.
Yeah, that is true. I will say when a game drops and it's so much fun,
That's why a lot of our
it's gonna hit
favorite
different.
games are more modern because it's just so much more exciting when they come out. Like it's just how it is, and that's the whole point of recency bias as well. That's But at the end of the day, it's all just bias. It's all personal. Like it no matter what. Like that's like when you like. That goes back to our having a biased opinion, having an objective opinion. Like, no matter which way you look at it, it's still a biased take. It's just, are you trying to appeal more just for yourself, or like, are you trying to appeal to other people as well? It's like, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know.
Nah, I completely get it. It just has me all thinking. Like I'm just glad where I'm at, where I want to play a lot. I want to try a lot.
Because
I'm glad I finally got into something like BioShock and learning about 2K. I think it's nice. I really enjoy it.
I remember we were talking one night. What is our holy trinity of like publishers or whatnot? And I remember I said Xbox, Capcom. And it's definitely PlayStation. I've thought about it. Like it's definitely like it just has to be.
I still only have two.
Right. I remember
it's
you.
Nintendo and
I remember
Sega
you.
for me.
Well, I remember you said that night that you would want Xbox to be that third one. I see no reality where it is because you like outside of
Because they're not Japanese.
Well, yes, that is a reason. Because you just don't. That's what you vibe way more with. But
I don't know who I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be Capcom if I play like all their stuff. I think it's gonna be Capcom.
I mean, yeah.
Because honestly, it may be I love Resident Evil 4. I love Dead Rising. If I played more, like if I played Monster Hunter, I'd probably really enjoy it.
See, if I didn't know any better, I would say if they were actually good right now, I would say it'd be Square Enix because you love Nier, you love Final Fantasy 16. I don't know. It just seems like Square Enix would. Kingdom Hearts, you're like always talking about.
Well, I'm talking about because my friend, low-key, I'm not as excited as you think. I'm just because my friend, and he's really excited. But I do think it looks super cool. But I'm actually less excited than most people because I think they're going to put some really crappy worlds in. Like, I'm really afraid we're going to get a turning red world. And I really don't want that. I really don't. So that's what I'm scared of. But also at the same time, it could cook because there could be a Star Wars world, which I hope they do.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
But yeah, no, it just got me all thinking. I just like trying stuff. I'm glad where I'm at. I just don't want to lose this idea of playing things I'm interested in. I do want to have more of an order of just playing stuff, like instead of just picking things I'm more interested in because I have, like you said, I kind of have just played a lot of the same. Like I realized I've been picking Sega a lot. I've been playing a lot of PlayStation in a row. I've been kind of just picking things that kind of cater towards me more, but I kind of want to make a list now. I could low-key see
PlayStation being your third spot if you actually just played their stuff more often.
Well, what have I beat?
Because you love Miles, you love Gravity Rush, you really enjoy Horizon, you love Little Big Planet, like Sackboy, stuff like that. You're interested in a lot of their stuff. You just haven't played them yet. Like
Yeah. We'll see. I think like Capcom and
Infamous.
Sony come to mind. I really enjoy Xbox. My only problem with Xbox is I'm just not a fan of just straight RPGs. I think I've just come to realize I just a solo genre RPG. It's just not doing it for me.
what does that mean? Like
I need an action RPG,
okay,
or I need
one of these
like
podcast. Okay, see, yeah, one of these podcasts, we gotta clear the air on what the heck we view RPGs as, because what do you mean baseline RPG? Like
I think Skyrim and Starfield look boring.
okay, so you don't like Bethesda games? That's not RPGs.
No,
That's a Bethesda game.
I like Bethesda games. Wolfenstein 2.
That is
Doom.
not. No. I'm talking Bethesda Game Studios. I'm not talking Bethesda.
I guess so.
Published. Okay.
But they're to me. Okay, I hate
Because
RPG. It makes
because
no sense.
it because
Genre makes
Skyrim and Starfield are the same exact genre as Dying Light. They are just two completely different games.
Dying Light is an action RPG.
So is Starfield and Skyrim. Those are action
No,
RPGs.
they are not.
Yes, they are. They are
not an
open world action
RPG.
RPGs. Open world action RPGs. Look up Starfield.
That they better change that genre. It is not an action game.
Starfield is a 2023 action role-playing game developed by Bethesda Game Studios.
No. That's
It is.
No. No.
Why?
Even if it is
Why don't you think it is?
there's literally no action.
What are you talking about?
Bro, dude, you literally like it's just a whole lot of walking. It's just the same
If that's
stuff.
okay, if Skyrim's not an action RPG, then Dying Light's not an action RPG.
Okay, Skyrim, fine. Okay, you want to know what it is? Action to me is fast paced, intense, and that's just not what I get from Skyrim. And
Well, yeah, they're not fast.
that's probably why I don't like them. They're slow, and
Yeah,
there's
it is.
it's more about
That
the
has nothing to do with
exploration.
RPG though. Like RPG, that could be a multitude of things. Like
Okay, then fine. I just don't like Bethesda. Like, they don't interest me at all.
yeah,
Like, I don't know. Like, I played Starfield for an hour. I just in an hour I debated. I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I usually don't do that. Like, I usually give it 3 hours, but I'm sorry. I don't want to play a game for an hour and I spend my time walking, listening to a guy talk with dialogue. It puts me to sleep. You know?
I agree.
Like, it's just not for me. You know?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Um,
You know, you get to learn so much about me more and more with these.
we also get confused a little bit, but that's okay.
But that I think that's
perfect.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's
I
awesome.
think that there's some beauty in that.
Like if you want to be honest, and you were gonna hate,
there's-
you were gonna hate, you were gonna walk out when I say this. Ghostwire Tokyo and Skyrim are the same genre.
But Ghostwire Tokyo looks so much more interesting by
I know.
miles.
That's what I'm saying. I think your perspective on RPG has been ruined because of how much talk is about Skyrim. Because that's like the RPG. And so everyone's like, oh,
I just don't
because
get what
literally-
makes Skyrim.
because I'm sorry to say, like, The Witcher is the same genre as all your JRPGs, just not developed by a Japanese studio. It's literally the same genre. It's just not by a Japanese studio. But for some reason, you're like,
Well,
I just don't like the genre.
I'm just gonna give the basic answer. There's no cutscenes.
There are. What are you talking about? There's plenty of cutscenes in that.
Yeah, but they're not 40 minutes long like JRPGs.
They're very long. I don't know what you're talking about. Witcher has tons of cutscenes.
Then they're just boring. There's nothing else to say.
Because you don't.
They
like
don't interest
Western.
me.
You don't like. I don't care how much you make it a joke. It's a straight up thing. You just have some weird bias against.
I'm
Western
not
for some reason.
gonna say I don't like them. They just don't interest me. That doesn't mean I don't like them. I just don't really care for them.
That's how it
Some
works.
some have. Some have. I've been interested in Cyberpunk.
Yep.
I actually genuinely thought about playing Cyberpunk at some point. And it genuinely interests me. But you want to know why I think it does? Because it's sci-fi.
Mm-hmm.
And I like me some sci-fi.
Yep. That's why you
And I
also
like-
somewhat
now-
enjoyed Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What would you describe The Witcher as?
Action RPG.
Like, no, but like a setting.
Fantasy.
Skyrim's considered a fantasy.
Yep. So is Final Fantasy. He's gone. He's gone. Oh, you have no way around this dude. Like, it's, I don't know. You just gotta accept. You just gotta accept that you just have. I don't know. You just have like, I don't know. It's just bias. That's all it is.
I feel so bad because I wanted to get to your topic that you really wanted to talk about, but we're pushing it.
Yeah,
Like,
there's
that's 3.5.
no, it's gonna have to be we're gonna have to wait on that because I don't.
What
wanna
was
rush
the
it.
other thing? We should save it for our next podcast.
Yeah, I did
Which
put the
probably be
thumbnail. The thumbnail has this next segment on it, so unfortunately they're gonna watch the video and they're not gonna see it.
Can you like just tease me on it?
Basically, we were gonna talk about where the heck is PlayStation games.
We could just do a different video for that.
I mean, okay. But basically, I have all the research of how long it's been for every PlayStation studio since their last release and what all of them are currently working on in terms of like projects and everything.
Oh, I'd be 100% down on another video, dude. I'd need an hour for that.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we have enough time for all that, but
Yeah.
but
If you didn't want to wait on that idea, and well, actually, we could wait. Actually, we should wait on that for a little bit. Maybe wait till the state of play after. We may see maybe something.
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Maybe.
Try to find
Even though I don't really think so, but who knows? They could cook. We need another dang showcase. Sony's never needed a showcase more than now. Like these state of plays gotta go. Like, we need a showcase. I just want them to show their next 3 years. I really do. I don't care about anything else.
What?
Like, I don't even care.
We
Like,
can do it right now.
I
don't think it'd take that long. And
Okay, let me
I'm
look
gonna
into it.
record as well. I'm gonna record, so we're gonna make a separate video as well.
Okay, that's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a long ride. This is a meaty podcast. This is a deep podcast, ladies and gentlemen. We've had quite the discussions today, ladies and gentlemen. We have had quite the discussions. Oh, man, how about Astrobot, huh? Oh, game looks.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, leave me alone, Cup.
Listen,
I'll
you're
kill
starting
you.
to sound like more of an Astrobot fan than a Planet Coaster 2
I'll
fan.
I'll kill you. Some days
I will say, make sure your computer got space, because if we lose this, I'm gonna lose. Actually, you're streaming, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, true. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. So yeah, I have 2 sheets of research here. I have every Oh, hold on. Whoa. Wait. Let me. Oh, wait. I should have a third one. Hold on. Wait. Let me try and find it real quick. Um, make sure I have all the information we need before I start jumping into this crap. Yeah, here we go. So I have 3 sheets. 3 sheets with 3 different information. I have every PlayStation 5 first-party release.
Yeah.
Including when they were announced, when they were released, and the time in between that. Okay?
Yeah.
And this also includes everything currently announced as well.
Yeah.
The second
Does this
sheet
involve anything that's been... Oh, okay, you're still going. My bad.
the second sheet is every PlayStation Studios and their what has been rumored or leaked or hiring, whatever, like all the job listings of what every studio is currently working on. And then the third sheet is how long it has been since each studio has released a game.
Yeah.
So,
does canceled games come into this?
No.
Okay. Well, because some of them I'm wondering how they're doing, like, especially like Naughty Dog now. Because they canceled.
All these lists are updated.
Okay.
These are way after the cancellations.
Okay.
So, first, let's go over what has launched. Or wait, let me actually start
hold on.
recording.
Are you?
real quick.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're not recording?
All right. All right. Johnny Murray here, and welcome to another video. Today, we're going to be having a quite interesting conversation about PlayStation. I'm here joined with Axu.
Sup, fellas? How you doing?
We're currently in the middle of a podcast, and we decided for this final segment, we're going to record, do a little YouTube video on it. This was something I was just going to do a video by myself for, but honestly, it seems like a really fun conversation that we can have, and 2 minds are probably better than 1, so we're going to do it. But we're going to be going over just...
1.5, really.
We're going to be going over a bunch of different PlayStation facts. I have 3 research sheets. One of them is every PS5 game that has launched since the launch of the PS5, including when they were announced, when they released, and the time in between that. The second research sheet is what has been leaked or rumored or according to job listings for every studio PlayStation owns. What are they working on, and how many games they are working on. And the third sheet is how long ago each studio released their last game. So we're going to be going over all that, kind of speculating, because we're in a really weird period for PlayStation where, especially after this video, we're going to realize, holy crap, they have a lot coming. But we're just in a really weird dry period where they haven't really announced anything, and all of it's kind of just, they're either far along or they're too early, but they're not in like that sweet spot where they announce things and show stuff and things are releasing. So it's really interesting. But we're going to get started, and we're going to start with every game that is launched on the PS5 from PlayStation Studios games. So the first one was Spider-Man Miles Morales. It was announced at 11th of June 2020 during the PlayStation Showcase, and it released November 12th, the day of PlayStation 5. Sackboy: Big Adventure was the same exact thing. Showcase released the day of the PS5. Demon Souls, same thing. And Astro's Playroom, same thing. Spider-Man Remastered.
All 4 of those were November.
Yep. Oh, we're not done. Spider-Man Remastered was also the same thing because it came with the Miles Morales Deluxe Edition as well.
Yeah.
So 5 November games, meaning there were 5 technically launched titles, if you include Spider-Man Remastered. Shortly after, 3 months after that, we had Destruction All-Stars, which was, again, announced at the showcase, launched in February. Returnal, at the showcase, released in April. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, announced at the showcase, released in June. Horizon Forbidden West was the showcase, released in February, and then Gran Turismo 7 announced at the showcase, released March of 22. Now we get to outside of the showcase. We had God of War Ragnarok with the September reveal, and that ended up coming out 2 years later in November 2022. Ghost of Tsushima's director cut was announced at Summer Games Fest, I do believe, and it was released in August of that year, so a month afterwards. 2 months afterwards.
Yeah.
Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, September to January. Marvel's Spider-Man 2, September to October. I'm not even going to go over the dates anymore. There's too many dang dates. No one's going to remember any of this.
Yeah.
But then we had Marvel's Wolverine, which is currently announced, has yet to release. Horizon Call of the Mountain, Last of Us Part 1, Firewall Ultra, Rise of the Ronin, Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, currently is not released. Helldivers 2, Concord, Fair Games, which is unreleased, Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, Until Dawn, Astrobot, and Lego Horizon Adventures, which is yet to be released.
Yeah.
So, let's just talk about this. How do we feel about the library of first-party PlayStation 5 games currently? I'll be honest, I think it's good. I don't think it's anywhere near the PlayStation 4 yet, personally. Because when I look through this, it's a lot of smaller games, and there's a lot of remasters and collections, and there are some remakes and stuff like that. Like, you have Spider-Man Remastered, you have Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection, you have Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, you have Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, you have Last of Us Part 1. You have then we start getting into the live service stuff with Concord. We have Fair Games on the way. We have Destruction All Stars. But then you do get the big games like, Miles Morales, Demon Souls is a remake actually as well. Returnal, Ratchet and Clank, Forbidden West, Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2. Rise of the Ronin was a decent-sized game. But then after that, there's really nothing else huge outside of currently announced things being Wolverine, Death Stranding 2. So I
Did
think...
you also include, like, other shit, like Dreams?
They haven't released anything on PS5.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting that was, like, a PS4
Yep. Dreams is PS4.
thing, yeah.
And so... when I look at this, I'm like, okay, we got big games. The quality is definitely there. But, when we look at last year, the only big game that released was Spider-Man 2, first party-wise. When we look at the year before that, it was Forbidden West and Ragnarok. The year before that was Ratchet and Clank and Returnal. And then the year before that was Miles Morales. So, it's not the most consistent in terms of like releases, but what I will say is PlayStation has a really weird habit of the back half of their console generations are so much better than their first half. PS4 was like that. PS3 was like that. I wasn't alive. I was barely alive for PS2 and PS1, so I don't really know. But
dude, I hate to tell you, I really do. My dog is begging me to go outside.
Well, he can keep begging. No, I'm just joking. You can go do it. I don't care.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Just
But
go on. Explain more info. I'm sorry. I'll input when I'm just I can hear everything you say, but I'm just gonna take it as like I'm listening to you, and then I'll come back and give all my point of views.
Okay. So, I think there's a lot to like here. Like, in terms of, like, where they're headed, if we're going based off of what has already been announced, you have smaller things. Like, we got Astrobot coming out. Looks phenomenal. You have Lego Horizon Adventures. Very different, very unique. You have things like Returnal, which was a new IP that kind of did really, really well. Maybe not commercially, but did really, really well. A Sackboy Big Adventure was kind of a different turn on the whole Little Big Planet franchise. But for the most part, we've gotten a lot of sequels and a lot of remakes, remasters, and just ports. And while I think that is good, I don't know if that warrants having a super consistent lineup of games. Now, don't get me wrong, the quality is still there. I love a lot of these games. That's absolutely a fact. But then again, when we look at what's announced, it kind of is floating the exact same boat. Okay, the only big PlayStation game this year is Astrobot. That's the only one. And then there are people who wouldn't even consider Astrobot big, which I think it is. I think it, bro. Don't get me started on Astrobot. I think it looks like the greatest game of all time. But next year there's nothing confirmed except Death Stranding, which isn't even first party. I don't even know why Death Stranding's on this list, to be honest with you. It's not even first party. It's second party. But I digress. But then after that, we have Marvel's Wolverine, which we have no timetable for. And that is it. Or unless you include Fair Games. But that is probably just going to be another Concord situation. Let's be honest here. The live service approach hasn't really been working for PlayStation. And if you include Helldivers 2, okay. It's okay. But again, that is second party, not first party. And then the only other game releasing this year is Lego Horizons, but that is multi-platform. It's not really an exclusive. You get the point. But yeah, so there's a lot to like here, but I don't think 4 or 3. Uh-oh, his camera just went off. I don't think 4 years into the life cycle has the library necessarily lived up to at least what the back half of the PS4 has lived up to. Now, we're going to get Austin's takes and point of views on here as soon as he gets back. So if you're watching the podcast, unfortunately, you're just going to have to stick around. If you're watching the video, I'm just going to cut it until he gets back. I'm going to go grab a drink. So, sorry. How's y'all's day doing? Doing alright? I'll tell you what, guys. I only need 2 games in my life. Planet Coaster 2 and Astrobot. That's a fact. Low key. Like, can you imagine if they collabed? Oh, brother. Oh, man. Get like an Astrobot themed roller coaster. Ooh, I'm going to do that. Oh, you best believe it. Bro, I'm telling you, when I get Planet Coaster 2, I'm making a full-on video game park, bro. I'm building a full-on video game park. I'm making, like, I don't even know. I don't know why this is the first thing that came to mind. I'm making a Dragon Age coaster. I'm making a whole Horizon land. I'm making a whole Horizon area. Oh, bro. I'm going to be eating. I'm eating so good. There's a mythology themed scenery in Planet Coaster 2. That's one of the new added themes of the game. So I'll probably just make a whole like God of War section, maybe Immortals Phoenix Rising section. I guess Black Myth Wukong is not mythology, but I might do like a little Black Myth Wukong type thing here. I'm just stalling. That's really all I'm doing. But I really am excited for Planet Coaster 2 and Astrobot. Let's talk about some other games I'm excited about. Doom. I like Doom. Doom is pretty cool. Dark Ages looks dark, and I'm always aging. I may not be Asian, but I'm aging. Actually, I'm 2% Chinese. I'm pretty sure. My sister took a DNA test one time, and we came back 2% Chinese. So, I just had, I had Japanese food today. I think is that what you call hibachi? Yeah, hibachi's Japanese.
Good
Yeah.
thing you're not Asian, because then I'd be in love with you.
I mean, I'm 2%
Alright.
Chinese, cuh.
Uh, ooh.
Um,
Okay. Okay, I'll be completely honest with you. That took me a little longer than usual. I went upstairs. My other dog literally heard me and started barking like crazy. Woke up my mom. I came back down. This fly finally
oh dear God.
was on my chair. And you want to know? I turned off my camera so you didn't see it. It was on my chair, and I just took it. A fly swatter just pop got him. And then I had to go use the restroom.
Cool. So Austin, what is your? How do you feel about the library 4 years into the PlayStation 5?
I think the beginning is phenomenal. I think the middle, I mean, it's alright. And then like now I'm a little scared for the end here. Like I think my problem is I just think it's taking too long to get this stuff. I think Jim Ryan screwed over everything. He put so many things into this live service thing, and I feel like it's really screwing them over. Because imagine how many games we could have gotten if this stuff wasn't put into these live service titles and games weren't canceled. And I just feel like like I said, I think the beginning is phenomenal. I think the middle is where everything is going downhill. Like it's just okay. Like we're not getting enough to support. I mean, last year we literally got Spider-Man 2. That is all we got.
Mm-hmm.
That is insane for like PlayStation standards.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yep.
one game.
Yeah.
That's not really what
I keep on when
like
I
to see
think
from-
about like comparing the current library PlayStation 5. I keep thinking back to whenever I was pretty much trying to convince you to buy a PlayStation in the first place. Because when I was telling you to like start playing a bunch of games and everything, there were so many games where I was like, you should play this, you should play this, you should play. Oh, I know you'd love this, I know you'd love this, and I feel
Yeah.
like every time it was like, oh, but it's a PlayStation exclusive. It's PlayStation exclusive. It's PlayStation exclusive. And then I feel like now that you have a PlayStation 5, it's no longer that case of like,
Yeah.
oh, only on PlayStation, only on PlayStation. Whereas like now it's very fewer, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Which granted,
Now
a
I'm
lot
like,
of
get it
them,
off
a lot
PlayStation,
of them
get off
have gone
PlayStation.
multi-platform, like Persona, stuff like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I do think first party wise, it's been. I'm not gonna say bad, but it's definitely been slower for sure.
I think it's good. It's just it's the same. I like to
It's
look at it this year.
inconsistent.
I think this year right now, if we're not including September and everything else after, it is a good year, and that's it. Because the beginning was phenomenal, but the middle has been just dry. Like not a lot to work with.
Nope.
You know,
Unless you're an
like
Elden Ring
for
guy.
yeah. But like I'm comparing like PlayStation 5's generation to like this year
Yeah.
specifically
Yeah, I feel
for
that.
video games.
I feel that.
You know?
But if we're doing that, oh, I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying. Okay,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. I was gonna say if we're saying that, then next year is gonna be crazy. But no. But
Apparently it's supposed to be.
well, here's what's
PlayStation.
interesting is when I look, we're gonna go to the next sheet here, or first. Actually, which one should we do first? Let's do. Actually, you know what we'll do? We're gonna go one studio at a time. We're gonna talk about each
Okay.
studio. So, let's talk about the goats themselves, Team Asobi.
Oh, I was gonna say House Marquee, but
So
that
there,
makes sense. Well, you like glazing them, so I thought you were just gonna pick them immediately. On to House Marquee it is then. Skipping Team Asobi.
Yeah. No. Okay. But yeah, Team Asobi. We obviously know.
Mm.
Their current project is Astrobot. We don't know of any other projects. I would be shocked if they were working on multiple themes. They're a smaller studio, 65 developers. But yeah, they are.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Those 65 devs are cooking.
Yeah, they're on all cylinders right now. But yeah, we know Team Asobi is releasing Astrobot this year, and that's, let me see, how long ago? Or yeah, and their last game before this was in 2020.
Yeah.
It was. Okay, they don't say it. It says Astrobot in 12 days. Perfect. But so yeah, there's really not much to say on Team Asobi, but we do have one big PlayStation exclusive being Astrobot. I don't care what you say. Astrobot's a big exclusive. I don't care what you say.
It is.
Yes.
No, in my opinion, when a limited edition controller sells out, you're big. In my opinion.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like that alone, like think about it. You have to really enjoy something that much for it to sell out. Mm-hmm. That's big, you know?
Yep.
Like it's like with a music artist. Like if like The Weeknd, he's so big and popular, it's like he's going to sell out. It's like even with smaller artists, if you sell out, you're a big deal, you know?
Yeah.
Like you're not a small I think it's just because people look at it and it's not your traditional AAA narrative driven over the shoulder perspective. That's the only reason they're saying that. Yep. When in my opinion this game looks better and I'd say more AAA than a lot of other AAA games out there.
Yeah. I agree.
I'm just keeping it real.
I
was going to say something. Whenever you talked about, actually I'll get into it if you talk about it, about the credit platinum trophy thing. So, or just trophy or whatever. It was a question I had.
What? Go ahead.
Well, it was gonna be because you were like, "Oh, they may have another game. They already teased it." I was gonna ask something about that.
You sure?
I was gonna ask, do you see them working on something that isn't Astrobot?
Not in the foreseeable future. No.
Okay.
Not if this game is the success it is. That I think it's going to be. They're automatically because Team Asobi loves Astrobot.
Mm-hmm.
And so if PlayStation wants another one, I'm almost for sure Asobi's gonna want another one. So I just
Astrobot 2.
Maybe eventually though. Maybe eventually.
I'd love to see, dude. I'd love to see their take on another IP. Honestly, like, but I'm okay with Astrobot, of course.
Real quick, let's look at some of the second party stuff going on. You have Until Dawn remake, and then you have Lego Horizon Adventures and Death Stranding 2. So I think this is really good. I personally really like their approach to second party games. I mean, we could look at something like Stellar Blade, like Rise of the Ronin, Helldivers 2. I mean, this year has been great second party wise. And then we're getting Until Dawn and Lego Horizon Adventures. That's a lot of second party games this year. But there's just a lot when it comes to second party. But we're just gonna be focusing on the first party stuff this video. Now let's go to Easily, which this might be a controversial take, but I really don't see an argument around it. PlayStation's biggest, most important studio, Naughty Dog. They currently are working on multiple single-player projects. They have not stated how many. They have said multiple. Personally, I'm going to say there's 3. I think there's 3. We know one of them is supposedly a sci-fi single-player game. We're assuming one of them is Last of Us Part 3. And unless they're just doing 2, which I don't know. The way they worded it, it seems like there's more than 2. I don't know what that third one could be. Is it Uncharted? Probably not. Is it another new
No,
IP?
because
Maybe.
there's another rumor that Uncharted's being made by somebody else.
Yep. But we do know Naughty Dog is working on multiple projects, and their last release was in 2020. Meaning we're over 4 years since their last release.
Yeah.
And this is where a really weird scenario comes into place, because you would think, okay, so we might be getting close to their actual next game announcement. The problem was they were working on Last of Us Factions for a lot of that 4 years. So these 2 single-player games might be still early in development, even though if they would have started them normally, yeah, we would be close to, like, seeing them, maybe even getting them. But because they spent so much time on Factions, that kind of completely hindered that.
And I think that makes perfect sense, because the whole reason why they said they decided not to was because they wouldn't have time to. They'd have to focus all their time and energy into Factions.
Yep.
So, like, I think that is a good thing, but a bad thing, because I think that means that development time on those other things are slower than usual because they had to spend so much time on Factions.
Yeah. If I had to guess, personally, I think the new IP is gonna come before Last of Us Part 3. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think because I remember seeing rumors like 2 years ago that Naughty Dog was working on a new IP. So I'm pretty sure that's like at least in full production. Whereas I'd assume Last of Us is in early production, or like the early stages. Who knows? Maybe they're working on a third game that we just have no idea. It's going to be a complete surprise. I would love it personally, because I was saying how I did a top 15 studios ranking. I did have Naughty Dog on there, because even though I don't like Last of Us Part 2, that one game cannot erase all the amazing things that they have done.
Yeah.
And like, no matter what, whatever the next game they announce and release is, it's going to be the biggest deal. Like,
yeah.
So, I'm just very excited.
I completely get it. I mean, honestly, you know what I'd love to see? I'd love for 2 of their if there's 3, I'd love for 2 of them to be the big AAA stuff they like. I'd like one smaller title that's a AA.
Yeah, I was thinking that they could even take the approach of like Uncharted Lost Legacy, which is kind of like the Miles Morales of the Uncharted games.
Yeah,
it's like a smaller, self-contained experience rather than your big blockbuster like AAA like insane budget game. I think they could do something like that. I could definitely see that. I'm curious how much they're going to try and cash in on Last of Us's success, because I did see some people saying they wouldn't be surprised if they're doing like a side Last of Us thing, which I could see it. I don't know if I necessarily want that, but I don't know. It'd be interesting. We'll have to see what Naughty Dog ends up doing. Maybe it is Uncharted.
And now,
who knows? Maybe.
And now, showing off Naughty Dog's next game, The Last of Us, the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, we do know we're working on season 2.
The Last of Us, the TV show, the game.
All right, moving on. I'm just gonna go down to this list here. Sucker Punch is next here. This is my favorite studio currently. I thought about it. Because when I was making this list, I'm like, it low-key has to be. Like, if I didn't put it in there, it'd be fake. Because, number one, they developed my favorite game of all time. So that's automatic points. Like the most points anybody could possibly earn. And then they also own the IPs to my 2 highest requested franchises to return, Sly Cooper and Infamous. They are literally stacked. Ghost of Tsushima, Sly Cooper, and Infamous. That's insane.
Oh, I've thought about it. Insomniac is the best, but I think Sucker Punch is like right behind them by like,
Yeah.
ooh, like
I think
this.
Insomniac edges it out with quantity. Insomniac
Yes,
just produces way
but
more.
variety,
Oh
Sucker
yeah.
Punch. Ooh,
Well,
Sucker
Insomniac
Punch.
has Ratchet and Clank and Spider Man
Yeah, but then Sucker Punch
and Sunset
has
Overdrive.
a platformer, a it's a dang samurai like, and then they got Infamous, which like
Superhero game.
that's its whole.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sucker Punch.
I agree. I
I
agree.
mean,
Sucker Punch is
yes,
awesome. Sucker Punch is great.
they are. They just. I wish they were working on more than one thing.
Yeah,
I don't
because
think they're working on more than
where we're
one.
getting with is their last release was Director's Cut in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and from what we've heard, there's only been confirmation or rumors or leaks about them only working on one project right now, and we know it's a narrative open world game. We all know it's Ghost of Tsushima 2. We're not stupid, guys. A new IP sold. A new
No,
IP told.
it's actually Infamous Third Son. It's just going open world.
Hey, you never know. Well, I mean, Infamous
I
is
could tell
already
you.
open world, I think. I don't know.
I could tell you right now. Kind
I mean, it is. I mean, it is an open world game.
open zone maybe.
I mean,
Say it's
I
more
don't know.
open zone.
I mean, if Spider-Man's open
I
world, then Infamous is open world.
I will say if they announced a new Infamous,
Oh,
I'm
boy.
popping off. I'm popping.
Bro,
I'm.
you already,
Oh, I'm
I'll
about to
be,
make a name for myself.
I'll be right there with you, bro. I'll be right there with you
Yeah.
with any of the three: Ghost of Tsushima, Sly Cooper,
Mhm.
or Infamous. I'll be losing it either
Yeah.
way. I'll be crying for Ghost of Tsushima. I'll be screaming for Infamous, and I'll be doing front flips for Sly Cooper. There we go.
I'll be committing crimes and
Yeah.
robberies.
Yeah, for real.
It's like
But you know, I do think Sucker Punch, no matter what they are working on, they really can't go wrong because they do have so many good IP, and they're just a very talented studio. And I do think whatever they're working on is probably their next, maybe not their next, but it's soon. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's within the next year and a half, I think.
Yeah.
I would expect it to come out in 2025. I think Ghost of Tsushima 2 is probably 2025.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we are looking forward to that. Now we're moving on to Santa Monica. So we've heard a couple things. We've heard they're possibly working on multiple projects. One of them being God of War, and one of them being a new IP, new single player IP. So this is really exciting. Number one, God of War. We don't know if it's gonna be just another God of War as we know and love, or if it's gonna be like an Atreus side story, or if it's gonna be like God of War like one remake. We don't know what it is, but we've heard something God of War is in development or early stages, whatever. And we've heard that they're working on a new IP. And specifically, I think we heard Cory Barlog, the original director of 2018 God of War, is making this new IP, which is very exciting because I don't know if Cory Barlog has ever worked on a new IP or not. I'm not for sure, but this is also really exciting. I do feel like Santa Monica and Naughty Dog are kind of on that level of like, they just know how to put together a polished piece of art. Like they like, and whatever they release, it's gonna have everybody's full attention. Like they just command the room, and so whatever that is awesome. I'm just glad their two biggest studios are working on multiple things and not just one thing. So that's very exciting. Do you have anything to add about Santa Monica?
I think it's really. I'll be honest, man. I like when established studios start making new IPs because I think it's really interesting to see their different takes. And Santa Monica is really. Are they only known for making God of War? Have they made anything else?
Pretty much. I mean, I can't think of. Let's see. Santa Monica games. Oh boy, we might be cooking. Hold up.
What?
Hold up. Ain't no way. No, okay, it's not. Never mind.
The internet line.
Yeah, it said Fat Princess for a second.
No.
Yeah, pretty much just God of War.
Okay.
They released Kinetica on PlayStation 2. No idea what that even is. So, yeah. And then it's God of War 1, 2, 3, Ascension, God of War, and God of War Ragnarok. So this is probably their first time. Yeah, this is their first time doing a whole new IP.
Oh, that's hype.
And you know what's really cool is, and this is also, because this is also going back to, we were talking about this earlier. I'm right there with you. Sci-fi is my favorite theme. Like, sci-fi is my favorite, like, whatever, setting, whatever you want to call it. It's rumored that that Naughty Dog's new IP is sci-fi and Santa Monica's is sci-fi. Give me both of those right there, baby.
It may be my favorite. Like, I just like sci-fi. I also like fantasy a lot.
I think you like post-apocalyptic, like zombie stuff.
Oh yes, I love robots, like post-apocalyptic environment, whether it's zombies, robots. That probably is my favorite.
Yeah,
that probably is my favorite.
Yep. But yeah, so I'm trying to imagine, bro, like an Uncharted, Last of Us game, but sci-fi. Ooh. Ooh, that sounds great.
I'm curious. I'm very curious.
And then God of War, but sci-fi.
Egypt.
Ooh. I'm there for it. Anyway, and then Santa Monica, their last game was God of War Ragnarok, or the Valhalla DLC, which Ragnarok released in 2022 in November. Valhalla DLC was December of last year, 2023. So
I never asked you, how'd you feel about the DLC?
It's probably like top 3 DLC of all time.
Dang, I feel like I never asked you for some reason.
Because we weren't talking. Anyway.
Moving on.
Yeah. So, Guerrilla Games. They've already confirmed they're working on Horizon 3. Which, thank you. But they've also already confirmed they're working on a multiplayer Horizon game. Yeah. Which I think that could actually be, if they're gonna do live service, do something that at least sounds interesting. That at least sounds like it could work, depending on what it is.
What do you think is the go-to for a multiplayer Horizon?
I'm gonna say something like State of Decay.
Like a survival,
a survival, build your community type thing, and you can go out and fight instead of zombies, like robot dinosaurs, capture them, like go on like hunts or whatnot to do that. I think that could work really well.
Okay.
But then they also are confirmed to be working on another game. They have a third project, but we don't know what that is. We don't know if it's single player. We don't know if it's live service. We don't know what it is.
Probably
unless they are considering that the Lego game. But that's not being developed directly from Guerrilla. It's in collaboration, but it's not directly from Guerrilla.
Yeah, then I wouldn't say so.
But their last game, Guerrilla's last game, actually surprisingly or not, it is not Forbidden West. It is Call of the Mountain on PlayStation VR 2. And then their last game before that was Forbidden West, so we have a little bit of ways away from Guerrilla's next game, as well as Santa Monica. Now, this is where we start getting into things that we could genuinely start seeing really soon. Sony Bend Studio, the developers behind Days Gone. That was their last game. Days Gone was their last game, and let me see, that released
2018?
It was 2017, I believe. God. 5 years and 4 months ago. So They haven't released the game in 5 years and 4 months.
So 2019.
That is about how long video game cycles take these days. Now, there was that little hiccup where they got kind of shuffled around in some studios. They were kind of put on some kind of Uncharted project, but then that got like canceled or shelved or whatnot. And then they pitched doing a Days Gone 2, and they kind of declined that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they're not just going to have a studio. They're just going to keep paying a studio to be sitting around doing nothing. So they've been working on something. And we don't know what it is, but we have been confirmed what kind of game it is. And it is currently an open world game with multiplayer. So it's not a strictly multiplayer live service game, but it is open world, and it will have co-op of sorts. That kind of sounds like Days Gone, but it's not Days Gone, unfortunately. They've already confirmed that it is a new IP. So I don't really know what to expect from this one. You know, I thought Days Gone is a fun game. I don't like, it's nothing on the level of like God of War or Uncharted or anything, but it is
I think it sucks because I heard from a lot of people, if you ask them now, people really enjoy it, but I apparently it was really not great on launch.
Oh yeah, it was awful on launch. It was terrible. It was basically unplayable for a while.
Yeah. That's exactly what Moose Critical said whenever he talked about it, because he went over like IGN's worst reviews, and they gave like Days Gone, like I can't remember what score it was, and he was like, I don't know why people are mad at this. Like, this game was unplayable on launch. Like, yeah, I don't think the game like after everything got fixed was horrible, but like when it launched, it was horrendous. You couldn't even play it.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, how are we feeling about Sony? But like, I don't know. I don't really know what to expect from them again.
I have no idea.
I personally wish they were doing a Days Gone 2.
I'm shocked it isn't going to be a day. Like,
the game
this
sold
just
well
sounds like,
too.
Yeah, this just sounds like the same thing.
Yeah.
Like,
so we'll just have to see.
I don't know.
We'll have to see.
How much did it sell?
Over 10 mil. I mean, it's sold more than Ghost of Tsushima, I think. Yeah, I think it's like it's sold over 13 million, I think, maybe.
I just don't understand how. So it
now,
sells more than
granted, it was not a $60 game. I think it was a $40 game.
Yeah, but
that's still like
the fact that it sold. But poor Returnal, man.
I think it's because number one, Returnal was not released as a first-party game. They acquired Returnal afterwards, after it released. It was a second-party game, and then Sony
do you think if it would have been do you think if they would have acquired House Marquee before then, do you think it would have sold a lot better?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have. Not like a ton better, but it would have sold better.
Yeah. Sure. I'll get to that other question in a minute. I'll just wait till we get to House Marquee. But
Bungie is working on Marathon and in parentheses other projects. I don't know. We're not even going to cover Bungie because I don't know what's up.
I don't care. Bungie's a waste of an acquisition. They should have never been acquired. My headphones just died. Fantastic.
My phone's about to die anyway.
But yeah, Bungie was, I think, actually the worst acquisition ever in gaming.
Yeah, I agree.
They sound like a nightmare.
There's been nothing good out of it. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. And I don't think there's gonna be anything good about it. Like, I don't like. We'll see, but I don't know, man.
Haven Software or Haven Games, whatever, is working on Fair Games. That's the only thing they're working on. That's one of the studios they acquired in recent years. All right, here we are. House Marquee. So it is confirmed they are working on a new single-player action AAA IP. So it is a new IP, meaning whatever their next game is probably won't be Returnal 2 unless they're working on it secretly in the background, but I just don't think so.
I don't think it's sold well enough.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think even if they wanted to make a sequel, it didn't sell well enough, which is stupid because that game, like, listen, I love that game. I don't love it, but I can tell you now that game got robbed. That game is, in my opinion, one of the most underappreciated, underrated, and slept on in terms of sales games of all time.
It's a fact.
Like,
It's a fact.
you can't tell me otherwise.
Yeah. But yeah, so they're working on a new IP. Now, I also had House Marquee in my top 15 studios currently. And that's just because Returnal is my second favorite game of all time. So whatever they make next, you already know I'm going to absolutely be there day one. Like, I don't care. Like all my studios in my top 15, basically the way I looked at it, I'm like, what studios, no matter like what they announce, I'm like automatically there day one. Like, I don't even care. And yeah, there's just so many of them. Santa Monica, Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, and House Marquee are some of them. So no matter what they make next, I'm absolutely there for it. Fire Sprite is working on a single-player narrative adventure AAA game. So this could be very interesting. It doesn't say, and the thing is, this is what's really interesting. They did not say new IP. Which means they're working on some kind of established IP, single-player narrative adventure AAA game. And they were one of the recently acquired PlayStation studios within, like, the last few years.
Yeah. You said it's Fire Sprite. Yeah, Fire Sprite. Isn't this the studio that was rumored to be working on a horror project? Or is that a different one?
Yes, you're right. You're so right. I do think it's Until Dawn 2. Yeah, it could be Until Dawn 2.
Yeah, I was about to say this is the studio that people were assuming because it's a horror project and it's not a new IP. It's supposed to be like an established one. Yep. And there's only one IP I can really think of that is like it's a horror game, and that's Until Dawn.
Yep.
I am kind of shocked they do a sequel of that because I don't know how you continue off that.
Yeah, I know.
Like that is really weird. How do you do a sequel off that?
I don't know. All I know is I am very I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious about what that's gonna be. But nonetheless, it is another single player AAA game. Blue Point, another studio acquired recently, is working on a original AAA single player IP. So another new AAA IP.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get to some interesting things. Actually, let's go and do this first. Insomniac. They are working on Wolverine, and unfortunately, they did get that massive leak, which revealed all the things they're working on, being Venom, Spider-Man 3, a Ratchet and Clank, X-Men, and a rumored new IP. Now, all that is throughout like 2032, so like we're like, don't expect all these within the next few years. But
wasn't Spider-Man 2 like? Because I remember Ratchet and Clank was 2029.
Yeah,
but Spider-Man 2 was like
3. Spider-Man 3 was I think like
27
or 8. Yeah,
dude.
Wolverine was 2026.
I just wish they would switch Ratchet and Clank and Spider-Man.
I wish they would switch Ratchet and Clank with Wolverine personally, but because that means we're getting 3 back-to-back Marvel games: Spider-Man 2,
that's
Venom,
what I mean.
and Wolverine.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. I don't like that it's going to be the same variety. I wish it would be like, I'll take a smaller one with Venom, and then Wolverine's okay, and then Ratchet and Clank. We shouldn't have to wait 5-6 years for another Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah. But then we have studios like Nixxes, which helps port PC games, so they're not really gonna be doing anything crazy. I was
gonna ask you.
Yeah.
Do you think Blue Point? So they're working on a new IP.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be a Souls-like?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay. Oh yeah, because Blue Point worked on
Remakes. They make remakes.
Yeah, they
Up until
Ooh.
now, they made Shadow of the Colossus. They made Demon Souls. They made. I think they did like a Panzer Dragoon remake or something like that. I
Yeah.
don't know, something like that.
Oh, that's kind of hype. I'm kind of curious what they make then.
Yeah. So
If
this,
it's
is their,
brand new.
this is their first time doing just their own game completely. So yeah, it'll be
Okay.
very interesting. And we know they know how to work visuals, dude. They are. Ooh,
Yeah.
They are insane. When it
Yeah,
comes to
they know how to make you. I swear you be seeing illusions while you play them games.
Yeah.
You be seeing some stuff.
Now studios we know nothing about, like what they're working on. Like I said, Nixies. We have Valkyrie Entertainment. Polyphony Digital, which is the Gran Turismo studio, which they're probably just working on some kind of Gran Turismo thing.
Yeah.
But the big one for me is Media Molecule. We
I
know,
need to know.
we know nothing. We don't even know if they're working on anything. Like, there's been
I need to know.
absolutely nothing on this game. Personally,
I
if
need
I
to
had
know.
to guess, it's just gonna be like another kind
Little
of
Big
dream,
Planet 4?
like another kind of dreams game. I doubt we'll get Big Planet 4. I don't know, but you never know.
Listen, if they give us a Little Big Planet 4, day one purchase. Day one.
Oh yeah,
No
Well,
questions asked. Absolutely.
You
Just
say you say it like we don't buy like a ton of games day one. So like,
give it to me.
um
I need it.
but now that we're going through all the studios. Oh no, actually I forgot. PlayStation
Oh,
has something
L.
very interesting about them, which I actually love. They have these projects: the India Hero Project, the China Hero Project, the
Yeah. They're
which
going crazy.
includes a lot of games. The India Hero Project includes 5 games. The China Hero Project includes 17 total. Yeah.
I
That's a
will
lot of
say there is one thing about Sony I will give them credit for. Their investment in other studios and second party and like
It's top
third
notch.
party, it's unmatched.
Yeah, it is.
Like holy gosh, that's crazy.
I would say I would say PlayStation with second parties like Xbox with indie low key. Like Xbox loves promoting indie stuff, and they get so many Game
Dude.
Pass deals and stuff like that.
I'm telling you, I've been seeing it so much more. I've seen a lot more people beg Xbox to start locking down second party games.
Yeah. Well, they have
because they've really been,
Contraband's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. That's like a
yeah, because they could really benefit from it.
Yeah.
Stalker? Is it?
Oh,
No, that's
Stalker is-
indie.
Yeah. Well,
Or,
it is exclusive though to Xbox. They
yeah, and
did,
they're funding it, right?
Yeah, they're helping us. Like they're helping
Yeah.
production on it. Yep.
I think it'd be nice if they did. It could really help them out, I think.
Yeah.
And I think them investing would be nice. Like they're doing it more, but Sony's got it. Holy 17 Chinese games.
Yeah.
And also like Phantom Blade's in there too.
Yeah,
Not
there's a
in
lot
China,
of other
but-
like exclusives that they have
Yeah.
planned, but nothing first party wise. But anyway, now that we're done through all the studios,
Yeah.
I actually think like again, we're just kind of in a really rough period for them where just things just are either too early or just not far enough along. But then there are some that I feel like are close. I do think the second half. I do think the end of the PS5 could be really good, and I do think the first few years of PS6 are going to be insane. I do think the first few years of PS6 are going to be insane.
Oh yeah. They have to make up for the middle of PS5.
But I actually really like what I'm seeing here because you notice how many new IPs we mentioned. A lot of new IPs. Naughty Dog, Santa Monica, Bend, House Marquee, Blue Point. There's a lot of new IPs here.
Mm-hmm.
And I really
You know what
like that.
You know what that makes me think of?
What?
You know how they said they already feel like they're getting close to the end of the PS5's generation?
Yeah.
What if I feel like they're already trying to start a new generation, like fresh, like like a fresh new leaf with so many brand new ideas and like different concepts, you know?
Maybe. Maybe.
Like
I
there's
mean
so many new
that's
IPs.
kind of
Like,
what Xbox is doing right now.
hmm
Like this whole generation has just about been like, all right, let's just clean slate. Here it is. We started so many projects. We're finally reaching
Yeah.
the point where all right, they're all coming out. And now
hmm
they're even to the point where it's like, you know what? What if we just cut this generation off early? What if we just release the next console like a couple years before PlayStation? So
Yeah.
that's kind of what's happening with them. But I do love how many new IPs they have, and I do love the fact that even though we've been told there are so many live service things, I do think majority of the live service stuff is going to come from second party. Because there is not a lot of confirmed live service or multiplayer things when it comes to their first party lineup.
Yeah. Well, I also think most of it's just getting canceled at this point.
True. That is also very true.
Which still, it's a waste of resources, but I think this is going to teach them to make the best with what they have. And I also think what this could entail, but knowing Sony, probably not, what I would love to see is them utilize these live service games that may not do well and to start taking risks with smaller games. Like, it's not about taking these gigantic risks that can screw your company.
Yeah.
You know, start taking smaller risks. We don't need games to be $300 million, you know?
Yeah. So,
So,
what do we think could release next year? I'm just going to say I think Ghost of Tsushima 2 is definitely the front runner for the most likely.
I could see Blue Point's next game.
That is true. It's been since 2020, since their last game. They have been cooking something. Yeah.
I could see it. If not,
although I will say new IPs usually take longer to make because you have to build it from the ground up rather than use already made assets. So that could make it a little bit farther ahead, but I definitely agree with you. I do think we could get we could definitely see Blue Point's game soon. We could like whatever the next showcase is, I think it'll be there.
Yeah. I think you could see it next year at least.
Yep.
Probably Fair Games. I mean,
yeah, Fair Game, yeah.
If like it's already been shown, it's getting to that point where it's like I feel like
to me this is what next year looks like for PlayStation. Death Stranding 2.
Yep.
Fair Games.
Mm-hmm.
Ghost of Tsushima 2.
Mm-hmm.
Venom.
Yep.
And I was literally just thinking about it. I do think Sony Bend's game. I think Sony Bend is it's been almost 6 years since their last game. Like dog, you have to release a game. 6 years is insane.
Hey man, Concord took 8. I'm kidding, but
yeah,
it wasn't. It was just like no, but the Sony Bend has been a part of PlayStation for I don't know how long, but definitely longer.
So here's the next question: is do we think some of these Naughty Dog and Santa Monica games and whatever House Marquee games will release during the PlayStation 5, or do you think they won't come until PS6?
I think these are PS6 games.
Okay.
I think the way they describe it, the way they are describing the PS5 is close to the end. I think they've already got a lock for this next console. Like, if it, let's say 2027. Like, well, I don't know.
I will say I do think there will be at least one Naughty Dog game on this. I think it is blasphemy for there not to be a Naughty Dog game on a PlayStation console. Because if Naughty Dog does not release a game, that means they're going to go the whole PS5 generation without releasing a game. I just think that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I do think one of their games will release on PlayStation 5.
Yeah, they definitely will. It just depends, really, dude. It's just so hard. Like you can take a guess, but that's why I want a showcase. I want a showcase.
I'm
I
telling you,
understand.
if they, I genuinely do think if they did another showcase, that will be the day they like go ham.
Listen, here's the thing. I have been saying this, and I'm just gonna say it, and I know it's gonna come off as controversial because I have to realize Xbox did the same thing. We complain all the time about how PlayStation announces a game 2 years early. Xbox literally just did that with everything. And we just got so excited for it because we're genuinely excited
Well,
because
2 years
this is the
isn't
first
bad.
time.
2 years isn't bad.
Well, yeah, but I mean, sometimes for PlayStation, it's a little like something looks so good, and then it's like, oh.
Yeah, true.
Well, actually, what we really complain about is them showing it 2 years early, and then we don't get a release date until 2 years later.
Yeah, no, and then it gets pushed back a year, and then it ends up being 3 years.
Yeah,
That's what usually happens.
but I think they just need a showcase, and literally, I just want everything. I literally don't care, even if it's a teaser.
Yeah.
Just
I do think a lot of their studios should at least show what they're working on.
like even if it's not much, just
Yeah.
a little bit, just a
Yeah.
tiny bit, like get us excited and let us know that you're still cooking, you're still Sony.
I will say because like I'm thinking the end of the console generation, because like PS4, the end of their console generation was, oof, it was something. It was a spectacle.
Yeah.
They released the likes of Ghost of Tsushima and Last of Us Part 2 months, just months before the PS5.
Yeah.
Meaning they were putting out huge games right before the next generation. Meaning they were not trying to save it for anything. You know what I mean? I do think there will be some huge games in the last couple years of the generation, and I would not be surprised if Horizon 3 is one of those.
Yeah.
I just think Guerrilla, their output is really good, and it's not a new IP or anything. Came out early 2022. I do think there is a possibility we get, like, Horizon will be, like, one of the final PS5 games.
Yeah.
I also think the Horizon multiplayer game will also be on the PS5. And then also, I think House Marquee has a shot of releasing their next game because 2021 was Returnal. So I think that's also very likely as well.
I think it all just depends because it's like, also you got to think if PlayStation is going to go till 2027, which is the rumor of their next console.
Yeah.
What is going to be some launch titles for,
Right.
the next console?
Right.
Are they gonna keep God of War in the back pocket to go on to the PS6?
I think just based off timing of things, I wouldn't be surprised if Santa Monica is one of their launch things, one of their games. Naughty Dog could also make a lot of sense since they're working on multiple things. They could release something for PS5 and then be like, boom, here's our PS6 game. I could see that. Insomniac is usually always like front and center a lot of times. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Wolverine or Spider-Man 3. Yeah, honestly. I don't know. It'll be.
They like to start off PlayStation with Spider-Man. So,
I will say, I'm very curious what I was just thinking about it. Sucker Punch. So Sucker Punch, like after Ghost of Tsushima 2, where do they go next? Personally, I think after Ghost of Tsushima 2, they need to expand their studio.
I agree.
They need to be able to work on more than just one game.
Yeah.
Because they have too much IP and too much talent there to only work on one. I think after Ghost of Tsushima 2, expand, do a new IP, do a Infamous, like or whatever. Maybe even do Ghost of Tsushima 3, but you just can't only work on one game. Unless that's just genuinely what you're striving for. Like you just want to put all you got into that one game, which I respect it. But
I
you know,
want to see how many people work at Sucker Punch.
that's a good question. Look that up.
Because this
And then
will.
honestly, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if another Astrobot game is a PS6 launch title. Um, which that actually seems very likely, especially if this one's a huge success.
Okay. I just want to compare this. Hold on. Oh yeah. Yeah, they need to expand. Okay. So to put into perspective, Insomniac has 450 employees, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That is why they're able to get so many things out.
Yeah, they have multiple teams.
Sucker Punch has 160.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to expand.
Actually, fun little fact for
I
you.
would
I
love-
actually learned this today, and completely off topic, but
Mhm.
so Insomniac has multiple teams within their studio. Different teams work on different games, kind of like how Ubisoft has different teams for different Assassin's Creed games. The Odyssey teams working on Shadows, etc. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the team that worked on Miles Morales is the team that's working on Wolverine. So,
Yeah.
it's very
Sounds
interesting
about
that
right.
they would stick that team to Wolverine instead of that team on Venom, because that's what I thought they were doing.
That is wow. Actually, that is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, they work on like a smaller game, and you think they'd work on another spin.
So unfortunately, what I'm thinking, I think they put the Ratchet and Clank team on Venom. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. You go Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Ratchet and Clank. Now you got Spider-Man 2, Venom, and Wolverine. I think if the Miles Morales team is working on Wolverine and the Spider-Man 2 just released, the only other team you got is the Ratchet and Clank team, so they got to be on Venom, I guess. Unless there's one team cooking up multiple games, but I don't know.
That just sounds like a huge mismatch.
I know.
But then but then at the same that's so weird.
Unless the Spider-Man 2 team just said, you know what? We're not going to do DLC or anything. We're just going to go straight to Venom. That I could see that. Venom genuinely just being a glorified DLC. But I do find it really interesting that Miles Morales is on Wolverine.
Yeah.
Which I'm all for that. I mean, Miles Morales is freaking awesome.
I guess maybe they just wanted to venture off into something different.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah.
Cause like I'm trying to think because you would think you'd put them on Venom, but maybe they wanted to get away from Spider-Man. Maybe they were just like, we're so talented, we want to work on something else, and they got the chance to do Wolverine.
But the sad truth is, the Ratchet and Clank has to be working on something that's not Ratchet and Clank. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be waiting until 2029 for the next Ratchet and Clank.
That's why I just wish Ratchet and Clank switched with Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
I don't need another Spider-Man game within the next 4 years. I need another Ratchet and Clank within another 4 years.
Yeah, facts. That's a big fact.
Like, sorry.
But yeah, it'll be interesting to just see where PlayStation goes. But they have stuff coming. They just need to announce them. They just need to announce them. Like, I don't even care if they release like within the next year or two. I need to know what's coming.
Yeah, I hear it's coming, but I don't seize it. Where is it?
Yeah, for real.
That's why.
But I am excited. I will say I don't think their future looks gloom in any way. It's just it looks dry right now because we don't know what's coming.
Yeah.
But I do think there is a lot of promise and there is a lot of excitement there. Real quick, because I know you might just watch my. Oh no. I'll go ahead and say it. You want to know my top 15 studios? I don't know when the video is coming out, so it may be a while.
I'm gonna guess them.
Yeah, go ahead. That'd be fun.
I'm already lost. Okay. I'm just gonna throw one out because we both love them. Ryu got Gotoku.
No.
L. All right. House Marquee.
Yep.
Sucker Punch.
Yep.
There's gonna be an Xbox one on there. Which one would he pick? ID.
Nope.
Um.
My goodness.
Wow. It's all a PlayStation list.
Could be.
Insomniac.
Yep.
Okay, so I've said Insomniac, Sucker Punch, House Marquee. Uh,
By the way, I only have a top 3, and then the other ones are like not ordered whatsoever. Like I don't have an order for them.
yeah,
I have a top 3 though for sure.
yeah. Okay. Who do you love? Respawn.
Yes. Good one.
Uh, okay. Think of the devs. Think of studios. Like all companies.
I did consider putting Ryuga Tokyo in there. By the way,
know.
I just haven't like recently because of the modern.
Yeah. It's all right. Wait till their next game. They got you on the next one.
Yeah, bro. Yakuza Wars. I'm ready.
Okay. There ain't gonna be no.
I have 2 honorable mentions as well.
There ain't gonna be no Square Enix. Nintendo doesn't say who their studios are.
Yeah.
Actually, the Metroid studio,
I
Retro or Moon.
No.
Okay.
Mercury Steam is the Dread team.
Mercury.
Unfortunately, that's like
Oh.
the only notable game that they've made.
Yeah.
And then Retro Studios did Prime.
Yeah.
But no, neither of them are in my top 15.
Okay. It just sounds like a PlayStation thing. There's no Sega. Yeah, there's no Sega. Capcom, you can't pinpoint because they're all
There are
just
no studios. They're all just Capcom. It's just
divisions. Like, oh my God, it's all Sony.
I'll give you a hint. I literally said what my number
on.
2 is earlier.
I already said House Marquee. Santa Monica.
It's in my top 15. Not my number 2, but yeah.
That's fine. I just want to make sure I get them in there. Does EA have any more? There's Respawn. Oh, Remedy.
Yep, that's number 2.
Yeah, Remedy's there.
Sucker Punch, Remedy, and Insomniac are my top 3.
Yeah. Man. Okay. Xbox.
Respawn is technically top 5, I think.
Obsidian.
Yeah, it's in my top 15.
Okay. Do.
There's one other Xbox studio.
Yeah, it's gonna be not Playground. It's not gonna. It's.
There could have been 4 Xbox studios, but tragedy strikes. So.
I'm just trying to think. It's first part. I don't think it's gonna be Bethesda. Shoot. I'm trying to think. I'm really. No, maybe not. Okay, you got Forza, you got Playground, you got Double Fine. It's not gonna be any of those. You've got I'm blanking like on X. Like I know them. It's just they have so many. I'm trying to remember every one of them at once.
You already said it.
Is it? It's not Undead. It's I forgot what I said. God. I can't.
I think you've said it at some point that you think this is their best studio, or at least will be, I guess. This studio, the reason they're in my top 15 It's not because I'm like in love with any of their games, but just because they are so good. Like that is why they're in my top 15.
Oh, Playground.
Yeah.
Oh, I just didn't know because I was like, you're not that big of a fan of Forza, but
Yeah.
you can't deny the quality.
I know.
Like,
And then they got Fable coming, so I'm like, they got variety. They're insane. They're
Yeah.
They just excite me.
uh,
Let's see. You need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. One of them I'm surprised you haven't. One of them I said was in my top 15 earlier that you haven't guessed. It's PlayStation. Unless you already said. You might have already said Naughty Dog. Did you already say Naughty Dog?
yes, I
Oh,
did.
okay.
Yeah,
Never mind. All right, so there's 6 left.
they're all PlayStation.
And 2 honorable mentions. No, you.
Oh, great.
We're done with all the PlayStation studios. There's no more PlayStation.
Okay, all right. So there's no more studios to pick.
Well, one of the honorable mentions is PlayStation actually.
Devolver.
It's a publisher.
Same thing. No, I'm kidding. Ryu. So you're telling me Ryu got Kotoku's not an honorable mention?
No.
That's crazy. You like how many Yakuza games? You
1, 2,
listen.
3,
You'll love
4,
you'll love Gaiden if you just play it.
Yeah, I probably would.
But you've been waiting for the dang sub sorry dub.
I think
Personally think you should play it in sub. Kiryu's voice is amazing in Japanese. I love it.
ones that I would say like I genuinely like really like would probably consider like love. I would say 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
But like
That's a lot.
Nothing of recent years though is a problem.
Because you haven't played Gaiden.
I know, but I just don't really get excited. Like I don't get excited for I don't know.
John,
that's
if you don't play Gaiden, you are going to maybe cry at the end. I kid you not.
Sure
It is.
I love crying.
Then play next time. Okay, next time I come into your house, that's not for Astrobot. You're playing Gaiden, and I'm forcing you to play it because you're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna like it. You're gonna finally play it because I want to see if you cry or not.
Okay.
All right. All right. Back to this.
3 of these studios have made Xbox exclusives.
Okay.
Or no, one of them
Okay.
hasn't made an exclusive, but they were going to, maybe, at one point. I don't know. 2 of them have made some Xbox exclusives. Is that
Toys
a guess?
for Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on there.
Okay. So.
Oh, actually, there's there's one more as well that is currently making an Xbox exclusive, but they don't. It's not an Xbox studio.
Kojima production.
That's a good one. I didn't even think about that one. It's an honorable mention. I gotta see what else he does outside of Death Stranding. I'm such an L. Did I actually just say that for Kojima? Get out of my. I gotta see what Kojima can do outside of this. Okay. What an L.
Is a Ubisoft studio in there?
No. That's kind of like Capcom. They're all just like subs. Like they're all like just divisions.
Yeah, but at least they have actual names in different areas.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Capcom has names 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
like,
well,
Studio 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
The honorable mentions, if you want to try and guess those, are very recent, like recency bias stuff.
Don't tell me.
I put them in. I put them in honorable mentions because I could see them becoming one of my favorites.
Is one of them Game Science?
No.
So it is.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Another one. Recency bias. Okay. What is he glazed? Oh, Team Asobi.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Those are the two he glazes.
You're also
Literally
missing
every-
the other studio that I glaze a game that's coming out.
BioWare. There it is.
No, that's not it. But I do love them. That's not in my top 15. I have it.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you're cooked. You're cooked, boy.
You're cooked, boy.
You're cooked. Most anticipated game in October is easily Dragon Age. Bro does not shut
Okay.
up about
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Mass Effect.
Let me explain. I wouldn't consider me loving a studio based off anticipation for a game. That's why I didn't put it. But then I just realized I've low-key been playing the Mass Effect games. And Knights of the Old Republic is awesome.
Yeah, L. Yeah, new BioWare so bad,
But do I love them more than any that are in my top 15 though? That's the thing though. That's the thing. Hold on.
But old BioWare goated with the sauce got me going.
Okay, what, bro? Actually, just did that on stream. Bro, actually just did that. Bro, actually.
All right, I give up. I'm tired, bro. Just give me the rest of the list.
Bro, just actually crashed out last minute, bro.
Just give me the rest of the list. I'm tired.
Frontier, which is Planet Coaster Studio.
I would have never guessed
I know.
that.
Also, the Jurassic World Evolution team and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would have never known.
Avalanche.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
NetherRealm.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't get that one.
It's because Warner Bros is gonna cease to exist soon. So.
And then I'm low-key surprised you didn't guess these two. Tango.
Yeah, I just didn't. Just the way you said it about Xbox, you're like, I was, yeah.
And then Moon Studios.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
See, now the thing with BioWare, I don't know if I'd put them above any of my 15 though. Is the thing. Like I love BioWare, but is it top 15 though? I don't know. Maybe after Dragon Age for sure. Yeah.
What's above it?
Naughty Dog, Obsidian, Moon, Santa Monica, Tango, House Marquee, Playground, Toys for Bob, NetherRealm, Avalanche, Respawn, Frontier, Insomniac, Remedy, Sucker Punch.
What do you like more? No, that's stupid.
I was about to say, watch your words.
I was gonna say, what do you like more, Hi-Fi Rush or Mass Effect 2?
Well, I'm only halfway through Mass Effect 2, but right now, Hi-Fi Rush probably.
Okay. What are the other studios?
Huh?
I'm kidding. It's fine. If
it's above anybody, it might be Moon or Obsidian. Moon or Obsidian. Or Playground, I guess. Moon, Obsidian, or Playground are probably the three lowest out of all these.
Yeah. I mean, at least, like, I would say that trumps Playground. Like, you're just excited for Fable, but you can't deny Forza its quality. But you also really like Mass Effect 2, and then you're also extremely excited for Veilguard.
Yeah, we'll see when Veilguard. If Veilguard hits, then yeah.
Nah, I understand. Man, yeah, that makes sense. Most of it makes sense.
And yeah, my honorable mentions are Asobi and Game Science. Depending what Game Science does next will be very interesting. And then and then over there shaking your head. And then Team Asobi, all I need is Ashgabat to come out, and it's probably top 15. That's all I need right there.
Yeah. I want you to, from an honest perspective, I just want to know something. I want you to rank my top 3 franchises. All right.
Rank your top 3?
I just want to know. I just want to know what you think. I've had a serious debate on this for the longest set of time, and I think I've come to a certain conclusion that I just can't get my head past. All right, your 3 options: and these are 100% my top three.
I don't
There
even
is
need.
nothing.
I don't even need your
Okay.
options.
All right, just rank them. What you genuinely think.
Yakuza, not number one.
Mm,
Mario number two. Sonic number three.
okay. I have come to the conclusion
Cap.
it's either between Yakuza or Sonic. I talk about Sonic and I pray for him to be better than Mario so much more. It's unbelievable.
That's
Like
true. Yeah, you
Mario
do that.
in the moment when the game comes out or something happens, oh, I'm in love. But I'm
I feel
not
that.
thinking of Mario every second.
I feel that.
Whereas Sonic, like, I'll be honest, Sonic has made me cry a lot. Mario has not. Because I love Sonic the Hedgehog. But I was just curious what you think because I've really thought about it, and I keep saying Mario's my favorite. I'm sorry, I don't shut up about Yakuza. It's like my entire
I
life.
I, I definitely think Yakuza is your favorite,
Um, and then
just off of the reasons, like
yeah,
just the way you talk about it, like
Mhm.
like I don't know, like your love for Sonic and your love for Yakuza are very different. Whereas like your love for Sonic is based off of like childhood and how much you enjoy the games and stuff like that, and just how much you
Mhm.
talk about it and all that. Whereas like your love for Yakuza is because of like how like emotionally attached you are to like
Yeah.
characters and stuff like that. And to me, that's like a stronger love in my opinion.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, like I'm emotionally attached to like Sonic as a franchise. I feel like I've lost a bit of it, but I always want it to be 100% back. Like I always want it to be the best. Like if I wish Sonic was the best platformer of all time, and I still stand on that. I want him to be the best because I think it's the most fun if you put it at its peak.
Man,
That's just me personally.
what do you think my top three franchises are? I don't even know. I know my number one, but I don't know.
Uncharted. Okay. Let's think. Spider-Man's a good choice, but I wouldn't.
Oh, I know my number two. I'm stupid. I know
Right.
my. I'm an L. I know my number two, which is
Mm,
crazy, but that's just how the cards play. I don't care what anyone says.
Splinter Cell.
Not top
Probably
three. It might. I need to do a
not.
top 10 of franchise. That's what I need to do. I need to do that. It's just so hard. There's so many I love.
Franchises.
You were gonna hate the fact that what my number two is because you were like, it just happened overnight. Like what happened?
Overnight. I hate you. No, I don't know. Man, we are still going on straight. We should probably end this. We should just do this off like the thing.
I need to go to. I need to go to sleep.
Oh, do you have work?
Yeah.
L.
I'm
I didn't have work
I'm
Friday.
cooked. I'm cooked tomorrow. See
I'm not. I'll be waking up at 7 and I'll be getting back to gaming. Hopefully.
I think I know
finishing
what my
bio-
top three are. I think I know what my top three are.
Okay, what's your top three?
You're not gonna like one of them, but
All right.
my number two I think is Metroid,
Okay.
and my number three is Pokemon.
That makes sense.
I don't yeah I think it has to be. I could see the argument Pokemon being above Metroid, but I just personally enjoy Metroid way more. But I've played more Pokemon though. That's more of a childhood thing. But like in today's day and age, I'm easily picking a Metroid game over a Pokemon game. Like,
I was trying to think if there was anything else maybe, but
like
I don't know.
I mean, I love Mortal Kombat as a franchise.
Mm-hmm.
I love Gears of War as a franchise.
Those are some pretty good picks.
I wish I could just include the whole like Remedy verse as a franchise, but that's not.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really how that works.
Yeah.
Resident Evil, I've been getting much more into. I would probably put that
Oh
in
yeah,
top 10.
that's another good shout. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Assassin's Creed. Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
That's a saucy cookie right there.
I never thought I'd hear that. That's a saucy cookie right there.
Bro, that's oof. Bro, we sauced up.
Also, can I ask you something? Since I did that motion in the ocean, is that gonna stay on the street?
I don't have a choice. Yeah, that's just there. Like, we're live.
It's all right. It's 4 hours. No one's gonna watch a 4-hour podcast.
Yeah, absolutely nobody. We're doing this for no reason.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
All right. Well, with that being said, I'm gonna go. Hope everything is gonna be okay.
Crash Bandicoot would probably be my top 10.
Yeah, Crash Bandicoot is up there.
Yeah. Oh my god.
What?
Bro just turned off the filter for 5 hours in.
What do you mean, dude? Listen, everything's going downhill.
I could low key. I could see
first
Prince of
off on a
Persia
couple
doing
of these
it eventually.
podcasts, I've been slipping up, saying some words on accident. Second, I accidentally bust in your trash can.
What is he talking about right now?
Do you not remember? You're trash. Do you not remember? You texted me. You're like,
Oh
yo.
yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you still haven't said anything.
I thought okay, bro. I'm gonna have to tell you what I heard off camera. Okay. We're gonna go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for watching. This was such a great podcast. We had some deep conversations today. It was
Deep.
it was good. But anyway, we'll see you in the next one. Chimer out.